Hello everyone.
Great was the Old One, and terrible was his wrath. He consumed hope and begat despair. He inhaled courage and breathed fear.
That's the kind of testimonial that really sticks out. The true subject of that rather grandiose statement is the old god Yasharaj. You may be wondering, what is an old god and why does that name sound oh so sexy? That story, it takes us back in time, to the beginning, in a time before the reign of dragons on Azeroth, eons before the age of mortal races that would later call it home. A planet had formed around a slumbering world soul in a far corner of the great dark beyond. World souls are a pretty big deal, as when they awaken, they become titans. Titans are an even bigger deal, because these are huge primordial beings, imbued with the raw power of creation itself. They roam the cosmos, doing whatever it is that Titans do, bringing order to before the reign of dragons and awaken others of their kind, before the age of mortal races that would later call it home. The shell of planets had formed around a slumbering world soul. In this domain of order of the great resides the Void Lord's world. As the name suggests, these beings are when they awaken, they become titans, cruel and merciless beyond comprehension, with an insatiable hunger to seek and devour all matter within the physical universe. They were envious of the powers wielded by the Titans, so the Void Lords sought to corrupt a slumbering world soul, since corrupting a fully grown Titan that proved to be impossible. This corrupted Titan, it would allow them to fulfill their dreams, consume it all, and so into the great dark beyond, which is a term used for Warcraft space, the unexplored cosmos that is still out there. They sought out these slumbering world souls. Not an easy task, as like the Titans, the Void Lords had no idea where to look, especially when they
We officially apologize to our players today. It's the promotion's fault that you didn't have a great experience playing our Real Doom zombie survival game. Starting today, we will give away countless resources and rewards for free, so as to max out your shelter's level in the shortest time.
You're alive after 100 million downloads! How are you gonna reward your players?
What did you say? I already provided you the gift and exchange code. Enter the gift package code Treasure2022. You can get a lot of construction resources and hero fragments.
Rubbish! We want heroes! Legendary heroes!
I know. Please just log into the game to get the legendary hero Lucky for free, with 200 draws.
No, 400 draws with a 50% higher chance of getting legendary heroes. Thanks to our players for supporting us all the time. Get online now.
State of Survival. Play now.
Gift and exchange code. Enter the gift package code Treasure2022. You can get a lot of construction resources and hero fragments.
Grammarly makes communication at work one click simpler. Whether you're looking for a new job or you love the one you have, Grammarly can help you communicate with confidence. Concise writing means fewer miscommunications. Grammarly can help streamline your message so it reads loud and clear. We can even check the tone of your emails to help you build relationships at that new dream job. Congrats! Grammarly, better writing made one click simpler.
They were neatly packaged inside of millions of planets. The Void Lords had nothing but envy and malice, and so they decided that creating dark creatures to do the work for them, and then flinging said creatures wildly into the cosmos, hoping that they would land on a planet harboring a world soul, that was the best choice. These dark creatures are what we call the Old Gods. Hurling through the great dark beyond, 4 of these eldritch horror-esque monstrosities landed on the unlucky world of Azeroth. There was Kafun, Yaxaran, N'Zoth, and Yasharaj. These 4 mutants struck lucky, because not only was the planet that they landed on supporting a nascent world soul, it was cradling a world soul far mightier than any of the Pantheon of Titans had encountered before, rumored to be even stronger than their champion Sargeras. These hideous amalgamations of fleshy hatreds dug their tendrils deep into the earth, seeking out the very heart of the world soul. Their darkness spread across its surface, the birth of the Black Empire. Azeroth's elemental lords were enslaved, while the Akir, the Faceless Ones, and whatever dark powers emanated from the Old Gods, it spread further and further across the worlds. Azeroth wasn't doing too well, until the Old God party going on the planet. It would be discovered by Agrimar, lieutenant of one of the members of the Titan Pantheon Sargeras. The Titan Pantheon, having been informed of the dire plight of a world soul, they arrived on Azeroth to push the Old Gods back, and save not only the world, but also the Titan spirit inside. Now, all 4 of these pretty wicked creatures, they were vile and despicable, but the most powerful of them was Yasharaj. And when the Titans created guardians of Azeroth from the very earth itself, Yasharaj was capable of preying upon the minds of these so-called Titan Force guardians, drawing upon their fears and darkening their thoughts. It wasn't just Yasharaj's power that was formidable, however. His appearance was also pretty intimidating. Yasharaj was immense in size and was also sometimes known as the Beast with 7 heads or the 7-headed one. Now, none of the artwork that we have shows him having 7 heads, but it does show us a snake-like scale body with a massive head, goat horns, and 7 yellow eyes glaring out above a dragon-like maw. The Titans set their sights on the huge temple city built around the immense bulk of Yasharaj. They had it in their mind that destroying the huge stronghold, it would destroy their enemies in one swift stroke. The Titans were mighty enough to just rip out the old gods and be done with it, but they were afraid that using their phenomenal cosmic powers, that it would deal too much damage to Azeroth itself. That's why they created these Titan Forged, and when the battle against Yasharaj played out, they feared that the old god would overwhelm their servants. Despite the better judgments, the Titans knew that they had to take action. Amanful, High Father of the Pantheon, reached down through Azeroth's skies and took hold of the writhing body of Yasharaj. With a giant heave of his arm, Yasharaj was ripped from the crust of the world, his gargantuan body ripped apart. His death cries shattered mountaintops and obliterated hundreds of the Titan Forge where they stood. It is also claimed that as his remains fell to the ground, Yasharaj's final dying breath manifested as the 7 prime Shas, the Shah of anger, hatred, violence, fear, doubt, despair, and pride. That's where potentially that description of the beast with 7 heads might have come from. Now, this was not the only consequence of evolving Yasharaj from the world, however. The old god's tendrils had worked their way down far deeper than the High Father had ever expected. And ripping Yasharaj out of Azeroth, it caused an eternal wound on the planet's surface. Through this wound, volatile arcane energies, the lifeblood of the young world soul, erupted and roiled across the land. The Titans, along with their Titan Keepers, they worked around the clock to seal the wound that Yasharaj had left behind, and it would eventually become known as the Well of Eternity. They knew that they could not risk tearing out the other old gods in the same way that they had torn out Yasharaj from the world, and instead they decided to imprison them. They also realized that Azeroth would need fortifying if it was ever to have a chance at waking up, and so they installed 2 machines to imbue the slumbering world soul with cosmic energies. The Forge of Wills was installed in an area known as the Storm Peaks, and High Keeper Ra led an expedition to install the Forge of Origination within the south. As he traveled there, Ra came across the remnants of Yasharaj, those pieces that had fallen back to the land that we now know as Pandaria. These pieces had corrupted the land around them. The largest remnant was the icy heart of Yasharaj, a
When this war first broke out, we weren't even born. And yet still we struggle with everything we have. Some fight for riches, fame, glory. Some fight because we truly believe. Unshakable faith in the face of despair. That's what drives us. Those who fall serving the immortals turn to stone. But that's not how our story ends. We rise once more. And in the name of the immortals, we are brought back to fight anew. But while have returned to this carnage? Why doom ourselves to unceasing strife? Because the bones of this war will build a haven for all.
Mass of diseased flesh seething with void energies. Even in death, Yasharaj was proven to be a fierce opponent. Era decided to seal the heart away in an underground vault, which is called the Vault of Yasharaj. High Keeper Ra was wise to think that the remains of an old god would attract some attention, as Akir, they'd already been gathering near the prisons of the imprisoned masters, and they were also being attracted to the location of the heart. As a little bit of background information, the Akir, they're an insectoid race, which had joined the old god's party on Azeroth, having been formed from the organic matter seeping from the old god's monstrous bodies. The Akir in the north, they gathered around the underground prison of Yaxaron. They would become known as the Nerubians. The Akir in the southwest, they gathered around the prison of Kafun, became known as the Karaji, and the final group in the southeastern parts of the world, they gathered around the vile essence of Yasharaj, which still polluted the land, eventually becoming the Mantids. The Mantids had found themselves drawn to the valley around the vault, unaware that they were drawn to the lingering essence of the old god, and unaware that his heart was locked beneath the land. They launched an attack on the Mogu Guardians standing watch over the vaults, but they were ultimately pushed back. Now the Kluxi, they did not consider this defeat as a failure. The surviving Mantid warriors, they had matured. They grow more powerful and cunning. The Kluxi patiently waited 100 years before assaulting the Mogu again. They dispatched a new generation of young Mantids to besiege the Titan Forge. Once again, the survivors returned stronger, and thus began the Mantid cycle. Every century, a new Mantid clutch made war upon the Mogu. The ferocious battles, it removed the weak from the swarm, and only the strongest returned. With only a few cycles, Mantid civilization had become tightly honed and rigid, utterly focused on eradicating weakness and empowering the mightiest of their kind. The Mogu marked the change with concern. They launched their own attack to eradicate this Mantid threat, and they might have even succeeded, was it not for one single Mantid, Corvan, who eviscerated the Mogu ranks and sent them into retreat. But the honored warrior was still not satisfied. He knew that it was only chance that he arose in his race's greatest hour of need, and he did not want to leave the Mantid defenses to chance alone. After years of experimentation, they eventually figured out a way to preserve these so-called paragons of their race, preserve them within amber, stored away to be released whenever the need was dire.
You have earned this warning. If the old ones ever return, we Mantid will once again stand by their side.
We're going to fast forward a lot of years now to the time of Mr. Pandaria. This is a time where the Alliance and Horde rediscovered the land, bringing their war and their many emotions with them. The curse of Yasharaj, the Shah, that had become somewhat under control, since the Pandaren and the land, they'd learned to control their emotions, contain their enemy. Our arrival, it kicked up a storm, it fed the Shah, and it caused a whole bunch of trouble. Trouble like the Empress of the Mantids, Grand Emperor Jaxir, taken over by the Shah Fear, disrupting their ancient cycle and corrupting their race. We're able to join them in awakening the Paragons in their hour of need, learn more about this ancient race, and even end up ending their queen. However, that doesn't make them our loyal allies. Then War Chief Garrosh, these people search Pandaria for new troops, artifacts and power. Imagine everyone's surprise when they actually found their way to the Vault of Yasharaj.
Oh, thank the laws of physics you're here. We found something down there, something huge. And all of a sudden the rocks started fighting back and everyone went crazy. It's bad business. Please, just make it all stop.
Garrosh had sent a group of goblins, led by Grizzle Gearslip, to excavate the vault and see what lay inside. What the goblins discovered was something beyond the war chief's wildest dreams, the heart of Yasharaj. Grizzle was thrown aside by Hellscream's personal bodyguards, a giant oaf called Malkorok, who immediately claimed it for the war chief. Now Garrosh having any kind of artifact, that was bad news all around. But when it comes to Garrosh having the heart of Yashirash, well, that's bordering on apocalyptic.
Affirm special financing. Available at Mayors.
It thirsts. Bring it to the pools. You Pandaren tried to bury your hate and your anger. But such power cannot be contained. It must be unleashed! A time will come when you will answer for your crimes. I answer to no one!
He wasted no time in reviving it by using the magical pools in the Veil of Eternal Blossoms. And then he took it into his inner sanctum within Orgrimmar's underholds.
Come, children of the Titans. You face the Paragons.
As the Mented promised us, they would always stand with the old god. And this had quite a lot of people wonder why they were against the Shah taking over the queen. Isn't the Shah just an extension from Yashirash? But I guess to the Mented, they didn't recognize its curse as their true old god. The heart, empowered by the sacred waters of the Veil in the hands of Garrosh, that was a different story. That makes them allies to the war chief, meaning that they stand between us and confronting Hellscream ourselves. We take our former allies on and fight through the siege of Orgrimmar, where Garrosh awaits.
Anger, hatred, fear. They are weapons of war. The tools of a war chief. Yes, I can see it now. I can see the future of this world. A world ruled by the Horde. My Horde. The heart will be your end. You will rest in Nyalotha.
Having tossed aside Gorhal, the weapon of his father and his clan, in favor of Zalatov, desecrated image of Gorhal, he and the old gods, they've had quite a bit of bonding time, viewing visions of the future, handing out shiny new weapons, empowering the war chief, which made him quite a challenge to deal with.
The true Horde will come to pass. I have seen it. It has shown me. I have seen mountains of skulls and rivers of blood, and I will have my world!
Nearing defeat, Garrosh will absorb all of the heart's power in a last-ditch effort, dragging us into the vision of the future that he wants to make a reality.
Behold! My glorious destiny!
With Garrosh's defeat, the last powers of the heart ebbed away, leaving only a fading breath behind, which would also gradually decay into nothingness. Yashirash, the seven-headed beast, it was finally vanquished. The first old god to truly be dead and gone, by first being ripped out of the world by the Titans, then its heart being locked away, and then fully consumed. At least, that's what we thought back then. Later on in an interview, they have stated that old gods like Kafun and Yaxaron, they're apparently also gone, and with Battle for Azeroth, the final old god N'Zoth has also been cleansed of the worlds. Old gods, however, they're powerful, capable of great and terrible things. So, it might come as no surprise that Yashirash simply relocated, appearing in Hearthstone with the Whispers of the Old Gods expansion. The news post describing Yashirash's arrival within the game, it's joyfully chock-a-block with Easter eggs from its Warcraft days, including a mention of his fury, of his remains being panda-handled by scruffy little mortals, and mentioning how his last terrible breath, which you might remember spawned the 7 prime shards within Warcraft, is capable of clearing whole continents. The Dark Moonfair expansion. It also has in party heart as Yasharash the Defiler. We can only wonder if the old gods will ever make a return in the story of Warcraft. We might have cleansed the planets of the old god infection, but there are more planets out there, potentially still infected. There's also still the Void Lords to consider, the source behind them, the ones that send these old gods out. They're still out there somewhere, and time is going to tell if and when they'll make an appearance. But for now, thank you very much for watching, everyone. Really hope you enjoyed the story of Yasharash. Subscribe if you like my videos. Leave a like if you enjoyed this one. And until next time. See ya.
Doug Mastriano gastó miles de dólares en un sitio web para nacionalistas blancos. Él no debería ser nuestro próximo gobernador. Necesitamos a alguien que proteja a nuestros hijos y se enfoque en crear oportunidades para que todos podamos salir adelante en Pensilvania. Ese es Josh Shapiro.
Can provide proof of Perinold's treachery. Dalen then turned to one of his men. Bind him. Toss him in the brig. Yes, sir. Set sail for South Shore. We'll rejoin the Alliance army, report our success, and Ulthrak's betrayal.
They're not coming.
What do you mean?
The rest of the Horde. They're not coming.
Tharbek looked at his war chief, still obviously requiring a little bit more elaboration. You sent them all the way down to the Great Sea. It'll take them days to return.
They have dragons, you fool. The Dragon Riders would have been back by now. Something's happened. The fleet is gone, and the bulk of our forces with it.
Tharbek nodded, but said nothing. But Orgrim knew what he was thinking. Something along the lines of, well, if you hadn't have sent them after Gul'dan in the first place, this wouldn't be an issue, would it? And that made Doomhammer grind his teeth a little bit. None of the other orcs had understood his decision. Ever since he'd ordered them to retreat from Capital City, every orc he'd come across had given him stink eye. The gates were starting to give way. The Alliance forces had been pushed back. They'd almost bloody won, as far as all were concerned. So why the bloody hell had Orgrim sent one of the largest clans away and sounded for retreat? But the truth was, he had no choice. As soon as the Blacktooth Grin clan departed, the humans that had been pushed back rushed forward again, just as he'd suspected. And with no reinforcements coming, the Horde needed to retreat. 'Twas the smart thing to do. And the reason he'd sent the Blacktooth Grin clan away in the first place was because, well, they'd been betrayed. And that couldn't stand. Orgrim had vowed to fight corruption, bloodlust, savagery. Without honour, they were mere animals. To allow Gul'dan to escape unpunished was to allow selfishness and the further degradation of their entire race. Or something. I did my best, Orgrim thought. We might lose to the humans, but we will do so proudly. On our feet, with weapons in our hands, not howling and snivelling. Anywho, rather than going southwest, the Horde retreated southeast instead, towards Khazmodan. Doomhammer had left Kilrog Deadeye and his Bleeding Hollow clan there, after the Horde had conquered that region, to oversee mining operations. Reuniting with them would mean the Horde would have a bit more of a substantial force again. Then they could turn round and smash the pursuing alliance, and then go from there, as long as nothing else went horribly wrong. Humans! To the east of us! Doomhammer stared at the scout.
East? Are you sure?
Orgrim already knew the scout wasn't lying, or mistaken. He was just kind of wondering how the bloody hell the Alliance were already east of them. And then he remembered. Our balls. The hinterlands. He'd left some of his forces there to distract the humans whilst they marched towards Quel'Thalas. It had seemed like a great idea at the time, but now it was seemingly biting them in the ass.
How many?
Hundreds. Maybe more. Orgrim grimaced and turned to Tharbek.
Quicken the pace. Full run, no breaks. We need to reach Khazmodan as soon as possible.
A short time later, Hail Doomhammer! The Bleeding Hollow welcomes you back to Khazmodan.
My thanks. Where are Kilrog and the rest?
We've made camp back within the mountains proper. I'll run and tell of your approach. The scout glanced behind Orgrim and looked a little bit confused. Where's the rest of the Horde?
Dead, most of them. We have Alliance forces marching fast behind us. Tell Kilrog to ready his warriors for battle.
The scout seemed like they were about to ask another question, but then thought better of it. Instead, they buggered off to relay the new orders and stuff. Some more time later,
we cannot fight them. Not with our full force. Why not? The dwarves. The dwarves. We already crushed their armies. Not all of them. We didn't take Ironforge, and we've still not been able to crack it. Then leave it.
Right now, it's not important. We have to turn on the humans before they crush us. Once we've taken care of the humans, we'll all fall on Ironforge and rip it open together. But Kilrog just kind of shook his head. The dwarves are too fierce to leave at our backs. I've been fighting them these past few months, and I'll tell you, they're bloody maniacs. If we do not guard that place, we'll face 2 armies, not 1. Doomhammer started to pace and consider that information. He trusted Kilrog's judgment, but they definitely didn't have enough warriors as things stood to face the Alliance. They needed to keep moving. Fine. Stay here. Keep as many warriors as you need to hold the dwarves and defend yourselves. We'll keep going to Blackrock Spire. Make our stand from within the fortress. If you get a chance, join us there. Attack the humans from behind. This is it, Kilrog. This may be our final battle. Kilrog nodded and eyed the Horde Warchief. You made the right choice, Orgrim. Gul'dan would have taken us back to the days before the portal opened, with the rage and the hunger and desperation. Whatever happens, you gave our people back their honor. Dralion! Dralion glanced up, all excited and stuff. He recognized that voice. 'Twas Lothar. Good to see you, lad. They said I'd find you here. They? The elves. I ran across Illyria and Theron as I made my way north. They told me what happened at Capital City, and that you brought the rest of the army this way, chasing after the rest of the Horde. Good job, man. I had a lot of help. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure what happened. Dralion then briefly informed Lothar of the battle outside Capital City, how things had looked pretty grim until the Horde suddenly cheesed it, for seemingly no reason. And he told of the report he'd received from Admiral Proudmoore. And we've been chasing them ever since. Did you hear about Perinold? Yeah. How a man could turn against his own race, I'll never understand. But thanks to Trollbane, you don't have to worry about Ultrak no more. What about the hinterlands? Orc free. Took us a while to find all of them. Some were burrowed pretty deep, carved themselves out little homes. But we got them in the end. The Wildhammers are still patrolling to make sure, of course. The elves are headed back home as well, to clear out Quel'Thalas. The orcs seem to have left, but the trolls may still be hiding up there. Wouldn't want to be them when the rangers arrive. Hey, where's Uther? And the other paladins? I sent them up to Lordaeron. They'll make sure that region's safe again, and then they'll follow after us. Uther would probably be upset if he misses any more big battles. Dralion nodded. His fellow paladin probably would be upset, especially since it was really starting to feel like this war was finally coming to an end. The Horde were now small and desperate. Oh, hey Lothar. Long time no see. So, what are we thinking? Orcs are going to try and hole up here in Khazmodan? No. They'd have the dwarves to reckon with if they did that. Ironforge still remains unconquered. The dwarves will be twitching for a chance to reclaim their mountains and strike back at the orcs. Then we should give them that chance. Both Lothar and Khadgar turned to Dralion. Let's go to Ironforge. Use the Griffin Riders to keep tabs on the Horde's path. We free the dwarves, and then they'll hold the mountains. Prevent the Horde from coming back this way. That's a good plan. Let's do it. Let the troops know. We'll begin our march in the morning. But for now, I need some bloody sleep. I'm getting too old for this shit. However, Lothar gave Dralion one final glance before retiring for the night. You've handled yourself and the troops well, lad, as I knew you would. Lane, you remind me of him. You have his courage. And then Lothar buggered off, and Dralion kind of stood there in silence, a little bit stunned. Looks like you've won his respect after all. Shut up. The following day, the Alliance forces reached the colossal doors of Ironforge and found a whole bunch of orcs pounding against them. Don't let up! Drive them back against the rocks! After a short while of fighting, and just as Lothar had hoped, the doors to the Dwarven Kingdom swung open, and an army of angry dwarves poured out, with hammers and axes and boomsticks and stuff. And with their assistance, the battle was over pretty fast. Our thanks. I'm Moradin Bronzebeard, brother to King Magni. The dwarves of Ironforge are in your debt. No problem. Anduin Lothar, commander of the Alliance. We were happy to help. Our goal is to rid all lands of the Horde and their influence. Aye, as it should be. Alliance, you say? It was you who sent the missives to us months ago. From Lordaeron? Indeed. Lothar realised Terenas must have sent messengers here, as well as Quel'Thalas. The King of Lordaeron really had left no potential ally untouched. We banded together for this common cause. Whither are you bound now? A second dwarf approached. His face was a lot less wrinkly than Moradin's, but he shared similar features. This is my other brother, Bran. Well, we're following the remainder of the Horde. Many of them have already fallen to us. We're seeking to finish the job and end this war. The brothers looked at each other and nodded. Count us in. Many of our kin will remain here, in the mountains, to reclaim our ancestral strongholds and clear Khazmodan. But we'll bring some lads and join your alliance. Make sure these orcs didn't trouble us again. We welcome the help. Lothar had met these kind of dwarves once or twice before, back in Stormwind. If these Bronzebeards were as good in combat as their Wildhammer cousins, they'd be a valuable addition indeed. Good. We'll send someone to inform our brother. He'll catch up with us with supplies. Which way did the Horde go? Lothar then glanced to Khadgar, who just kind of shrugged and pointed south. A short time later, Lothar, Turallion, Khadgar and the rest were all sat around a campfire when Kurd and Wildhammer returned from a bit of scouting. They'd be heading to Blackrock Spire. Blackrock? You sure? Turallion had noticed that the Bronzebeards and Wildhammers didn't seem to get along amazingly well. They didn't hate each other, more like quarrelsome siblings. Of course I'm sure. I followed him, didn't I? Maybe you'd like to borrow some griffins and see for yourself. Gudrun chuckled to himself as the Bronzebeards backed away a little bit. He knew full well that Bronzebeard dwarves were about as fond of flying as Wildhammers were of going underground. Blackrock Spire. It's a strong position. Good vantage all around. Solid fortifications. Easy to defend. Whoever their leader is, he knows what he's doing. This isn't going to be easy. Aye. And it'd be cursed as well. The rest of the dwarves present all nodded. Our Dark Iron cousins. They built that fortress. But something far darker lives there now, beneath the surface. Well, if there's something else there, it hasn't disturbed the orcs. They'll fall back there and get past.
We're canceling the rerun. The rerun sucks, huh?
But we can do it. We have the numbers and the skill. Lothar smiled.
1 second, guys.
Yeah.
I was trying to set a rerun up,
Anything worth doing usually is. Lothar was about to say something else when he was interrupted by the sound of
1 sec.
One sec. A bloke stepped towards them.
1 sec. Let's edit everything. Let's actually make this a real stream. Let's change it off. And more rerun. There we go. Switch to monitor 1. Alright, we're back. That rerun was fucking pissing me off. Not as good as I thought it was. Since they removed it, it's not even worth doing reruns of that. I'll just play a lore episode later.
Yeah, it looks like you're just streaming too, I think. I don't know. Even though it says you're rerunning in a title, I don't know if it's actually the way.
I took it off. I think there's another way to do reruns, but I don't know.
Yeah.
There was until they fucked it. Oh, I can... Wait, hold on. My shit's not playing, huh? Someone say something real quick.
Hello.
Okay, it is showing. Alright, okay. Let me put my sound back on, that's why. Alright, there we go. Let me fix a couple things.
Maybe half control.
Twitch. You'll be fine. There we go.
I hate facing the wrong way for accident. It's the only message I left on my screen was facing the wrong way.
I put the Shuckle cam on. Shuckle cam.
Yeah, it's always fun going to those like little zoo places because I always, I like animals too, so it's always fun guessing at like what those birds are or what the different reptiles are. They had a bird eater like tarantula. Took a picture for Sheba. I was like, I did this one. Fucking massive thing. They had Egyptian fruit bats. I was like, man, I want a fruit bat. They're so cute.
They're cute.
Yeah, they have cute little faces. They just eat fruit.
Until they suck your blood and your dick.
Jeez.
I forgot how fucking stupid this is. I have to target drakes. I could have swore there was a UI you could use. Yeah, there is a UI. Hold on, let me see. Keybinds, interface. There should be a pet bar system. Hold on. Raid frames.
Who's pet?
Display pets. I'll just display it as a regular UI. Fucking dime me. 2K a fucking mob kill.
Yeah, that's pretty normal. You're getting normal XP with us.
So it's not marked on the side of your screen that I'm in a rerun. It was just the title, correct?
Yeah, so because I think when it doesn't show you the red live button when you're
Yeah.
live, it'll be a different. It'll be like
Well, that's
gray.
what I mean. That's why it's like, why is it showing it for other people, not like, why can't I do a rerun but other fuckers can?
I don't know. Maybe it's a partner thing.
Go fuck yourself, partners. Don't worry, we'll get there. It used to not be. I did it a couple of times. That kind of triggers me, though. It's like, why are you taking away my freedoms and my liberties, Twitch? Shut the fuck up. Da, 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 da. I think I'm pissing DCL people off by going live so much, but I don't really care. Lost a couple of them from there, but you know what? It's for the better. Get rid of the DCL people, bring back the WoW people. We got our people we needed from DCL.
Sure.
It was a good experience. I found out Naruza, by the way, was still a fucking VIP, so I remember that shit in the fucking chat.
Jeez.
He can touch my PP another day when he pays me $250. I love it when you call me Senorita. Every touch is la la la. There we get garbage again. Why isn't there a white drake I can get?
Try to turn the quest in.
No, I already turned it in. I need the les ball.
Wait, when did you turn it in?
And I forgot to turn the last one in. I did this before years ago. Last time I did Oculus was like 10 fucking years ago. Oh, there we go. Now I'll have the pet bars. Because I did that. Good. Touch my bunghole. You know you like my cock.
It's charged.
I want you to caress me like a tropical priest. Yeah, I think we'll get more follows when we turn down some ads in the near future for some events. Fucking what's his name? Gul'dan's like, fuck you and your million ads. It's like, if I didn't know you, I wouldn't be following. It's like, you're not gonna get followers that way. I'm like, Gul'dan. That's not what we're aiming for the moment.
And you should subscribe so you don't have to see that.
Well, that's what I mean. It's literal. Fucking Evan doesn't want to subscribe to. I'm like, Evan, you rather sit through all these fucking ads than give me $5? Alright, don't worry.
like he'd rather watch you stream though, not your turtle.
Oh, well, I was streaming when he was on, when he was doing it. I just put the Shuckle cam on because, what is it called? It's hot as shit in my room right now. That was like another reason I was like, didn't feel like stream with the camera. I mean, I've been literally streaming 24/7 the past 4 days. So I've been. Is this you or a rerun? This is me, Gul'dan, actually, for now. It's me. He's gonna say.
It's a voice recording.
It's a voice recording.
Soon it'll just be Verabot.
A Verabot with fucking ads. So I was gonna say.
It'll just be Veritas's voice recordings. Hello, stream.
Oh, on my way. Well, that's what I mean. All I have to do, like, for certain streams, just turn ads off or limit them extremely. Not turn ads off, you know what I mean? Limit them. Like, when I do events, I will, but for now, like, I'm testing out the ad revenue. It's just too fucking good. This is why all the partners are bitching, but they're bitching because they're losing money from the subs. So the way Twitch is working right now, the top, like, 1% are getting all the fucking money while no one else does. So that's why they're complaining it's a negative experience for Twitch. What class do you want to... I don't know. What class do you want to use your boost on? I don't think you can on an Evoker, right? Evoker.
Jimmy, what are you doing? Get off your drink.
I don't know.
Need some mana, Pandred.
Wait, there's a GPS system? Ask your trick about the... Oh.
Or maybe it did.
Tells you how to use it.
Oh.
GPS system.
The level in Evoker I have every 60 already. You don't want to like fucking rub like Deathwing's nuts and like fucking squeeze out the juice, man. Like fucking play the Evoker. Come on, give me. I want a drink. Kill him faster. I need a drink. Yes, I'm quite parched. Yes. But yeah, like that's a new meta. Like everyone's bitching, all the top streamers, that they're taking away their ad revenue. I mean their Prime revenue. But that's just because they're getting pissed. They have to run ads now to make money. Like, I guarantee you Twitch, so this is like after 10 years of Twitch being out, they were probably given 10 years to show a profit, and they didn't show a profit, so they have to. Like, their big streamers are actually costing them money.
I don't think so. I think the marketing companies are just so unaware of how much they're paying for.
Well, no, it's not necessarily that. The problem is they're losing money putting people like Hassan, Asmongold, and all of them on here because of the bandwidth costs and everything. And with the prices, that they're literally just giving them all the money. Like, they're giving them like a 70-30 and shit. Like, of all the money they're making. So there's a limited amount, so they're losing so much money. Exactly.
Too, right?
Yes. Oh, Gul'dan, they make 70%. So they make like, what is it called? They make about $3.50 or so off of every $5 you put in. So $3.50 times 70,000, and that's monthly. That's obnoxiously obscene. That's why it's like I don't have an issue like with Twitch's new thing with running ads. Like, I can control the ads.
Yeah, makes it so
yeah, they are losing money off the Prime subs because that's like the part of their thing.
Well,
but if they take it away,
more money off the small-time streamers because they're getting a bigger cut across a wider range.
They're trying to get rid of the big streamers, is what it is. And they're not meaning it in a bad way, but because it's costing them so much money. They're gonna make a lot of money. The thing is Amazon will always be at the top just because they have Twitch Prime. That's really all it is. If you got rid of Twitch Prime, Twitch would be nothing.
And Jimmy wouldn't have his famous catchphrase, so I mean...
Yeah. You're not wrong. But the thing, all these people are like, I'm moving to YouTube, I'm moving to YouTube. But the thing is they're not making nearly anything at YouTube. And YouTube just takes down their shit at a moment's notice if you play one little thing. Like, I think, what's his name, played Baby Shark once, and he got his shit fucking banned. Oh, God. I mean, it's all a mess. Really, everything in the system's a mess. I mean, we'll definitely get Twitch partner in the next month or two, for sure. But it's like, you know, we're doing our own thing. We're making a video game. It's not just Twitch. So something on the side's nice, but that's not like the big moolah, if you will, you know. Well, yeah, that's what I mean, Golden. It's not even worth it at that point. Because Twitch Prime, like I said, is like the competitive advantage of Twitch. And YouTube has nowhere near as much money as Amazon does. I'm sorry. Well, Google is what I mean. It's up there, but Amazon... Well, I did a thing on Bing and, what the hell was it? Google. Well, I mean, Google's massive. 3K view. Oh, yeah, 100%. It's up there, but it's...
Jimmy.
I'm killing you.
Help. Heal.
Hey, fuck your heal. I can't heal. I can't heal. I can't heal till the last platform.
I don't know how I'm still taking damage.
It's the guy in the air that's like fucking you in the ass.
Ooh.
My dragon always bugs out. He doesn't like doing shit. Support our lizard spicy images, by the way. Make sure to check out our Only Pets link. I gotta make a new post later today on Only Pets. Oh no, I want prayer healing. This boss is so easy, like everyone just like runs around the circle. Oh my god, I gotta get out of the lightning when you just run through the boss. Run right through him. Put that beam right in Tandra's ass. Seems like I keep forgetting I'm in the wrong bar. Stood in the lightning, what the fuck?
Oh, he hit me with the Energizer.
He hit you with the Energizer Rabbit, I know. Yeah. Just keeps going and going and going. Oh shit, you're covering the room with fuck me.
Same thing that dropped last time. Feels bad.
Heals vendor spec, man. Touch my green drake. I know you like my dragon, Tangent.
Not really. Jimmy, go buy one off that website for you, though.
You should tame my dragon. Tame it for me. Yeah, what the fuck is going on?
Waiting to sell.
Purge, purge, purge.
Anal purge.
Anal beads.
I was laughing one night. The guys at work were talking about. They said something. They had to go like one of the people that worked at the farm long before I started working. There's like, I guess she might have lived at one of the outbuilding houses. And he's like, we had to go like change her thermostat or something that was in their room. He's like, yeah, they went in there and she had like a whole fucking wall that was just full of dildos.
Wait, what?
When he was like 10 years old.
I thought you were talking about your job.
No, he was 10 years old. He's 32 now. This was before I was even born. Like,
You had a wall full of dildos?
No, like a shelf. They were on a shelf. He's like, bro, there's one like, you know what I'm saying? He's like, it was one this big. I'm like, bro, that's a fucking horse. Why?
It's
the
got
fuck?
30 functions. It's got the
Like, bro,
gyrate.
I was like, bro, that's literally a fucking like horse right there. Like, why does she need that? Because he was
Horse
saying something
cock.
like her and her husband, and I'm like, bro, she's got a fucking deal with the size of a horse dick. She doesn't need a husband either. She probably needs a new pelvis though. Like, bro, why does that even exist?
Feel good.
Like you gotta have like your intestines taken out just so like that can physically be possible, or just like, you know, you don't have any nerves down there. I was like, you serious? Like, why the fuck do you need something that big? God damn.
Whatever works, man. If it fits,
Yeah,
it sits.
I don't think it would fit. If it does, she's like got a fucking,
I gotta get my ice
you know,
thorn
goddamn
everywhere.
cave that. Yeah, just like with THC, women are never satisfied until it's like, I don't know. Haven't we heard of THC in a while?
I've sent him messages. He was telling me some fucked up shit. He'll be on in a day or two.
Some fucking more bitches.
Banging no bitch. Hold on, let me loot this over here. I'll be right over there. They get this ice thorn, man. For them good potions, Kev will tell you.
Ice Thorn. Yeah, you can just run this dungeon over and over for fucking Ice Thorn.
Well, there's a trick to Old War when we get to it. What you do is we set a 10-man block out at Freya's room and kill her mini-bosses, and then everyone leaves. Yeah, and I just keep refarming that. Dude, I love that shit.
Oh, yeah.
I feel good. You know the fucked up shit, Jim Lee? I think part of the revenue thing is since I'm streaming so long and it branches into another day, it takes the next day up.
Yeah.
I think that's part of our problem. I need to convince Evan to give me money. Or Pablo to give me his $50. I need that shit.
Where's Pablo at? Your level
Probably
now?
Yeah, he's 77, I think, right?
You can pull him, I'll run you.
Oh well. Well, I can still drink. Go the other way! Other way!
I'll bring him this way. I'll bring him towards you. I'm just gonna bring him this way first.
He doesn't do
then I
shit
go
for
this
damage.
way. Oh no. It'd be funny actually.
I was gonna say, man, there must be a punishment he does it to range, but I guess as a caster you can just like stay ahead.
Yeah.
Miss. Oh boy. 100, no! I was gonna say, how the fuck did you make that? Like, nowadays bosses, you'd be fucking dead in retail. No fucking way you would have lived with that. This really is like fucking Alzheimer's fucking gaming. Like, holy shit. I will take that photo. That will go in my pants and on my penis. I'd like to conduct with your penis.
Jimmy, those are slippers. They go on your feet, monkey.
They go on your dick.
No.
Follow your dick, X marks the spot.
Let me go right here. Jimmy, you got the quest this time?
Yeah. How I kill these things aggro, so we should probably kill them.
Yeah, no they don't.
Yeah, they're fucking
No, he summons them.
Now I actually have it on a UI. Let me put him a set focus.
Save your touch of nightmares for when I can't stun him, unless it doesn't have a cooldown.
It doesn't have a CD. It actually has a 10-second cooldown, but it's not a big fucking deal. It's a 30-second debuff.
Okay, so technically it can have no ult.
Yep. It just does damage to me. So I have to heal you folks.
Don't worry so much about me. Until he starts fucking going off, which should be about 5 CF there. There we go.
Such insolence.
One more.
See.
Got him. Look at that staff. Whoa, that's nice.
That's going in my asshole.
Jimmy. Put that right in there, nice and deep.
Do you have any plans for Dragonflight? We're going to be making Ascended again. Ascendant propaganda on. Well, I am on retail.
Jimmy's gonna be the only one in the guild. We're all
yeah. I'm going to be playing retail and classic. We got to do that. We got to get some viewers, man. Wait, where the fuck is the guy that I hand the quest into?
Oh, I think.
Oh, he's at the shield outside. Never mind. Thank God.
Alright,
Tanger's like, no, we're not fucking running this again.
Joe, I like hark that out, like, nope, see ya.
Thank you both. So I am at about almost, so I had just dinged before we got in, I almost got 40% just from that.
So we're gonna go to like Halls of Stone or something?
Yeah, if people want. All of the
I gotta fucking
try to get that mount. Yeah, well, I'm gonna be pushing for Glad this season for sure.
I'm gonna go to Earthquake. Actually, I gotta hand this in out there.
Oh yeah.
I got 2 first. It's gonna turn like what?
That's what I like to call it too.
What?
You guys plan on running anything again? Running something?
Yeah.
Well, we were just running Veritas, the 3 of us. I don't know how.
Let me see.
What we point against to where he won't get XP, but so far he was getting XP.
Oh yeah, nice. Running dungeons. Yeah.
Jesus, they're so fucking good.
280s, and he was still getting regular XP. We always try it.
Yeah, I think Dragonfly.
It's all good. I
gonna
for some reason thought you guys were doing heroics, but I forgot you guys wouldn't be allowed to yet.
You can carry me.
Well, I'll help if it'll help. I just don't want to be not helpful. Because if it fucks the XP, then I'll leave, but I'll join otherwise. We'll be able to do it a bit quicker anyway.
Carry me. Alright, let's see if I replace those.
Ouch. 38 gold there.
Alright, let's see. Where can I go from here? Wait, can I not get on my flying mount? Is it out of here? Oh, out of here I can. Wait, I actually can't fucking fly. Or mount up. I think it would be funny because the only kid. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, you're one of them. There's like a whole generation of fucking born kids now and shit. This goes over here too. Get rid of that garbage. Rid of that. Let's see, will this guy port me back? Isn't there someone that just fucking teleports you? Guess not. Generation, get the Game Pass, fam. Game Pass.
What are you running next?
Yeah, whatever people want to do. Halls of Stone.
Well, that's whatever gets you XP.
Halls of the Stoner, I'll do it. Just reading something. One second, guys. I can't get on my flying mount yet. Yes, I can. Alright, I'm good now.
Gotta go to a Dalek.
They're adding even more controller. Oh shit! Controller options. I like where this is going. Controller options. Oh wow. Well, yeah. WoW can already arguably be played on a console anyway. So you said we're going to Halls of Stone.
I thought that's what you said you wanted to do.
I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Halls of the Stoners.
It's Chandred's jacking off.
No, I'm jacking off, and I know why. Why, man? 'Cause I got high. Because I got high. You remember that?
Yeah, very well. I was gonna pay my rent, but then I got high.
That sounds like my excuse. I was gonna
pay my child support, but then I got high. Oh man.
Feels cute. Never mind. Oh, no, he did. He's actually doing good. Oh, I can't wait to talk to him. Here we go. The Ardent Crusade. Wait, I can actually start Ice Crown Citadel quests, or not yet? Ice Cream Citadel.
Very soon.
I think I can right now. It's showing them. See if it lets me pick one up. Oh, it does. What the fuck? Fuck these quests. I also have a Drakthron quest. There's so many fucking quests. Not one, but 2 Jormungars in your asshole. Crusader. The Burning Crusade. Alright, let's fly. Watch me run into the time lost fucking Proto Drake.
Would be a good thing.
Yeah, except I can't fucking kill it.
It's probably already been killed today.
I've never gotten that shit. I've only ever seen it dead. Someone stole the tag from me as well once.
What?
9 years ago. Time lost.
I found it on the private server, but I think it's spawned every 8
No,
hours,
sure.
even if it was killed. Oh, it's different spawn timer.
I love how this mountain has a giant hole where you can put your penis in. Mountain 3 days. Dude, you're fucking lucky, man. Probably took forever though.
It's crazy how they did this map. They brought it to as low as they could on the edges and brought the middles almost as high as they could.
Also, it's kind of
Oh,
funny.
yeah.
As soon as I logged on, went straight to the innkeeper and got a fucking toothpick.
Hell yeah, dude.
And I was like, oh, let's go check this before I do anything. And I was like, shut up, a fucking bitch.
That's crazy. 55 hours.
I was like, oh,
Fuck
now,
that.
yeah, now it does. Okay. I just want to rub that map and speak this week.
Oh,
I still remember we convinced some guy he had to farm fucking those fire elementals to get the ashes of a Alar drop.
What?
Yeah, that was interesting. And we /hood him an hour later and he was still in Storm Peaks. The ones by the Sons of Hodir.
Oh, yeah. Before you put it
Yeah.
to ice on this.
Yeah, we were assholes.
Still are, but...
That was big. You want to put it in my asshole? Yes, yes, very good.
What is your obsession with angels today? For fuck's sake.
Oh, God. When I go after camping, man, oh yeah, I hear you on that, man.
Got over 33.
Dude, feels bad, man. My viewer count keeps going up and down because everyone keeps getting put staggered into ads.
Oh.
It's not my problem. I'm sorry, guys. I mean, just Twitch Prime and you'll be good. You can get out of those ads.
Like you can get out of hell if
just for the low price of $5 a month.
you can give me.
Well, that's what's happening, Gul'dan. There's so many ads going on right now. They're all like in ads, and then they get out of ads, and then they get in ads. We'll worry about followers in the next month or two. Gotta raise our ad revenue a little bit, make a little bit of moolah. Alright, I would just say just put 2 DPS, right?
What, for why?
Halls of Stone, we're gonna need someone, right?
I think so.
I do a lot of damage on this spec.
Do we want to try 3 minutes? I guess we could.
Non-heroic, I think we can.
Alright.
It's not on road. That's why.
That's why I use. Yeah, exactly.
No, that's what I said, non-heroic we can.
Exactly, Gul'dan, 100%.
Yep. They said on the road.
I did gain a couple Twitch Primes though by doing it. This is the new norm in Twitch, unfortunately. Like, Twitch, pretty much, you have to run ads. Obviously, you can stagger it, but still, you have to. The horrors beneath Old War. There was no question that people that fucking didn't think Old War was going to be a raid. Of course it was going to be a fucking raid.
Hey, look at this setup.
So this is what I really liked about the old Blizzard. Blizzard designed Wrath with in mind you needed a flying mount for the very end-game zones. They embraced it instead of acting like flying's like the worst fucking thing.
Yeah.
So I feel like, well, yeah, they're doing that with dragon flying or dragon flight, but I think it's kind of fucking stupid though. It's like, you should be able to, if you really want to fucking ride your dick fucking wyvern, you should be able to ride your dick wyvern. It's like, why should I have a fucking, like, if I don't like dragons, for example, I mean, I love dragons personally, but if I didn't like dragons, I would be fucked, right? Well, that's what I mean. They need to... That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to go back to the concepts of the old WoW because they realize no one fucking likes the new WoW since they got rid of it for Azayabi. So the problem is they're hiring people that are so fucking woke to make their game, and they're trying to get them to put in old successful concepts, and it really doesn't work. Well, yeah. So Blizzard is at a luxury to where it's like they have community feedback that care about the game, so they don't even need to come up with their own fucking ideas. Like, that is the best marketing luxury. Like, these fucking nerds, they know they're going to be living the rest of their lives in their parents' basements, so they're just fucking telling Blizzard what to do for them. So Blizzard's like, oh, we have free ideas, and they still manage to fuck it up somehow, which I have no idea how, but yeah. They're buffing the most OP spec. Dude. Wolf that shit. Arcane Mage. By the way, are you guys inside or no?
I was at the stove.
Oh, I'm inside.
Gotta summon Kevin.
Nope, I'm not here.
He's here.
Oh, I thought you said nope, I'm not
I'm
here.
Just at the front door.
Nope, I'm not here. Well, what spec are you referring to, Ghoul Daniel?
I'm right here.
So wait, what do we got here? We got a lot of people hanging out with us. Holy shit. I'm actually gonna do a head count in my chat because I think the Twitch view thing is lying. Actually, 5.
It's always off mine. I don't think anybody's in my chat, and it's always one viewer.
I have almost 70 people in my chat right now, and it's saying 36 view. Maybe some have me like, you know, thing muted, but it's still running ads. I think that's what's going. Like, you see how many people are actually in my chat? What the fuck? Holy crap.
I guess they want to watch your ads.
Hang out with me, guys. Watch my ads. Exactly. Would you like to buy this piece of shit next to me? About to get one tap. Oh, fucking Morlocks. Well, I mean, it's more than the amount of people that are actually in the chat, if that makes sense. Oh, Talon's girl's on Spooty Kit. The girl with the big tits and the big ass, man. Yeah, here we go. We're at 70 viewers now. That's what it sounds like. Look at that picture I sent on Discord. Oh, what? Why did they buff Destruction? Destruction did not need that. Like, that's actually atrocious. And why is my prayer fucking, Okay, so my prayer... Okay, now my prayer of fortitude's working. I was gonna say, why wasn't it working earlier, though?
I like the good one, the high one.
Oh, you know why it wasn't working. It's fucking Tandrid. He was buffing Commanding Shout like a fucking asshole.
I had to kill the beetle, sorry. It's dead now, though, you're good.
What beetle? Why'd you kill it?
You'll see it. Because it was taunting me.
Why don't you let Scurry on you?
What?
I drive a beetle. Now I think you figured me out.
Here's my cat. Say hi to my cat.
What's your cat's name? Oh, you have a Oh, never
Virginia.
mind. Oh, that cat. I thought you meant you, like... I was like, why have I never heard you had a cat?
I don't have a cat.
We boozies.
A Bombay kitty.
Oh my god. I think next month, since I'm having like it's gonna sound weird, like an initiation. Like, so since I got into another honor society, the National Technical Institute Honor Society, I think I'm gonna have B-dubs. I'm gonna guilt trip everyone to get me B-dubs. 3-man in the dungeon, yeah, so I get XP so they can carry my fucking broke ass. Sounds like a broke ass sexual chocolate. Imagine if Tandrid was a real friend and not milking his cow right now. Okay, Hello, I am under the water. Please help me. Alright, how much XP do I get? Let me see. Let's kill this rune warrior. Come on. Dude, this is so anticlimactic. I'm like watching this. How's the game going? But oh, the game's actually going really well. 1700 a kill. That's not that bad.
Good. Excellent. You're getting 2K in Oculus though. These are also
it was about the
lower
same. I lost the XP buff. Yeah.
Also lightning's a little better.
Yeah.
Just higher levels.
The game's going really well. I think I put the last, like, doodad, like, I put a massive ass zone statue in there. We're going to work on putting the quests in later this week. I got a general storyline for the alpha. It's kind of, like, fits a lot with the Elwyn Forest theme. they have a like syndicate, and it shows a little bit of hints of the evil in the game. But yeah, Moltron's gonna be briefly mentioned in there as like the fucking syndicate lord, like Van Cleef, man.
Go summon Juan.
Oh, Juan wants him?
Oh yeah, let's do
Who is Juan? Where is Juan?
Excuse you?
Where is Juan? No,
Excuse you. I know.
You should make a cow. Oh yeah, I have that. So in the zone Slifnir, there's a whole farm devoted to Tandred that I made.
Also, do you have quests for this?
No, I don't.
Dungeon? Okay, cool. I was gonna say, because if you did, I might still have them too, so share that shit.
Let me see, is there any quests on the zone? No, you probably get them all over the place. So the thing...
Yeah, I could probably, I gotta pick them up, I think.
I've never completed all the zones in Storm Peaks. So, I mean,
I'm probably
all the
gonna try
quests.
to do it this time because I need the
Oh yeah, I'm definitely.
currency. The emblems of heroism.
The emblems of heroin.
So I'm not willing to spend my emblems of valor to do it.
The valor to glory. We summoned our tax specialist. Okay, let's go on.
This will actually go really well. It's gonna be nasty.
So what's the Canadian IRS?
CRA.
The fuck's the CRA stand for?
It's not.
The Canada Revenue Agency.
Ah. Better have my money when it comes to collect. Pay up, pay up, pay up. Oh goodness. Dark Rune Elementalists. Why are there no White Rune Elementalists? A very good question, is it not?
The dungeon would be too bright, it'd be hard on the eyes.
That's true. It has to be the dark.
Represents, I guess, you know, like Star Wars, dark side.
Dark side.
It's from the ball.
It's like getting your asshole bleached.
Was it?
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Supposedly Evan said this is the fastest XP. I don't know.
I think Halls of Lightning might be, just because it's a higher level, just a bit of a higher level dungeon.
That's what I'm thinking.
But maybe the further you get into this, the better it is. Like, that guy probably feels good XP.
Well, Halls of Lightning NPCs are a lot more fucking annoying. Like the rune dude that spins and shit, I remember. Loken's a fucking pain in the ass. The Assembly of Iron.
Sorry. They're supposed to be on fucking defense. Not offense. Man, Pablo does crazy damage.
That's what that Divine Storm, man. Fucking hit that button. There's a rich Serenite behind us. You guys are the first group I've went with that has ever gone this way first. They usually go down this way. Yeah, it's like
It's the right way to go. Am
well, I usually just went to the end boss and then just backtracked. For the Cosmodon!
Should probably be here now.
I was trying to figure out how to run reruns today to be fucking lazy, but it didn't work out.
How do you not know how to run a rerun?
They removed
it's literally...
it. They removed it 2 months ago, and I think you have to be a Twitch partner to be able to do it now. Because I tried to just do it just like makeshift, and I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna fucking regular stream. Like, I see no one that's not a Twitch partner running it now.
The what? The reruns?
Yeah. I mean, we're gonna be Twitch partner in the next month or two, fam. Gonna put in there and be like, I'll suck Bezos' cock. You know, fucking.
Finally get my money. I know.
Better have my money when I come to collect it.
I know. It's about fucking time. I was gonna send a fucking hitman out for you. Like, where the fuck is my goddamn money? Take the Dogo hostage and everything. Fucking hell.
I mean, the government's already fucking done that with my taxes.
Where should do it again? Dude, did you see the fucking bullshit for not this year's taxes, but next year's? They're gonna fucking add like 8% extra or something like that for like fucking us getting shit back. I'm like, say fucking less, bro. Especially next year. I want to get fucking docked next year hard.
Dude, fucking all I know is they need to get rid of this fucking tax thing as soon as possible that fucking Trump and them put in. It is the
what tax
worst.
thing?
Their fucking tax code they currently have. It is fucking.
Oh no, they're not. No, they're not getting rid of fucking tax cuts.
No, not the tax cuts. I'm talking about like the 36 or 37% bullshit. That's like fucking ridiculous. You remember the whole thing?
I'm confused.
The thing that they passed a couple years ago, without even like looking at it, and like deferring all of the costs in like 2024, 2025.
Oh, they're gonna keep deferring now. Yeah. Oh, wait. You think that in someone's right mind
that
they're gonna fucking?
I hope they defer it because I don't want.
No, they're gonna keep. They're gonna keep fucking deferring it. There's no way. Especially now with like inflation fucking causing a recession. There's no way. There's absolutely.
I would
no
argue we're in a recession. That's the problem. People are.
Well, I mean, people are saying that, but I disagree with you. Just because the fucking labor market is still too fucking strong, which is odd, but the same. I mean, yeah, I'm saying for now, but it's.
There's
we're not in a
too
recession.
much money that's pumped in the system still from COVID, is what it is. They still have all of their fucking embezzled money that they took for free. And then
they're still using it.
Yeah, as soon as that runs out, that's when you're gonna have your issue. Because it's like Decentraland all embezzling their fucking money magically, like everyone.
Oh, I forgot the fucking mechanic. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, fucking Gruul. I was just looking.
Yeah, like, Gruul-esque. I fucking forgot. That's my Gruul. Oh my god, that's an actual upgrade for me.
Yeah, nice.
It is.
Jesus.
Gruul, the dragon.
Thank you.
Slayer.
But it's odd because I don't want to get like too political, obviously, but with economics, you kind of have to get political to some extent. I saw like an article. Apparently, like working class people, because it's obviously working class people. Why wouldn't it be them? Always causing fucking problems. Lol. But
feels poor, man.
Them saying like, oh, you know, like the reason why when I go vote Republican is because like, you know, it's inflation and all this other shit. It's like, you clearly don't understand what inflationary periods are. Like you don't, and it's sad. Like at first I used to get like real mad, but now it's like, it's sad that you're this fucking poor, you're this dumb, and then your kids are having to fucking deal with your idiocy. Like, it's actually fucking sad. Like, blaming a political party for, like, fucking inflation and shit. It's like, it's both administrations caused the fucking inflationary period that we're in right now. The fucking Donald Trump era.
It's all the old people.
I mean, it's fucking obvious that we had to pump fucking trillions of dollars into the fucking economy. What the fuck do you think was gonna happen if we didn't?
Well, yeah, they were just, like, fucking taking money, like, left and right. Like, that's literally all they were doing.
Well, no, it's not even taking money. Like I said, I disagree with that mantra because, like I said, it was money that needed to be pumped into the fucking system. There were more than 30 million people unemployed from fucking day one since they shut everything down. Like, you can't sit here with a straight face and fucking tell me otherwise.
Before COVID. Before COVID, everyone's just lying there.
Oh, I mean, the tax cuts and stuff like that, I mean, arguments can be made, but, like, again, I disagree with that notion. That somehow, some way, the tax cuts or, you know, pushing that, whatever the fuck that is down is going to cause an inflationary period. No, I disagree with that.
Well, not completely. It's definitely not helping. For sure.
No, it's not helping, but the vast majority of it was the fact that we gave fucking people money too fast. And I'm not talking about like working class people, I'm talking about in general. Like, you're just pumping into an economic system too much money too fast. And then obviously it doesn't help that the Fed fucking stood there for fucking months knowing that this was going to happen.
He was
and
making money on his own. That's why he was.
Well, not he. All of them were. And then they got caught by fucking Elizabeth Warren and all of them. It was like, yeah, this is what you fucking did, you idiot. Like, and now, obviously, I'm pretty sure that even if the Fed raised fucking rates all the way up, because mortgage rates are up right now over 7%. So, even with that, it's still not going to fucking, like, decrease inflation. Like, a recession's going to happen before fucking prices come down.
For sure. Oh, I forgot.
I remember that mechanic. Oh, dude, oh my god. Yo soy un puto Dios.
I think you just have to turn around. I can't remember.
No,
you have to get in dark
dip
stuff.
the void zone.
Let's like avoid it and then use it.
Yeah.
It's made in the virtue. From, here it is.
Yep, stay in it. Get out.
Dude, I almost got cucked because she despawned it.
Oh yeah, the circle. Yeah, you're supposed to get to the one that she spawns. You gotta pay attention to that.
I have not done this place in God knows how long.
We did it on heroic yesterday. It was hard.
Oh, I thought you hard on heroic. Oh, grats.
Let me put that on my neck. Oh yeah, daddy.
Put that choker on, yeah.
Yeah, the chains. You feel these fiery orbs around my neck? Oh yeah.
Oh. So apparently, Kev, you got real fucking tilted at Evan last night or some shit. Yo, he told me this morning. I wasn't here. Oh,
because he turned on Path of Frost and killed you or something.
Yeah, he knows. It was just really bad timing. He doesn't know this. Like, you just don't do that when you're pugging only one person. Like, it's just, there's just so much in it. It's like, I called him a 5-year-old.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, Jimmy would fucking do it regardless, but yeah.
No, but I don't know. The only two people that he killed were the two people that could res the dungeon, by the way. That's why I got pissed off. And he got lucky that his fucking, that he's an engineer, and lucky that his engineer tool worked.
Oh, it actually worked. Of course, it's fucking Evan. Why wouldn't it work? Yeah. If it was everybody else, it would have fucking, it would have just been fucking.
But it, I was actually pissed off. I was like, you gotta be fucking joking.
Dude, this motherfucker.
His like Ludmilla just said don't do it, and then immediately after that, it came down immediately afterwards.
This motherfucker.
I didn't even know what they were fucking talking about, and they just killed me in the paladin. Great, good
fucking
job.
Evan literally would rather take the quest. Evan would rather sit through my ads than give me a Twitch Prime today, so I made sure to pump the ads.
Oh shit! They're enraged.
They're enraged.
My bad, I'm not paying attention.
This is where I got the name Lore Keeper back in the day, the noble Lore Keeper. I was like, the earthen and the old gods are linked. Lore Keeper Jimmy.
Oh.
Yes.
That's still fucking
Yeah,
funny though that you like.
Evan tanking on this on heroic, by the way. We fucking wiped on the fucking the thing. We wiped while doing the gauntlet on heroic. Because he doesn't really know how to pull mobs. I don't want to shit on him, but he doesn't.
He doesn't know how to play the game, Field Demon.
No, he just doesn't know how to pull like excess mobs. He just stands there and waits for everything to come close to him, which makes every DPS and every healer, caster, whatever, just have to dodge mobs until he finally gets aggro on something. He never tries to go out of his way to get the aggro.
Yeah, you're supposed to get to the mobs and then fucking pull them back, cause then healing
like,
aggro, dude. Fucking tell me about it, man.
I told him straight up. I was like, you're not giving yourself a good application for main tank, by the way. I said that to him yesterday.
Dude, I
was so pissed. I don't even care. I was so mad. I was like, you don't do stupid
tank.
shit.
So
and then be bad at it.
I'm pretty sure fucking Jimmy knows this. Maybe Jimmy, if I told you, I fucking did tank the like the first few tiers in Wrath. I did tank. I was a fucking beast. Okay?
I'm garbage at tanking. We all know
not. His character's okay. Like his character's fine. He's getting better at the rotation stuff. He's not beastly though. He gets basically almost one tapped a lot. Like a third of his two-thirds of his damage is gone a lot, but that might just be the build. It might just be him getting used to it. Like there's a lot of things. I'm not roasting him on it. He's still trying to figure it out.
Is it feasible? Question though. Is it feasible to have two fucking prop paladins in a?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
They're the best fucking tank. I mean,
it'd be easy to get you tank here too, because I am basically.
Dude, fucking Evan would.
Evan's gonna like fucking jump off a bridge.
I was gonna say,
but I do want to have it ready to some extent. You know.
I was gonna say he was going to do the L word that ends with the H to you, Pablo. I can't say it because I'm on stream.
You're so stupid. The water. Wait, you actually have that? Wait, you have all this gear? No,
yeah, look at this welfare, man.
What?
Like,
oh my
god! Look at all this. This guy got.
I did one. I
disgusting.
I got nothing, but I got one piece.
This guy went to fucking Goodwill one night and just walked away.
Who's fucking? How much did you sell your soul for that? Like, oh my god!
I mean, that's a perk with tanking with the DK, and everything that dropped in there was like fucking.
That is disgusting.
So the next night
look at all that. Everything has defense rating on it, and fucking.
Yeah.
Dude,
look at his face. Look at his eyes.
Look at his eyes.
In EOE the other night, and so I brought like 4 or 5 people from our guild, and then everybody got a piece as well. I didn't get one the last time, but yeah, the first time I went with the guild, then I was like, this guy actually knows how to lead a pug. Like he's pretty calm. He's very descriptive on like who needs to do
it's
what.
Not me.
His name's Dust Runner. He's just a guy.
Oh, okay.
Does he have Twitch Prime?
He's a shaman.
Death by Snoo.
Does he have a Twitch Prime?
But he invites us usually to their Friday man 25 NACs, so until we have enough people to run it,
you guys should definitely. I mean, that's what Tanger's been doing now, so.
Don't worry, give it time. I will. I'll be the most hated person on the server by saying I'm the #1 streamer, which I think I am. I have 70 something. Yeah. People are actually. So I went through my analytics. They look up Maladash, so I just keep putting it in there. So like, who's this fucking asshole who has 20 fucking ads an hour?
Yeah, you got 5 minutes of stream time.
Dude, we were talking about this yesterday too. It was the fucking hilarious part.
I was like, wow.
Don't worry, I'll adjust some other stuff though.
Dude, I'm looking at your gear right now.
We'll adjust it for special events.
Disgusting. Actually disgusting. Your judgment
can
ability
skip
also
all
loses your
ads
shield
with Twitch
block
Prime,
value by
though.
352 for 10 seconds.
Right? It's like, okay.
You gotta be joking. Like, you can literally go and fucking solo tank fucking boss fights now with that. It's retarded.
Yeah.
Pardon my French. It's actually stupid.
Healing Sean is the absolute best. It's the greatest.
Is it fun, dude? I'm glad you guys are having fun though.
You can just meme while you heal me. It doesn't.
Well, I can meme while healing you, but also it allows me to focus on DPS that need heals, like that actually, because sometimes their gear isn't up or whatever the case is, or sometimes like it just helps on really weird, shitty situations.
Can heal almost as much as he can too. 3K, 4K.
That's insane, dude.
Also, there is one time though when we wiped that it was not Evan's fault in any way, shape, or form because I accidentally tried to sit down to get water. No, this was my fault. I sat down to get water and I was sitting right here. My ass was in the laser beam as the healer. Like I had no idea what was going on. I was so out of it yesterday too. Like that's probably why I was really pissed off at him because I was so out of it. But at the same time, like that one was definitely not his fault. There's no
you want to know?
Shot.
You want to know what's hilarious though? It's like this basically happens where like you'll be tilted out of your mind, right? Just nothing is going right, and then you're sitting there trying to fucking play the game, and then you fuck up because you're so fucking triggered, right? Like you can't focus.
And everybody's just snicking at you, being like,
yeah. Oh, dude. Oh. Welcome to healer life. That's basically what a healer is. You get tilted, and then fucking you just get rocked.
I'm still seeking compensation for this expansion. And that's all I gotta say. The Shadowlands. I'm entitled.
Jimmy, the person that deserves fucking healer reparations in this fucking game would happen to be me. You haven't done jack shit. Me, on the other hand, I've had to sit here and fucking do the most disgusting shit in Shadowlands to fucking play the game. I don't even want to hear it from you.
Dude, the same shit. I had to play with a man that parses fish on Sunday nights.
Well, that's a you problem. That's not a me problem. I had a fucking Hall of Famer fucking tank, man.
You had the one fucking.
You say parses fish.
Like we used to troll fucking Jelly because he used to work. Well, I think he still works at a.
Yeah, he.
Fish.
I thought you meant like a fishing profession. Wow, and like dude was like. Trying to win every.
Oh, like parsing like real fucking like salmon and stuff. It was really.
He was counting salmon.
By the way.
Fuck. That's an upgrade for my shit. So if nobody needs that, I'm eating on it.
There'll be plenty later, Bran. Shut the fuck up. Let's go.
The chest piece that I'm wearing is technically my healer chest piece, anyways.
Maradin.
That's.
Did you see Asman got mythic? Wait, did he? Who gave it to him? Who gave it to him, Gul'dan? Sorry, I was healing. I missed your thing. What the fuck? That's bullshit, though.
But yeah, I'm glad you guys are having fucking fun and shit.
I'm
not having fun at all.
Yeah,
they
use it for recruitment.
In terms of game, it's just a bullshit that I have to do for fucking work in school.
You like bullshit? Yes.
Yeah, I love bullshit. In my mouth.
Yeah, leveling sucks.
No, it's not even like leveling that I'm like pissed about at all. I'm not pissed about like this game. It's just that I come home tired and then I'm like, bro, do I really want to fucking play? Like unless we do like groups like these, right? Where it's like I'm just playing with friends. At that point, when I get on, I'm just.
Do I really want a group with Evan and then I go to bed?
I'm gonna clip every single time you mention Evan's name, and I'm just gonna show him like how fucking toxic you are. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Dude, he doesn't give me money anymore. What the fuck?
That doesn't mean you fucking shit on somebody,
yeah,
dumbass.
Yeah.
I mean, I shit on you, but you're my best friend. That's the fucking difference, all right?
He's also the main tank now. The main tanks take the shit, man.
The main tanks. I do want to get like some tank gear if like nobody fucking needs it, and I just want to fucking try to like see how fucking like if I remember anything. Because all I remember in this fucking game was like spinning my fucking cock as fucking rat, and that's pretty much it.
I mean, it's either that or you off spec heals.
Yeah, I gotta do like one or the other. That is true.
Because we do kind of need both.
I'm the greatest of my
I'm still debating.
Not to say that you shouldn't ret.
We're gonna need someone with an off tank for patchwork too, because you need at least 3 or 4 tanks for patchwork.
Only her.
And then you swap
only 25.
What is that fucking strike called? The fucking offhand he has, dude. That is
once you two are
hateful strike.
Really close
yes.
to doing a 10-man, so we can just start 10 mans every days for a round.
I slowly will get the tanks, and I have the swords, the shield, like a couple epic pieces, but like I haven't really.
So okay, so question: the 10-man you can do 2 tanks, but the the 25 is where you need like 3 at a bare minimum.
Because the fucking fourth tank in case one of your tanks goes down.
Yeah, that shit hits hella hard, bro. I still remember.
Dude, I was gonna hit it for 38k. Jesus. I was like, okay.
Yeah, you can one-shot by that shit. I've been one-shot before by that nonsense. The fun times. Fun fucking times.
When I did it with a warrior, a paladin, and a death knight, I want to say the warrior main tanked and the paladin and the death knight were off tanks.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
We had a death knight main tank and the whole 25 man. He's fucking the death knight.
Yeah, the 25 I had was fucking jerk.
Wait, can you interrupt that or no?
No,
I think so.
No. The
No,
thing
you
that
have
he was
to
just
run
casting.
out of.
Oh, okay. All right, now.
Guy's like not even hitting me.
Yeah, he's probably missing.
I look at you again, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, he hit me for 800, 900.
Dude, Atomic and I took Jimmy through fucking
I'm
the
actually getting
Oculus normal. We 3-manned that. Yeah, we 3-man normal Oculus and fucking.
Yeah, we could have 3-manned this too.
There you go. There's a tank. Pablo.
Just taking longer. Yeah, there you go.
There's vendor trash right there, Pablo.
Vendor trash. I need to sell shit.
Yeah. Just do what Jimmy does in Diablo and just drop it on the ground for me to pick up. Basically.
Yeah, one of
It's
you
like
fucks is gonna pick it up.
That's all we did in fucking, what was like the frost hold area or whatever.
Wait, where do I turn in this quest?
Back there, Bran.
So you had to talk to the guy.
Bronze beard. Gotta rub his beard. Where the fuck are you? No, at the end of the boss we just killed.
Oh.
This
What's
man's
back
going
there?
all the
I'm
way to
like,
fucking
back there,
China,
like-
man.
But they copy the shit out of it.
Wait, is it complete?
I think
Probably
so.
taller than a tar and I'm a mount.
Oh, it is.
Hey, yeah. Let's go. Nice, man.
They see me roll on a Segway.
And roll in
I don't
the
have
ass
wings.
because that's so right underneath.
Are we going Halls of Lane?
I'll go.
Dude, this game is telling me to like tank because basically all the fucking quests that have like blues, they're all fucking tank gear. Like it's so favorable for tanks as expansion for like leveling wise. It's insane.
Oh, I never realized how cool
Look
this
at these
fucking helm
peasants running around the ground mounts. Oh.
Are you taunting? You're an ass clown.
Oh, look at these
Okay.
peasants out there.
Yo, check out my fucking mask, bros.
Do you want to see my mask?
Face mask is
Do
scary.
you want to touch my
This
ass?
is my actual helmet. Jeez. Look out.
Wanna fuck?
It replaced my horns. Horns.
Yeah, this will give you a higher XP. 79's already. Alright, we need Juan to pull some big dick pumping DPS.
Oh yeah?
Wrong. MKT?
Which boss do you want me to use my elites on?
Oh wait, we're doing fucking lightning?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Ride the lightning, dude. Jump in the fire!
For your last
Fire in the
we did
bowl.
Halls of Stone, 258,000 XP an hour. That's not bad. So you do that like 3 or 4 times. You go back and forth between these two, and you get pretty much a level, right?
Pretty much. I mean, I'm 6 bars from level technically, a little bit over 6 bars from level.
You should be there soon.
I am almost halfway. I leveled 2 hours ago.
Oh, nice.
Looking.
Take a quick
Bro,
break.
these guys are fucking ladies and shit. Oh shit.
yeah.
I am the gayest of my father's sons.
I forgot I gotta stand behind them. These guys fucking cleave.
They don't cleave if they stand still.
My house, it reeks with white. It reeks with white. Remember Snook? Snook got so mad.
Dude, I'm gonna have to fucking min-max in this fucking game. It's been so long since I min-maxed. Like, wait, what's up?
You gotta watch more.
Can you feel its anger, Snook? My anger.
Shut the fuck up. Can you feel its anger? My anger! Oh, man. Fucking...
It grows uncontrollably.
I gotta drink fucking diet energy drinks, though, man. Calms me down.
Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm drinking diet.
Oh, shit.
It's like that's bad for your heart. It's like I told diet. I'm like, oh my god.
Where's Snook been anyways? I saw him
He
on,
sent
like,
me a message the other day. He's like, Jimmy. I'm like, Snookums, you want to level? And he's like, no. He's like,
no,
he's
I'm
like,
RPing.
you're not even level 80 yet. What the fuck? Like I'm a fucking.
I'm like,
hero.
I'm making a video game? Question mark? Like, what?
Yeah.
And I'm going to school.
Smoke 'em, yeah.
Hell yes.
Oh my god.
Someday.
Apparently I'm streaming wrong. I need to be licking a microphone while I play WoW.
I do the same. You might make the rest of us fall asleep.
Wait, what's up?
You might make the rest of us fall asleep if you start doing ASMR.
Asshole, asshole, ASMR.
So like farting?
Yeah.
Is that a rule? Are you allowed to fart on your stream? Like,
Yeah, you're allowed to. Why would well?
It's called being an American.
Well, I mean, if that one fucking Puerto Rican girl can get fucked on stream and only get a fucking week ban, I don't see why you can't fart on your mic.
Damn, that's hot.
Well, what she did was she had herself in view and she was getting pounded
just, like,
from
bans
behind.
people.
Yeah. Train's like, you can see this bitch is clearly getting pounded like ground.
Like Pound Town.
It's like,
yeah.
He's like, we all know what she was doing. There's no way she was just gyrating.
This fucking monkey, bro. What the fuck?
So does.
I don't think he's on Twitch anymore. Like, he actually was
play-
depressed his last fucking thing.
What do you call it? The new Overwatch, I think.
Overwatch.
Yeah,
Oh,
Overwatch.
yeah?
He plays the other one too. Another shooter.
Valorant.
I forgot we had to always wait for this fucking idiot.
I am the gayest of my father's sons. Watch, he's gonna say it.
He plays Counter-Strike to it.
Oh yeah, he
Wait,
always...
this guy says that?
I'm the greatest of my father's sons.
Oh! I fucked up! Heal me!
This man just got bukkakied in the face.
Oh, fuck off, man.
Did you run it on me, you piece of shit? Oh, Kev, you gotta move out. Holy shit!
Oh, what the fuck are you doing?
Come back in.
I got one.
Run back. We gotta kill these fucking...
I got one shot.
Dude, because they're fucking like 3 levels or 4 levels above me, like I'm missing. Like, it's fucked up.
Hold on. In half a second, he did 20,000 damage to me. What the fuck?
You got fucking wrecked. I went in too early, that's my bad.
It was
dude, I'm
because
being
he charges the furthest back person, and I forgot.
Oh, you're an idiot.
Oh, whoops. Oh, wait, no, that doesn't.
Oh my god.
Oh, that was fucking funny.
Ooh, that hurt.
Dude, he's gonna fucking put it in my ass again. Hold on. Someone get in front of me, or behind me. Someone. Dude, you fucker, Popeye. Closer.
Why would we? We're melee. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but he's gonna fuck me. Like, watch. He's gonna charge me.
I went, we killed it, relax.
He's gonna fuck me.
Just dig your ring.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to be using that because they don't have fucking strength rings, which is, it's so odd. Man.
Feels talon, man. Oh, okay.
You good?
Yeah.
Are we good?
Jimmy's like busted.
I know, right? He's like,
Yeah, because the storm mender just took his colossal dick out and starts fucking literally put. I was gonna say.
Oh, my fucking repentance missed!
Oh, I thought you were gonna say my fucking Republican missed. I'm like,
my god.
Yeah, I'm a Republican dick missed! Ow!
Dude, I hear one more fucking thing on the radio about, like, dude, all I hear on the radio now about the fucking elections coming up is like, this candidate sucks ass. This candidate's like a rape.
don't worry. As soon as
welcome to American politics. It's midterms for you. I mean, that's elections period for you.
as soon as the World Series is over, whether we win or lose in Philadelphia, it's gonna be on fire. That's gonna be on
both fucking like smear advertisements. Recent politicians like this politician wants to deny abortion. I'm like, I swear to God.
At least
well,
one
they
of
did.
the
Well, I mean, they did propose a national ban. The Republicans did in the fucking Senate. I mean, it's not wrong, but I get what you're coming at. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, stop fucking just
flooding the airwaves with millions of dollars and fucking dark money. That the
all
Supreme Court...
I hear is the feels Andrew Tate.
No, I laughed.
Fucking idiot.
Women should wear collars like the dogs they are.
What about women?
That's an Andrew Tate thing. He pretty much says women should wear collars like the dogs they are.
No,
like
I laughed at the end of one of like the.
Cool
Watch you get canceled because you're laughing at that.
Cool Dan said based. Andrew Tate definitely.
God, you're getting canceled. Yep, you're getting fucking reported. Let's go, boys.
Well, no, I don't agree with fucking Andrew Tate.
Yeah, sure.
Well, actually, Meat Canyon's video is fucking hilarious. I'm surprised Aiden Ross actually isn't. Of course, they're not going to ban Aiden Ross because he's so much money, but like Aiden Ross is like a huge supporter of him.
Yeah, he was in the video.
He gets a pass because he's like the mentally ill white kid. That's why. He gets a pass. Literally, mentally ill white people get fucking passes. Like, it's basically what that is. You can't sit here with a straight face and tell me that's not true. It is. Whether you fucking like it or not. Oh, be careful. We gotta be careful here. We gotta be careful. Don't not kill them all at once.
And let me get up the stairs if you do that.
Let me get up the stairs if you do that. How about you fucking heal me instead?
Dude, I am fucking healing more than Jesus right now. Look at this shit.
Yeah, you are. Not really. You're doing less than 2K.
That's what we call Holy Nova, man. Look at the white ghosts. Look at their face.
Oh my God. Look at these Klansman robes on me, man. Fuck. You remember the fucking the wearable?
I can't believe. Actually, that's another interesting take. Where the fuck did Wilderness go? They like took their money and just like vanished.
Dude, that's
after we called them out.
Dude, that's the beauty of making a video game. You can like be like, oh, we're gonna make this like bomb ass fucking game and get all this money and then just completely take it and there will be no repercussions whatsoever.
Feels India, man. Like fucking holy shit.
Damn. Is it because she's Indian? Is that why?
Well, no. It's literally they call themselves a small indie company, and they're from India. So I was like, what?
This fucking guy is so brain dead. It's fucking.
Yeah, you don't even get it, dude.
Yeah, I know. I said it.
Get it.
Well, no, in all seriousness, though, they scam that shit. Like, India's well known for scams. Like, that kind of shit. They rug pulled so much money for this game.
They're also known for having, like, the best doctors on the planet, too. Just let's throw that out there for a fucking person that didn't know.
Well, yeah.
Oh, my God, that's funny as
They also have the best fucking, what is it called? Superman knockoff, too.
The B-rated movies, dude. Bollywood.
Bollywood, the best shit.
Oh, dude, watching fucking Jimmy be fucking ignorant is the best thing, I swear. I mean, that's fucking blockbuster shit. I pay to see that nonsense. Oh, man. Oh, fuck, I can't even right now, man.
You see his crotch pot right there, man? That's how he cooks his roast. I used to say Snook likes being in his crotch pod. He's like, it's a fucking crock pot, Jimmy. It's a fucking crotch pod.
Wait, so what the fuck does this boss do again? I fucking forget.
He makes shit.
Oh, he can't!
Yeah. You have to kill them. So you have to
Oh, yeah,
kill
I didn't know
them.
that, dude. I did not know that. To kill them. It's news to me, man.
I want to kill them. They're pretty. You seem like good friends.
How you guys are in a locked channel? I don't think are we in a locked channel?
You might be.
Who said that?
Yeah, we can be.
Gul'dan.
Oh, yeah.
But
Junior
you
channel.
promised conquest, Charon.
Oh, he fucking nailed me!
Yeah, you
So
actually
he
went pretty good, too.
detonates depending on how many ads are up. So if you don't kill the ads, he blows them up.
Yeah, but you didn't blow them up, though. You killed them.
I love to see you pee on us tonight. I love to see.
You can jump in the fire.
Dun, 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 dun. We can drag him in.
It's like, yo, it's always the Indians, man, because they said that they had a fucking indie game company.
Oh god.
I'm fucking dead, bro.
Let me pull up the Decentraland DAO while we're doing this. Actually, Shake and Bake is pretty much said he quit DCL today. He's like, I love how they're always talking about bringing more people, but the people driving them away is their own little clique. It's kind of the truth.
You mean JTV and all of them?
That's what we were talking about.
No, not JTV.
like, 8
they're
months
kicking JTV to the curb.
Wait, they're taking him what?
They're kicking him. They hate JTV. I've been like preaching this for months. They fucking despise JTV.
On DCL?
Yep.
But he wants DCL to succeed, though.
They want to just take the money out. They don't give a shit.
You want to take the money out?
Well, I mean, he actually wants to grow. He's put $15,000. I don't know why.
He's been doing the same thing that we wanted to do, which is grow the game, and that's why we got rejected by the people that created the game too. Is because they don't want to grow the game. They just
want the money.
Down,
they want the money.
But not shut it down. They just want to rug pulls. And that's how it goes. That's how they're doing it anyways, I should say.
Jimmy, in this room, always stand on top of the fucking console.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, do.
Oh no, we're feared.
Oh,
Whenever you walk into these areas, this is when the ads spawn, by the way. So when you see where my shield is right now, where I am, when you step on these, that spawns the ads.
Dude, thank God fucking Jimmy knows what the fuck he's doing.
Everyone run! Where's Evan when we need him?
Shake totem up. Shake. Roll.
Wait, don't you have field ward?
Oh yeah. I do.
Yo.
Gets called out. Feels bad, man. Yo, what up?
No, someone messaged me in game. Paradise messaged me. I'll just post it.
Did someone say order a knuckle sandwich?
Yeah, I was like, what is that? And then, yeah, it's like a 400.
Did someone order a fucking knuckle sandwich? You want to get fisted in my asshole?
How'd I get?
How'd I get fisted? That's what Mariana asked. Oh yeah, my pussy. Callum the other day, he's like, Jimmy, I can't do it. I'm like, my pussy. He's telling.
Wait, what happened?
Tell was at the other day, like, God damn it, Jimmy. Every time I was like, oh, my pussy.
English?
I was wondering the same thing. You just, whenever you don't really want to say something, but you want to say it, you just trail off so much that nobody can actually understand or hear what you're saying.
He's like, English?
All the time. Happens all the time. You just want to say something like offside, but you don't, so you kind of half say it.
Dude, I'm getting stunned. Fuck it. You know what? Let me just do nothing.
Oh, I'm getting worm rest a cord rep. Oh boy. Got my handy dandy. I was about to say cape on. Tabard on.
Tabard? Yeah. Oh, you actually have the fucking tabard. I need to go pick those up.
Beluska, dude, go fuck you.
Killed my fire totem.
First spell, I fucking interrupted this whole time.
GG.
Fucking Jesus.
I love the weapons I'm using because they both look really sick, but they both
So,
attack really slow.
question, why are all the air elementals Middle Eastern?
What?
Like, look at his head. He's got, like, and then look at Skywall and Cataclysm.
Wait, why do they look Middle Eastern to you?
Because they got turbans and shit on them. Like, they
Their
literally...
head is a swirl?
Yes!
Man, why are you stretching to kind of be racist?
No, like,
Jimmy is the most
Blizzard
iconic
developed... Blizzard has developed...
What the fuck are you doing?
Wait, what am I doing?
Just
Get out of the group!
Oh, come here, Pablo.
Just shut up and heal.
Give me a unintentional
Well, no, they actually had a thing for Shadowfang Keep that actually was racist. They literally used to drop. No, like it actually was documented. They dropped like chicken, watermelons, and shackles, and he used to call the Worgen his filthy creations and shit. Like they actually had to get removed.
That may be true, but it doesn't mean that everything you see in the game is racist. That's the point I think that I'm trying to make.
I mean, we have the cubicle crawler, man. He designed this guy. Cubicle crawl, goddamn it. What even is okay? So, in all seriousness, what is the cubicle crawl? Like, I can't.
It's the people that were like spying on people or whatever.
Wait. So you're saying like he would get, like so? He would be fucking crawling under.
That's what it means.
So they'd be like designing a new level, and you have a Frozzy Hobby going under the cubicle.
Oh, you're so stupid. It's fucking crazy.
I need to point
Look at all the upgrades. What the fuck?
I need to point
Do you need it?
something.
No, I don't need that.
It's apparently better cuffs.
But Pablo, for real quick.
What?
So as a meme, I was gonna look up cubicle crawling to find a definition. I'm gonna share my screen. You're gonna have.
Oh, for what? Oh god.
Oh god.
Look at this. This is illegal.
I literally laughed so hard that I just like choked my fucking lungs out and shit.
Just gonna leave that highlighted thing there.
Please,
Mir ist kalt. Wait, I need to hold on. Am I watching your stream?
What? Inventor of the cubicle crawl. Dude, Pablo is fucking shit.
Oh wait, are you streaming it?
Yeah, look at my
What the fuck is this? Introducing cubicle crawler toy.
What?
I haven't watched.
Yeah, that's kind of wild, man.
What the fuck? Oh, I'm gonna see this.
Dude, that reminds me of like some shit like someone flips a penny in front of a kid to get him to bend over, like some pedophile shit right there.
Alright, let's see what this video
You're
is.
so fucked.
Oh,
you guys
fuck.
are fucked. You guys are fucked. You just fucked up.
Are you watching this?
Well, I mean, I couldn't. You guys gotta pull. I can't get over the hill.
You stand back and then you wait. Yeah.
Well, no, you pull that for XP.
Oh, he doesn't even have to follow. You just like stay back there and just hit. Like.
Just make sure to interrupt the charge fury. That's the only thing that's gonna kill you. Flurry or whatever.
Let me know when you have a second.
Okay, it's okay. Toma's never gonna die, so it's
No,
fine.
he will die from the Rune Shapers if the Rune Shapers get their shit.
Well, I killed it, so it's fine.
Yep, yeah, they do.
I was like the Jesus of prop paladins back in the day. That thing would always fuck me in the ass. Before I went terrible at the game.
Heroic.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's not heroic.
It still does damage though.
It does damage,
It
but
does
it's
like
not heroic. Heroic, on the other hand, will fucking eat you alive.
For 50k.
Yeah.
Over the whole fight.
Look at
Dude's
Glyph
got
Ash, what the
31k health
fuck
right
is
now. I don't
this?
think we're-
That's worth a lot of money, is what it is.
I have 2 of those.
I think it's player centric.
Here, Pablo, watch my stream.
I am watching your stream.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
No.
It's so odd.
What?
We're gonna do the same pull again and not die, so you get experience.
And if anybody has any excess water, that'd be great.
Only
'Cause I
piss in a
keep,
jar.
selling all my purple waters because they do nothing to me.
Here, I pissed in a jar for her.
Wait, hold on, let's see. World boss reset token.
Does this
Force
fucking...
creative endless
Bro,
resist
I buy that
free
reset
storage. TCG loot box, hourglass of travel, lockout reset token, Druid Thistle 2, mercenary mode character pass, cubic control.
Oh my god.
Lockout reset token.
Dude, that would be sick. I would buy that.
It turns you into one of those fucking things from Botanica. Those fucking like leeches from TBC.
I'd buy it.
For $9, you can turn into one of those like. Oh my.
Alright, you're getting kings and you're getting kings. Apparently, I don't have the best fucking.
That's great. Cubicle crawler toy. Urban Dictionary cube crawler. Alright, this should be good.
The Frozzy Obby.
Wait, that guy at work that goes from cubicle to cubicle, telling everybody in
Spell
the
me?
office the exact same thing. Usually a lame story about what he did last weekend. The cube crawler is also the cube crawler is also the same guy who feels necessary to touch your computer screen at least 8 times a day. What?
The fuck is going on?
I did have some guy at work that used to do that, no lie, but he would like walk next to my computer and just like touch it, like while he's talking to me. I'm like,
oh my god.
Yeah, there are people like that. I remember that at Dell too. It's kind of funny. They just come over and like just tap your screen and make it shake. Just well, like sometimes it was funny, but it definitely got old. There's always like no, it's it's
finger gesture.
Yeah, they usually just tap. Like in my experience, they're just tapping the top of it. They're not touching the actual like screen. But they're just like tapping the top of it as they go by, as like a way to say
Interrupt
hello.
or stun it?
At first, it's funny, and then it's like a bit obnoxious after a while. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like okay, ha ha ha.
Like a ha fuck off.
Behind us.
Yeah.
I guess I got rep for this too.
Yeah, digging that too.
I'm the greatest of my father's sons.
Trying to raise Kieran towards that ring, and then I'm gonna go Argent Crusade again.
Oh god, Pablo. Literally, it's just...
but they have decent alright.
Protect the heart of America. What is this?
Oh, sorry about that, guys.
Oh yeah, I still have it up. It's like an ad. I was just gonna watch this dude live stream. It's like, join the Capitol Police.
Do you like capital punishment? Do you want to join Ashley Babbitt? No, I'm kidding.
That chick got fucking like wrecked.
Dude, that guy had bomb squad on the back of his vest. That's next week.
The Wandeek.
Dude, someone had Emma Watson's Wandeek that day.
Oh, you saw it. It was that big black guy. Like they had him on the news, and he's like, I
didn't know black people knew how to shoot. I guess fucking white people are gonna be even more scared now.
In game, of course.
No.
In game. We're talking
was white people always like scared of fucking like black people, and then they're like, oh shit, that motherfucker can shoot. Oh fuck, it's coming.
I never understood like why like gangsters and shit like supposedly in the 2000s would always turn their guns to the side and shit. Like it made no sense.
Yeah, I don't know what do that.
Like obviously it was to try to look cool, but you know it obviously never did anything.
I don't know.
I saw a video of a guy who was like trying to be a gangster and shoot at a shooting range like that, and he didn't hit the target once. He didn't shoot the target once, and the buddy watching him was like, "Bro, you didn't hit shit." And he looks at the camera and goes, "Sometimes it be like that." And it's like, wow.
Sometimes it be like that.
That's how I picture it.
Yeah.
Just
hit the crowd.
Right.
When Jimmy says
exactly.
Black, that's what I picture.
Man ago.
Just some idiot who can't get the fucking blood out of a barn.
You know they're pissed at like a Frosty Obby for putting the fucking globes in here because every time there's a new expansion they have to update the fucking globes for a new fucking thing to appear. Yeah, they're fucking triggered. They always made that comment at BlizzCon back in the day. They're like, if someone didn't have the bright ideas of putting fucking globes everywhere.
Oh shit.
We shall get back and see it dudes at some point.
Because when you know how the whole thing, they're like, we've never seen the backside of Azeroth. Well, this kind of like proves there's no backside.
There is no dark side of the moon, really.
Loken. And then they have the little Naru happy smiley face on the bottom. Did you ever notice that? That's supposed to be Azeroth's face. At the very bottom of it.
Is this where the fuck you fucking is you run out or run behind the pillar?
You run behind the pillar.
Oh.
For what? Loken's AoE?
Yeah.
No, just run out.
I guess yeah. It's 40-yard range.
Yeah, you just gotta run, get out of range. That's fine.
Yeah, Jimmy. You know shit.
It's been a while. It's been a while since I could.
Oh my.
Oh yeah, I forgot I have to stay stacked on him for now. Now I run.
I'm debating on like, if you guys ever want to run heroics, I'll run heroics just so I can get more airwaves. So I can get the range.
Even though I already beat the game, I'll help you peasants.
Oh, there's still stuff I need for more alts, and then
still stuff I need. ... for more alts. Fuck you.
Yes. I mean, that means there's more potential players and characters I could bring to raid.
Oh, I fucking was a noob. I should have ran the other way.
Yeah, we happen to need like, I don't know, some other kind of role we could bring to raid. Instead of a warrior, I could bring that. So I'll probably get all those guys geared out before like. It's like you guys are still trying to get your previous. I'm already full max geared on 3 of your characters.
Yeah, Jimly's about to join you. Holy shit.
Dude, he fucking got decked out, motherfucker. He got what I got in like one day.
Yeah, it was kind of fucked. I was not expecting that.
Give this motherfucker. They were trying to recruit you, was what it was.
No, I'm the guild leader. They can't.
Well, they
have. They had
Jimmy doesn't even know what he's saying.
They were trying to recruit him, so they don't get
that block value or shield block, so the other tank just couldn't take it. It's like, alright, I guess it's Comic wins again. It's like, alright.
Like, yeah, that one raid I won
fucking
so much.
Pug wins again.
Yeah, that one raid I won so much stuffing because I was the only warrior, so it's like, okay, well, you know. I mean, there was a couple death rates, but like...
We did it! Yeah, we did it!
One of the DKs was a tank, and...
I'm gonna have to go AFK like 20 minutes or so.
I'm gonna do the same.
Run more shit. I gotta go feed these animals. I gotta go feed the herd. I gotta feed the fucking Sulcata monster.
Oh, you gotta feed the doggo. Yeah, I forgot.
No, she's not home yet. God damn.
Oh, she's a. It be like that sometimes.
Right, anyway, I'll be right back. I'm gonna put on a video while we're hanging out, though.
What was that? 98 XP? That sucks.
The Flying Buttress makes on his own channel, this one being a retelling of the Tides of Darkness novel. So before I let him talk, I've got to warn you, this video will have some swear words and mature humor.
Alright mates, how's it going? As Hiru just said, this is an adaptation of the Tides of Darkness novel by Aaron Rosenberg. It's definitely got some swears in it, but I wouldn't exactly describe my sense of humour as mature. Feel free to leave a comment letting Hiru know what you think. If you like this, there will certainly be more videos like it on Hiru's channel in future. Let's go! 'Twas nearly dawn, and 'twas very foggy. The sun hadn't quite risen yet, but in the sleepy village of South Shore, the villagers stirred. For it was a simple fishing village, so the people were already up, preparing to do fishing and stuff. However, as the villagers peered out from the dock towards the dark shrouded ocean, they began to hear something. A slow and steady sound reverberating in the air, growing louder and louder, and it was ever so slightly spooky. And if that wasn't bad enough, the fog itself then began to swell and shift, with strange shapes moving within it, until finally those shapes breached the fog and revealed themselves to be boats. A buttload of boats. The fisherfolk relaxed a little bit. They knew boats. They bloody loved boats. But they were still a little bit wary, because this was a lot of boats. And since they were simple fishing folk from a simple fishing village, they'd probably only ever seen about 24 boats in their entire lives. Some of the South Shore men decided now was probably a good time to grab some weapons. Planks of wood, knives, fishing nets, whatever came to hand really. And they watched tensely as the thousands upon thousands of boats appeared on the horizon and drew closer and closer. The first boat then beached itself, and only now could the villagers see the figures within it, and their sphincters relaxed once again. These weren't monsters. They were men, and women, and even children. And they didn't seem armed for battle either. This was no invasion. In fact, it became pretty apparent pretty quickly that these were refugees, fleeing from some horrible disaster. And the villagers of South Shore felt their fear turn to sympathy immediately. More boats reached the shore, with more distraught, thin and weak people pouring off of them. Many of them were so overwrought they could barely stand. But a few were soldiers, and one of them, an important looking one, stepped forward and approached the assembled villagers, along with an older man in tattered robes and a third figure, a youth, dressed in richly made clothes and yet somehow looking the worst of the three.
Hail and well met. We are refugees. I beg you, any food and drink you can spare and shelter if you can, for the children's sake.
The villagers all looked at each other, and then nodded and lowered their weapons. They weren't a wealthy village, but they weren't dicks either. So the South Shore men and women got to work, stirring up pots of porridge and stew and rounding up blankets and coats and stuff.
Thank you. I know you can't spare much, but I'm grateful for what you've given us. We will not let women and children suffer. Marcus Redpath, I'm the headman of this village. Now tell me, who are you, and why are you here? My name's Anduin Lothar. I was, the Knight Champion of Stormwind. Stormwind? That's a ways away. Yeah, we sailed for days to reach this land. We are in Lordaeron, are we not?
We are. I recognise the land, but not this village.
This is South Shore. You're from Dalaran, are you not?
Aye, and rest assured, I'll be returning there as soon as my companions can travel. Marcus tried not to let his relief show. Wizards were powerful. He'd heard the king treated them as allies and advisors, but he wanted no truck with magic.
We shouldn't delay. I must speak with the king at once. We dare not give the Horde time to move again. Well, I have no idea what the Horde is, but your women and children may stay here a time. We'll take care of them.
Thanks.
We'll send food and other supplies back once we reach the king.
It's going to take you a while to reach Capital City, though. I'll send someone ahead on a fast horse to warn them of your approach. What would you have them say? Lothar frowned. Tell the king that Stormwind has fallen. The prince is here, as are as many of its people as I could save. We bring him grave and urgent news. The village headman's eyes widened, and his gaze then quickly shifted to the youth standing beside them in the fancy clothes, before quickly shifting away again, because staring at a prince was probably considered quite rude. It'll be done. Marcus then turned to a nearby bloke and nodded, who subsequently leapt on a horse and buggered off. Willem's our finest rider. He'll reach Capital City well ahead of you and deliver your message. We'll gather horses and what food we can to spare for your journey as well. Thanks again. Lothar then turned to his violet-robed friend. Gather those that would come with us, Khadgar, and make ready. We'll leave as soon as possible. A few short hours later, Lothar, Khadgar, Prince Varian Rin and a bunch of other nameless peeps had left Southshore and set off on their journey to Lordaeron's kingdom. How far is it? I don't know. A week? We should see the city spires in about 5 days, give or take. Then we'll have to pass through Silverpine Forest, skirt Lordemere Lake. The city lies on its north shore. Khadgar then fell silent, and Lothar studied his companion. He was worried about the guy. Things had got real ugly and nightmarish at Karazhan. Khadgar had been forced to administer a lethal blow to his master. That can't have been easy for the young man. Or is it old man now? Lothar still didn't really understand what had happened that night. Perhaps he never would. But somehow, during that battle, Khadgar had changed. And despite being younger than Lothar by almost 4 decades, he now appeared much older than him. And things hadn't exactly been sunshine and rainbows for Lothar, either. Medivh had been his friend. And also, King Lane. Lothar shook his head and tried to drive away the tears. His king, dead, and Stormwind was gone. But the former champion of Stormwind couldn't allow himself to succumb to his emotions at this moment. His people needed him. Hell, even the people of this land needed him. They just didn't know it yet. Meanwhile, Khadgar was also lost in his own thoughts, reliving the highlights of the entire Last Guardian series, and he was a little bit conflicted about how he should be feeling about the whole damned thing. Should he be sad that his master had died? Or enraged by what Medivh had done? Or even awed that one man could resist the influence of a titan for so long? He had no idea. His mind was a whirl, as was his heart. There was also the matter that Khadgar was back home, or at least back in his homeland. He hadn't expected to return here until he'd reached Master Mage status, and had always envisioned it as him landing atop the Violet Citadel on a griffin, whilst all his former teachers and fellows were like, "Way, Khadgar, way!" But instead, he was riding a plough horse, leading a ragtag band of men to speak to the king about saving the world. It was kind of funny, really, he thought. So, what's the plan when we reach the city? Speak to the king. Though Stormwind is lost, Varian is still her prince and I'm still her champion. I've only met King Terenas briefly, and it was a while back, so he might not recognise me. But he'll definitely recognise Varian. Plus that messenger from Southshore at least makes sure they're aware of our arrival. So he will grant us an audience. And then we'll tell him what happened, and what must be done. And what must we do? Gather the rulers of this land. Force them to see the danger. No nation can stand alone, not against the Horde. Stormwind tried and is gone because of it. The people must unite and fight. Well, let's just hope they listen. For all our sakes. They will. They must. I only wanted to live my own life. Bull! Gul'dan sat bolt upright, awake but confused by his surroundings.
Where am I? What has happened? You were asleep, Gul'dan. Asleep like death. For weeks now, you've not moved. We thought your spirit gone. Did you now? Were you afraid I would leave you, Shuckle? Abandon you to Blackhand's tender mercies?
Blackhand is dead, Gul'dan.
Dead?
At first, the warlock thought he'd misheard the ogre, but as both of Cho'Gul's heads nodded and pulled the same grim expressions, he realised it was true.
How? What has happened while I slept?
Cho'Gul began to answer, but 2 burly orc warriors then burst into the room, shoved the ogre out the way and roughly grabbed Gul'dan's arms.
Wait! Where are you taking me?
Gul'dan tried to wrestle his arms free, but it was no use. Even at full strength, he was no match for the warriors, and at this moment in time, he could barely hold himself upright. So he just sort of went all limp like a sack of spuds as the 2 orcs dragged him off.
He took control, Gul'dan, while you were unconscious. He killed most of the Shadow Council.
Only you and I and a few of the lesser warlocks remain. Gul'dan shook his head. He still felt fuzzy, unfocused, and this did not seem like the best time to lack clarity. Who? Who did this? But Cho'Gall had slowed his steps and fallen back, and as Gul'dan turned to look ahead, he saw a powerful figure standing before him, a massive warrior holding a colossal warhammer. And finally, Gul'dan understood. So you're awake. Silence! I did not say you could speak. I know what you've done, Gul'dan. I know how you control Blackhand. You and your Shadow Council. Oh yes, Gul'dan, I know about them. But your warlocks can't help you now. They're dead, many of them. And those that aren't are chained and watched. I rule the Horde now, Gul'dan. Not you. Not your warlocks. Me. Doomhammer alone. And there will be no more dishonor. No more treachery. No more deceit and lies. Orgrim then rose to his full impressive height, towering over Gul'dan. Juritan died from your scheming, but he will be the last. And he will be avenged. No more will you rule our people from the shadows. No more will you control our fate. Our people will be free of you. Orgrim raised his hammer, and Gul'dan cowered. He'd always known Doomhammer could become a problem. Too intelligent, too honourable, and too noble for his own good. It was time to think fast. Wait. Please. I beg you. You, the mighty Gul'dan. Beg. Very well, dog. Beg. Beg for your life. God, Gul'dan hated this guy. Hated him with a passion. But this was the only option. I bow to your might, Orgrim Doomhammer. I acknowledge you as War Chief of the Horde, and I pledge myself to you. I will obey you in all things. You've never demonstrated obedience before. Why should I believe you capable of it now? Because you need me. You've slain my Shadow Council, yes? Consolidated your power over the Horde, as it should be. Blackhand was not strong enough to lead us on his own. But you are, so you have no need of a council. But you do need warlocks. The humans have magic of their own. Without us, you will fall to their power. You have only a few warlocks left, Orgrim. Myself, Shuckle, a handful of neophytes. I'm simply too useful to kill for revenge. Doomhammer snarled, but then lowered his hammer. He hated this guy. Hated him with a passion. But he wasn't wrong. Oh, what you say is true. I will place the needs of the Horde over my own and allow you to live, Gul'dan. You and those are your warlocks that remain. But only as long as you prove useful. Oh, we will be useful, mighty Doomhammer. For I will create for you a host of creatures such as you have never seen before. Warriors who will serve you alone. With their might and our magic, we will crush this world's magi. The Horde will trample its enemies into the dust. Very well. I'll hold you to that. And that was that. Orgrim turned and buggered off. The Orc warriors also buggered off. And Gul'dan was left in a crumpled heap on the floor. Damn him. And damn that human wizard prick as well. When Gul'dan entered Medivh's mind, seeking the information the Magus had promised but never given, how the bloody hell was he supposed to know the human was about to be killed? And that Gul'dan's own spirit would be weakened by the sudden violence, causing him to fall into some kind of coma or something. That was just some plain old bad luck bullshit. But that in turn had given Doomhammer the opportunity to seize control, and now everything had gone to shit. It was infuriating. Cho'Gall then approached from behind and helped the old warlock to his feet. Gather the others. The Storm Reavers will show all the Horde what we warlocks can accomplish. Not even Doomhammer will be able to deny their worth. Gather your clan as well, Cho'Gall. There is much to be done.
It's easy. Easy peasy.
Voting by mail. You signed up for a mail-in ballot. Here's how to complete it.
First,
as the group neared Capital City, Lothar couldn't help but feel a little bit impressed. Lordaeron's kingdom wasn't as tall as Stormwind, but what it lacked in height, it made up for in elegance. It's a mighty place, though I prefer a little more warmth. Look, see those towers over there on the horizon? That's Dalaran, home of the Kirin and its wizards. My home, before I was sent to Medivh. Maybe there'll be time for you to return, at least briefly. But for now we should concentrate on the task at hand. Let's hope the people here are as noble in their thoughts as they are in their dwellings. A short ride later, and the party had reached the main gates to the city. Guards stood by the entrance, though the gate itself was wide open. One of the guards then stepped forward, and Lothar noticed the man walk right up to within sword range. Amateurs, he thought. However, he forced himself to relax. This was not Stormwind. These were not seasoned warriors. They never had to fight for their lives. At least not yet, anyway. Enter freely and be welcome. Marcus Redpath warned us of your arrival, and your plight. You will find the king in his throne room. Thank you. Come, Lothar. I know the way. The group continued, riding through the city streets. Khadgar did indeed seem to know the way. Didn't have to stop to get his bearings or ask passers-by for directions once. They then parked up their horses and made their way up the palace's steps, walked through the courtyard and a bunch of corridors and stuff, until finally they reached the throne room itself. 'Twas an imposing chamber, round, with arches and columns everywhere, and there were several high balconies above, probably for nobles to observe proceedings, but Lothar did appreciate their strategic value. Put a few guards with bows up there and ain't nobody going to try any funny business. Wait, was that a little boy hanging about up there? What's all that about? Oh well, probably no one of any real significance or importance. At the centre of the room stood a man in glittery armour, tall and broad. A proper king, Lothar thought. Just like Lane. One who would not hesitate to fight for his people. And for the first time in a while, Lothar felt hope. Yes? Who are you? And what do you wish of me? Your Majesty, I'm Anduin Lothar, a knight of Stormwind. This is my companion Khadgar of Dalaran, and this is Prince Varian Rin, heir to the throne of Stormwind. There were murmurs and gasps from the observing crowd, but Lothar ignored them and continued. We must speak with you, Your Majesty. It's a matter of great urgency. Of course, Your Majesty. We were grieved to hear of your father's death. King Lane was a good man. We counted him as a friend and an ally. Know that we shall do all in our power to restore you to your throne.
Thank you.
Now, tell me what has happened. I've always admired Stormwind's strength and beauty. What could destroy such a city? The Horde. The Horde did this. And what exactly is this Horde? It's an army. More than an army. It's a multitude. Enough to cover the land from shore to shore. And who commands this legion of men? Not men. Orcs. Lothar could see the puzzled look on Terenas' face, so he elaborated. A new race. Not native to this world. As tall as we are, more powerfully built. Green skin and glowing red eyes. And tusks. You think I lie? Lothar turned to the crowd of nobles and began pointing at different dents within his own armour. This one was made by an Orc war hammer, and this one by an Orc war axe. These foul creatures destroyed my land, my home, my people. So if you doubt me, come over here and say it to my face. Enough. Enough. None here doubt your word, champion. Terenas then fired off a stern look around the room at the nobles, as if to say, any more smirks and I'll fucking murder you. I know of your honour and your loyalty. I will take you at your word. Thank you, King Terenas. I will summon my neighbouring kings. These events concern us all. Your Majesty, I offer you my home and my protection for as long as you shall need it. When you are ready, know that Lord Ron will assist you in reclaiming your kingdom. That's most generous of you, Your Majesty. I can think of no safer and finer place for the prince to reach his maturity. Know, however, that we did not come here merely for sanctuary. We came here to warn you. For know this, the Horde will not stop at Stormwind. They mean to claim the entire world, and they have the might and the numbers to do it. Once they've finished with my homeland, they'll find a way across the ocean, and they will come here. You're telling us to prepare for war? Yes, a war for the very survival of our race. Orgrim Doomhammer, chieftain of the Blackrock clan, but also war chief of the Horde, stood and had a little look-see at the scene around him. Stormwind, or what was left of it anyway. It was mostly just burned buildings, bodies and rubble now, and the war chief nodded to himself. This was good. It had been one hell of a battle. The humans, despite being outnumbered, had fought back with skill and determination. Doomhammer respected them for that. But they still bloody lost though, didn't they? Bunch of losers. The city had been breached, and now this land belonged to the Horde. This rich, fertile land. So like the Orcs' own homeworld had been. Before Gul'dan had ruined it. Bloody Gul'dan. What a prick. Thanks to that treacherous little shit, Orgrim had been forced to challenge his own chieftain, Blackhand. Forced to crush his former commander's skull. A man he'd sworn an oath to fight beside. But it had been time. Time to free the Orcs from corruption. Time to restore some semblance of honour to the Horde. Orgrim's thoughts were then interrupted as he noticed two figures approaching. One shorter than the average orc, the other far taller, with two heads.
Have you completed your task then? Not yet, noble Doomhammer. But I have at last shaken off the effects of my prolonged slumber, and I bring powerful news, drawn from that same long repose. Oh, the sleep's brought you wisdom, has it? It has shown me the path to great power. Power for you or for the Horde? For both. I've seen a place, ancient beyond imagining, older even than the sacred mountain of our home world. It lies deep beneath the ocean, and within it rests a power that could reshape this world. We could claim it as our own, and none can stand against us. None can stand against us now, and I prefer the honest might of hammer and axe to whatever foul sorceries you've uncovered. Look what your scheming did the last time. I will not have you destroy our people further or wreck this new world just as we've begun to conquer it. This is far greater than your desires. My destiny lies beneath the waves, and there is little you can do to stop that. Have a care, Warlock. Remember what happened to your precious Shadow Council. I could crush your skull in an instant, and then where will your destiny lie?
Orgrim then glanced up at the towering Chogul. Ogres. Ugh. Twats.
Do not think this abomination will save you either. I've felled ogres before, even the Gron. I can and will do so again. Your goals are no longer important, Gul'dan. Only the Horde matters.
For a second, Orgrim saw anger flicker within Gul'dan's eyes. Was the little prick not going to back down? One could only hope. Go on, try something, Orgrim thought. Give me no choice but to be rid of you. But the anger then vanished, to be replaced by caution and grudging respect.
Of course, mighty Doomhammer. You are correct. The Horde must come first, and I have many new ideas to aid our conquest. But first, I shall deliver the warriors I promised. Unstoppable but fully under your control. Good. I will not ignore anything that can make our success more assured.
Orgrim then turned away, dismissing the Warlock and his lieutenant, and both Gul'dan and Chogul took the hint and buggered off. And once they were gone, Orgrim decided to sort out one of his own lieutenants. And he pretty quickly found him, just sort of hanging about.
Zulahed.
Doomhammer.
How goes the work?
The same. A few months back, Zuluhed had approached Doomhammer and informed him of strange visions he was having. Visions of a particular mountain range, and a mighty treasure buried beneath it. And Doomhammer had always respected the older chieftain, so he granted him permission to lead his clan in search of that mountain. And after a few weeks, the Dragonmaw clan had indeed found something special. A golden disc that they'd named the Demon Soul. Doomhammer hadn't seen the artifact himself, but Zulahed assured him that it was totes the real deal. Unfortunately, they were still having a bit of difficulty figuring out how the bloody thing worked.
You assured me you could trigger its power.
And I shall. I'll find the key. I know it. Once we tap its power, we'll use it to enslave our chosen servants. And with those beneath us, we shall rule the skies and rain fire down on all those who stand against us.
Excellent. Keep me posted, you goddamn maniac.
Meanwhile, Gul'dan watched the war chief from a few buildings away, being a sneaky bugger as per usual.
What is he planning? I don't know. They've been secretive about it. I know it involves something the Dragonmaw found in the mountains. Half their clan is there now, but I don't know what they're doing. Well, whatever it is, it matters not. It'll keep Doomhammer distracted, and that works to our advantage. Keeps him from discovering our plans before we set them in motion.
Are you going to replace him as war chief?
Me? No. I have no desire to march through the streets with an axe or a hammer. My path is the far greater one. I shall meet my foes in spirit and crush them from afar. Devour them by the hundreds and thousands. Soon all that was promised to me shall be mine. Doomhammer will be nothing against me. Even the might of the Horde will pale in comparison.
Khadgar watched quietly from the edge of the throne room. Lothar had asked him to be here, as a witness and stuff, and Khadgar's own curiosity had compelled him to accept the invitation. But he knew he wasn't a part of this conversation. He was not an equal to these men. Plus, he kind of felt like he'd been in the centre of things too much lately. It was nice to slip into the background for a change. Khadgar recognised many of the men present. There was Gen Greymane, King of Gilneas, far more clever than his appearance suggested. Then there was Grand Admiral Dalen Proudmoore, ruler of Kultiris, but also commander of the world's largest, fiercest navy. The quiet, cultured-looking man was Lord Aidan Perinold, master of Alterac, and he seemed to be glaring at Thoris Trollbane, who was king of the neighbouring Stromgard. But Trollbane was paying him no mind, because he was too busy focused on a short, stout man who needed no introduction anywhere on the entire continent. Alonzus Fowl, Archbishop of the Church of Light. Revered by humans everywhere, and Khadgar could see why. The guy radiated a sense of peace and wisdom. A violet flicker then caught the corner of Khadgar's eye, so he turned, and had to stop himself from gushing like a fangirl by the bloke who passed him. Archmage Antonidas, the legend. In all his years at Dalaran, Khadgar had only ever seen the leader of the Kirin Tor twice. But to see him now, standing beside these monarchs, and looking just as regal as the rest of them, it filled Khadgar with awe, as well as a surprising wave of homesickness. He missed Dalaran, he realised. Maybe after the wars were over, assuming they survived, he'd finally get to go home. But Antonidas was the last to arrive, and so the Royal Brain Trust got started.
Thank you all for coming. I know the request seems sudden, but we have matters of grave import to discuss, and time seems to be of the essence. I present to you Anduin Lothar, champion of Stormwind. He's come here as a messenger, and more, perhaps even a saviour. I think it best for me to let him tell you what he's seen, and what we may expect to see soon ourselves.
Lothar then stepped forward. Tyrannus had offered him fresh clothing, but the champion of Stormwind had insisted on keeping his own tattered armour, possibly for added effect.
Your Majesties, I am no poet or diplomat, but a warrior, so I'll keep my words brief and blunt. My home, Stormwind, is no more.
Once again, gasps and murmurs, but Lothar continued.
It fell before a horde of creatures known as orcs. They're terrible foes, as tall as a man but far stronger, bestial features, green skin and red eyes.
This time, no one laughed. They were off to a good start.
This horde appeared recently and began harassing our patrols, but those were just raiding parties. When their full force marched, we were astounded. Thousands, tens of thousands, enough to cover the land in a foul shadow. They're strong, and cruel, and merciless. We fought them as best we could, but it wasn't enough. They besieged our city, wreaked havoc across the land itself. King Lane died at their hands.
Khadgar noted that Lothar didn't mention how the king had died. Perhaps mentioning the half-orc assassin they'd all trusted as an ally was probably not the best idea in this moment. Plus, neither Lothar or Khadgar really wanted to think about that. Even with witnessing that vision with Garona back at Medivh's tower, Khadgar still didn't exactly feel great about her betrayal.
They killed most of our nobles as well. I brought the prince, and as many people as I could to safety, and I brought this warning. The Horde is not from this world. They will not be content to control a single continent. They'll want the rest of them as well. You're saying they're coming here, lad? Yes.
Lothar's simple response sent a ripple of surprise, and perhaps fear, through the room. But Proudmoore had more questions.
Do they have ships? I'm not sure. We didn't see any before, but we hadn't even seen the Horde itself until this past year. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So they could be sailing towards us as we speak.
They could march over land as well. Don't forget that.
True. We first encountered them out east, at the Swamp of Sorrows. They made it to Stormwind from there by foot. If they turned north, they could cross the Burning Steps and the mountains, come upon Lordaeron from the south.
The south? They shall not pass us. I'll crush any who attempt landfall on my coast.
You don't understand.
Alright, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on one second. We are back.
Yo.
And I have Smog with me. Dude, this thing... So this is his first time I've really got him to eat lettuce. So I was carrying a big, you know, head of lettuce.
Yeah.
Upstairs for the tortoises. He was on my shoulder and he just takes a fucking mouthful of it. I'm like, you son of a bitch. So he's got that, and he's got his green beans. Fucking vegetable monster. Alright, stream. What shall we do?
Some dude is still destroyed with his massive 25 volt.
Was it Evan?
No.
My
He already
bestest
has
slot.
his.
My bestest. God damn it.
No. No, some death. Oh, it was a death thing. It was a blood up. He's like, he brought me the mats again.
Did he say it was his best in slot?
No, he was just very excited about it.
So it's his best in slot.
Well, he was dual wield, so I guess he wanted a two-hander for tanking. So maybe it was his best in slot. Who knows?
So wait. Why is everyone thinking that suddenly they can go two-handed tank right off of that?
I don't know. It's like people as fucking warriors thinking they can do a dual wield tank. Death Knight.
Feels Pac, man.
Yeah.
Mr. Pac.
Oh, fuck that guy. Yeah, apparently like
you can't have shit.
Apparently it's BIS for blood tank, whatever that means, but I guess it's like the frost blood hybrid. For pre-raid anyway.
What is this? Sky Reaver, preparation for war.
But then like
take me to the ship, brother.
One-handers also, like Red Sword.
You wanna sit on me, bud? Or you want more of this? Sorry, I'm feeding the dragon as we speak, ladies and gents.
There's a guy that came in and followed, and then messaged me privately on Twitch asking if I was an affiliate. What? Yeah.
Are you affiliated? Would you like to suck my dick?
Look, and you'll see.
They might not understand how the affiliation works, though. A lot of people get affiliate and partner confused.
Oh fuck, where did Juan disappear to? I was gonna give him some shit. This guy vanished. Vanished! He's here. Just gotta go find him. He's somewhere.
Nobody minds me flying around.
He's hanging out with the Alliance.
Alright, we're gonna get you guys to 80.
Yo, what's good, Mothy?
I am doing quest and ice ground if you want to run me through one. I think you guys are phased though.
If we're in a group, we won't be. But you can do all of the dailies now. There should be pretty good XP there. Like you go to the Jotunheim place and you put all like the, what do you call it? The Ebon Blade ones too, and the ones from Orgrim's Hammer.
Ice Cream
you, like,
Citadel.
Get to kill a bunch of shit out of Vicro Village. Safe deposit, yeah, one. Oh, nice. I love cats.
Well, you know cat.
Oh, you know, I went on not vacation really, but I went to Niagara Falls yesterday with the fam. It's interesting. But pretty much just trying to get Veritas and the boys to max level. Oh, it's called Niagara Falls. You can look it up. It's a cool place. Yeah, it's a big waterfall between. United States has one.
They use it
it's
to
like
bottle water.
Yeah.
They bottle water and then sell it.
Yeah, Niagara, my bad.
If you really want to confuse people, you can call it Niagara.
Niagara.
Bajira Falls. Oh, you want this punch?
Oh no, I think it would be Niagara Falls. So then there's like there's like a weird Victoria Falls, I think, for the state side.
There's a town of Niagara Falls both on the U.S. and New Mexico, or the Canadian side. I'm pretty sure. Niagara Falls, New York, Niagara Falls, Ontario.
Let's check the price of the Central Lands bullshit.
Okay.
Alright.
So, I'm not sure what we're doing. I think Veritas is just doing quests.
We're gonna be questing, yeah. Appear in Ice Cream Citadel.
that's the case, wow.
Oh no,
I'll
you
probably
got
get a lot
cold?
more XP up here.
Sucks. It's coming good. I'm actually taking a bit of a break. Veritas has been doing a little bit more recently.
Well, yeah, he's been trying to get
But it's
stuff
nice getting
in,
like
100%.
ideas because all of this game is built in Unreal, so it's to see how they kind of, like Veritas was actually saying it earlier. It's nice how they kind of like plan the landscape based on like you having a flying mount eventually. So it's really nice.
Flying mount socket.
No, builders don't have brakes. I know.
Yeah, it's
we're
all those
there. He's got
people
a whole
no
quest
lifing
line
it,
set up for
man.
his alpha. Mine will be a demo. It's still pretty far though, because I've customized a lot in mine. Did figure out how to clean everything up in it.
Forgotten depth ambushers. Oh boy. The Argent Crusade comes for you, Arthas.
From you. Good old Sarah Knight, good old Sarah Knight.
Yogg Saronanite.
Ew, I'm getting my boots wet. Yogg Saronite.
Well, that's what it comes from. That's where Saronite comes from, Yogg Saron. Frog Saron.
Why has
Feels
Veritas have
Galacron,
50
man.
viewers? I don't know, he's been doing some marketing on his other social medias, so I think it's drawing people
We've
to
been
his
getting
channel
people,
from
we've
like
been popping
Twitter.
off, man. We had 900 and something today.
I
Popping off.
don't have a 30,000 follower Twitter that I can
TikTok
rely on or pick at.
Well, there is going to be even more as soon as the other company I'm working with links something else up in the next month, because I have to link a code to them.
Ouch! What is this shit? Fly away, broom. Oh, my broom. Oh, there we go.
That's what. So, in terms of Decentraland, by having
Bots.
55 to 60 viewers, that means I deserve $1 million or something, right? So, by having 8 live viewers, you get $60,000 per Sinful Mead Stick. So, yeah, where's my $1 million?
Where's my $1 million?
Yeah, what the fuck? I'm the Central
good
Games. Where's my $1 million? Why you no give me $1 million so we can all cash out like they did in a day? Guys, the Central Games, they're the only people bringing things into DCL, and I'm like, yeah, they're not even doing that anymore, because, hey, you know what? I called it. They're all on their phone apps now. It's miraculous. I'm like fucking Nostradamus when it comes to fucking... Mana will get to near 50 cents. Remember that? I called that in May and everyone said I was on crack.
Yeah, it is pretty worthless at this point.
$10.
I thought
Next
you were doing
half
Ice Crown
year.
stuff, aren't you?
I am. I'm in fucking Ice
Crown.
Ground. What the
Just
fuck?
Dalaran.
I'm on
Ice
Dalaran. I'm in the Valley of the fucking Echoes, man. I'm fighting bugs
He's probably
and
doing
shit.
phase stuff. That's
Yeah.
what.
Yeah, I'm in the Valley of the Echoes phasing.
I just realized I'm probably just gonna try to join the dungeon.
Yeah, I just see his dot in Dalaran, which is weird.
Citizens of Dalaran, raise your eyes to the progression board and observe. Your guild has not progressed in 3 months, in defiance of your very mass. Not everything had gone according to plan.
What is going on here?
That's what I ask myself all the time.
What? Whoa, okay, alright. Something's glitched.
Quite a stack of. Oh my.
I don't know how many are there. Veritas, come get some XP. I'm serious.
I'm not getting fucking banned.
What is this?
Hey, look at us streamers, man.
Come here.
I'm not fucking going there. I'm not getting banned.
For what? Killing all of these mobs at once? Holy fucking
Yes.
titties.
They will fucking, what is it called? They will say it's an exploit. Oh, those? That's always been there. What the hell? You never seen that before?
No? There's like a billion of them. I'm gonna die, but...
They don't give XP. Those ones.
You sure? Why can't I
Yes.
fucking heal myself? Hello? Thank you. Like, can I lay on hands? Hello? Lay on hands.
That's not even
I
the
don't have a
farming
cooldown to lay
area.
on hands. Like, what the fuck, game? Definitely did not let me lay on hands with a fucking cooldown. With no cooldown.
I'm able to show you my old farming area.
Oh, there's an area in here that I used to...
No,
get
that's way
gold, too.
better than that. Trust.
There, I mean, I've never seen this. This is ridiculous. They're all stacked on one spot. These guys would give XP for sure. Same ones I was
They're a
killing.
part of a bombing quest. If it's the ones I'm thinking of, they're a part of the bombing quest. Because the way it's set
not
up,
that area. It's
you
a
need to
different
phase
spot.
into.
Bombing quest is like a little more north. I'll see if they drop anything. There's like 100 of them.
Yo, Tanner, do you want to come DPS Violet Hold? I just got invited by one dude. Hey. I'm trying to get a group together, but I'm the group. Sick.
Oh, you're killing the Skybreaker pilots?
Well, look at this. What's going on here?
What?
It's like, what's going on here with these?
Those are... oh.
Yo, this guy knows what's up.
Those are PvP NPCs. What the fuck? No, they don't give MP XP because they're all PvP guys.
They drop anything? No.
No.
Like, that'd be like insane. It's like, what the fuck are they all stacked up on one spot for? Yeah, they don't drop anything. That's funny.
Alright. I'm still in combat. There we go. I will show you.
There's a spot where there's like, dudes that are shackled in a group. You can pull a bunch of them.
Yeah, that is the spot actually.
Or there's a big spot where the Vicryls are fighting, right?
Well, yeah, I was gonna take you a shot. Well, you already know about that. What the fuck? Okay, I'm not going there. Yeah, I'm not going near that. You see that shit?
Yeah, all the birds.
What the fuck? These give XP. I thought they did. Yeah. I think that's a part of the bombing or shooting quest too.
Blight Falconeer, I spit on you. Oh. Yeah, this is the field here.
Ice Cream Citadel.
Remounted, yep. Usually it dismounts me when I want to mine. Lucky game.
I'm surprised no one's out here farming, to be honest.
They always are. Always are rare jumps.
Oh shit, I completely forgot I'm at max level. I cannot handle this.
Oh, it didn't land hands you.
So, put some music back on.
Alright. I need those shoulders from this chick at the end. That's the only reason I'm in this dungeon, aside from things.
$500 XP ish. Not bad.
Ooh. Yeah, especially when there's like 20 of them. What is this fucking thing? Get out of here.
Pissed off bird is what it is.
Oh my god, it's gonna probably glitch us out because like I'm in combat. Wrong map.
Maybe I should just...
Why are you dying?
I keep forgetting that I was trying to bring more to you. I'm trying to do like a massive pull.
Yeah, we can pull 2 packs. There's just some of them that aren't close enough together.
What you do is you use Consecrate, and then you run with it. As long as they get a tick of damage in 10 seconds, they stay ring. Oh, fucking rise timer. Dude, what?
Leave me alone, bird.
It's actually following it. Oh my god. I pulled.
Don't cast anything.
I forgot mana. Not to drink. Just use the damn pot. How are you doing, Smog? Your little fucking pet.
This guy's now my pet.
That's a roach. Roach, is that you? Yeah, I'm actually shocked no one is out here.
That person's gonna want my shoulders.
The thing I always really liked about Ice Crown is that they put massive ass fucking scary elites all over the damn place. Like they made it feel like it's super intimidating.
Yeah, like there's a lot of big creatures and stuff.
Now stand upon the hollow dick of the scourge. His cock won't protect you here, Paladin. Nothing shall protect you. Arthas, I swore that I would see you dead and the scourge dismantled. I'm gonna finish what I started at White's Hope. Yeah, I said White. They only really pull one at a time. Come on. You can do it, I believe in you. I was gonna say, we almost succeeded at killing the fucking bird for a second.
Right? I don't know how. Oh, is it gone?
Finally.
Oh my god, it's gone.
The GM saved you.
I'm being watched.
Probably was the GM watching you. Gotta make sure he's not fucking exploiting after killing a million fucking things. What's up, Shuckle? Shuckle. Oh, I'm sorry, Shuckle. I mean to scare you. I was checking on you, bud. Oh, fuck. My bad. I was petting Shuckle because he was his head down. I was checking on him.
What I can do too is I can bop you or something when you run in, and that'll help you pull too.
Holy, that's what she said.
Juan's missing all the X. No, it would make it less. But if you're getting every 2 kills, like 500 a kill, every 2 kills is 1,000. You're getting like 10k XP a group, easy. Like completing a quest every pull.
Neat.
Couple more almost. Alright, we gotta go near the edges to find more clumped ones.
I was gonna say there's a lot of converted heroes out here. Fucking conscripts, Russian conscripts everywhere, man. So what they call them, converted heroes. Money everywhere. Jesus, mula. Phone call 1 second.
I'm the Amanda.
What was that achievement I just fucking got? Void Dance. Defeat Zuramat, the Obliterator in the Valley. Hold on a rogue to clear without killing any Void Sentries. Cool. That's a thing.
Sorry, I had a phone call. What's up?
Oh no, I just got an achievement for not killing any Void Walker, Void things in the battle.
Oh.
While killing whatever it was.
Oh yeah, that makes it harder because you have to take him away from the portal.
Yeah, this guy's got a mix of like
because he gives
and
immune.
blood,
Yep.
tank. He's really sick. I took a what? I just walked over and specifically
Frost, ice
sorry,
over here,
Frost.
Roadhouse.
Give me that shit.
So, yeah, I took screenshots of
Kev,
his,
can you make flash yet or no?
Yes.
Okay.
You can.
Oh yeah, I'm maxed.
Alright, so I need
Been
20
maxed for
points.
2.5 weeks.
There's a lot of herbs in the guild bank, Roadhouse, you can use.
Well, I need the Sky Flare or whatever diamonds. Those are the ones. I'm
There's
just
some in
gonna
there
buy
too.
them. Well, I
There's
mean to
some in
make
there.
them.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
didn't
I
even
see. Yeah,
use
yeah. I
those
got all
for
the. You need all these, right? Like the J's and stuff. I got some in there in the guild bank too.
Well, not so much that. I need the Eternals.
They're also in there.
Well, a lot of Eternals. Like,
I got you.
ridiculous.
There are, yeah, actually to get your levels up, yeah, it's true. But there are a bunch of Eternals you can break down into the smaller ones, because some
Actually,
of the
I can turn
higher
this
mat
life to
ones,
fire.
yeah, it's the ones that require the lower mats. So each one of those is actually 10. So some of it is a little easier, but not. It's not to discount what you're saying. It's just a, you need a lot. But there's also a lot in there.
Let me see something real quick.
How well do you think this is working, Verdos? Alright, or?
Yeah, it's going fun. I mean, we're making money.
Yep.
That's the main thing. Frostweave sells for almost 10 gold a stack, so.
You get them emblems of heroism.
And you're gonna find adamantite and titanium all over the damn place. I mean, not adamantite, saronite.
Not enough mana.
I love how that shit's just buried in there for no fucking reason.
Yes, I am mounted, so unmount me. What? I was saying I was mounted trying, like when I was clicking my broom.
Oh yeah,
Like, yeah?
I'm glad it only takes one tap to mine shit now. That's fucking annoying. Oh, that guy's pissed. Yeah, go fuck yourself, Night Elf.
step in this. Ooh, come on, shoulders.
Oops, wrong button. It's hitting the Windows button instead of the Alt.
Standing up by the tail like an idiot.
Got about 5% while we've been here.
Oh, we just destroyed Sandagosa. Damn it, no shoulders.
What are you doing, Smog? And Bowser, you're munching the hell down on that grass, or not grass, lettuce. That's good after the pellets. Gotten about, yeah, like 7% now. It's not actually that bad.
What's up?
Yo. Yo. Hello. Hello.
Guess what I gotta eat, bitch.
I gotta do the Halls of Lightning, the daily. And heroic.
Heals Halls of Lightning. Oh god.
See that nice title right there?
No, fuck you. Nobody.
Fuck you too. See, nobody cares. I'll literally turn you into a child. Figuratively, in the game.
Boop, 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 boop. That frost weave. Oh, it's got 2 stacks of frost weave from this. I don't know if those ones drop anything.
We'll see. Wanted to test a roll one. No.
I'm getting XP. Yeah.
Right, from these ones?
Yeah, 500.
I guess if you drop stuff, right?
Yeah. I don't think the Skeletal Reavers do, though.
Oh no.
Yeah, you gotta keep using Consecrate to keep them in there on CD.
We're just destroying Wintergrass. There we go, it's a win.
Don't tell me the winner was gonna.
Oh, I was
tell
11
me it was
minutes
starting.
late. I went at 6:11. I didn't realize too, and I was like, I'm gonna pop it in, but I haven't.
Well, let's go on over here.
It's okay, I'm trying to do a dungeon crawl.
Cubicle crawl?
No. Not at all.
Oh, there's Iceborne right there, you fuck.
Hey, I was the one that broke the gate to get the win. I was the only one left.
Oh, thank you. I was looking for Shackle Undead.
Oh god.
What the fuck? Frostworm. It looks pissed.
And it's Frostbreath thingy. Okay, we're good. Wonder where I am when you can.
Oh my gosh, I'm an idiot.
Oh, I got it. That's what I was saying. Fuck you about.
Oh.
Yeah, I logged on. I went to the Innkeeper, and first thing I was like, well, fuck you. Okay. Yeah, I was all excited. I was like, it exists. So, alright, I'm done with the hell of this shit. Just gotta get them out now. I can hear Evan now. He's like, you'll never get it. Yeah, he's probably right.
Warlock in my group says this one last person I have to heal.
True. I like Champion because it makes title better.
Champion of the overweight.
That's Jimmy right there.
Proof.
I wouldn't get all concerned with titles.
Champions of the overweight side. Hello.
Yeah, Jimmy's
One
not
sec.
Captain America, he's Captain Big Mac.
He's Captain Chili's.
No.
It didn't work as well as Big Mac.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, just they call him the Quarter Pounder.
So I had heard that they were going to give us the ability to move our characters from Season of Mastery to Wrath Classic.
Why the fuck would I want to do that? I already have a word.
Well, they said that they're getting rid of all the Season of Mastery realms.
Oh, actually,
they're gonna,
he's Alliance. I can't send him the gold. Shit.
They said they're gonna wipe them.
Wait,
so
they're
that
deleting
they're not,
it?
Yeah, they said they're not gonna exist.
So wait. I was under the pretense they would just move to the regular, you know what I mean, like classic servers.
Season of Mastery was a massive flop.
Wait, so I have a
Yeah,
question
they said they're not gonna do Season of Masteries anymore.
I have a question. So since this isn't a PvP server, right?
Correct.
No.
So I have an Alliance where can I mail gold to this guy?
Yes.
No. Okay.
You can't mail gold, you can only mail bind on accounts.
Oh.
You can't mail gold across factions, Jimmy.
Well, you can mail bind on account stuff, is what I mean.
Correct.
You can do the fucking cross faction auction house.
Well, it's like I got
Yeah, you
10,000
can.
gold on that fucking on my SOM guy. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, you just sell yourself something for a lot of gold.
Yeah,
on
put
that
a great.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Put a great piece of. Just grab a piece of food and sell it on the auction house for like 10,000 gold, and then buy it.
So
If
wait,
someone
I
else buys it
sell-
before you can, they're just an
You
idiot.
get on the character that you need the gold on. Post an item. Post an item for a retarded amount of gold.
Guy buys it, and I get the gold.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Actually, in that
wait.
case, I might have one of you guys
People
do
have
it.
to be pissed though, because if you're on Season of Mastery, you have to fucking be triggered, I'd imagine.
Yeah. Who the fuck is on Season of Mastery?
There's only like
Well, that's the
6,000
thing though.
people
We
on there.
invested time into that.
more than
That's
I
kind of like fuck.
Yeah.
So wait, hold on.
And how far did we get, Big Mama?
They should have fucking what they should do next time is if they ever did that, they should just like honestly the PvP shouldn't have even been included, or at least right away. It should not have been dropped right away. The PvP gear ruined Season of Mastery.
Yeah. It ruined the PvP scene. It ruined the raiding scene. It ruined the auction house.
Well, that's how those fucking dumbasses on that one realm, or on our realm, what's their name again? I fucking forget. The ones that were top. No, not jump the bar, but like all of them went stupid on that. But that means all the people that got their Scarab Lord are gonna get fucked.
No, they'd keep it. It just
No, they're wiping characters, he said.
no, they're allowing you to move your character.
Well, I had heard that they were going to allow us to move our characters, and they said you need to get on it because after a certain extent, they're going to get rid of the fucking servers. They're going to wipe them. But I tried. Like, I went on there and went to try and do like the free transfer thing, and when I would type in a realm or something like that, like it would never like actually color in the box to like start the process. Like it was grayed out.
They're deactivated until November 1st. They're gonna have to wait until after November 1st. There's a blue post saying that they're deactivated.
Then my buddy told me before I left, he said he's like a couple, like a percentage away, like maybe 3% away from hitting like 57. So I'm gonna go ahead and make a death knight so that way I can tank their fucking dungeons.
Hang on.
Told him I wasn't gonna do it until he fucking got up there because I don't fucking make promises to people and have them not hold up their end. So like if you're not gonna get on the level, I don't give a fuck.
Feels broken promise, man. Fucking guild, man. Going back to it. Someone took our guild name, by the way, on Storm Rage. Someone stole Broken Promise. I'm pissed about it.
Then you shouldn't have gotten rid of it, Jimmy.
Oh well, I'll give me some propaganda.
Dumbass.
You should make a guild called Broken Anus.
Broken Anal. Remember Horn Pub, how we got fucking had to change our shit so quickly? I'm fucking triggered about that. Fucking Copium and all those fucks reporting us.
Boom. We should make a guild called the Cosby Suite.
There is one. I saw one
Oh.
of the Cosby Suite. Oh my god. It's crazy. Cubicle crawlers. Instead of dungeon. that too.
What if we made a guild called Feminism?
There you go.
And it was all just men.
Well, since I'm gonna get a Twitch partner probably in the next like month and a half, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the Team Ascended.
Yeah, I want to make a guild called Feminism and have it be nothing but chivalrous fedora boys.
Let's do it. Of a break and hang out with her. She had a crap day. She had some medicine that was supposed to be filled at CVS.
It was filled, and they literally transferred it 5 minutes after I got there, or 5 minutes before.
So they transferred it right as she got there to the other place she just was to pick up the other meds. Jesus. When I hit 80 later this week, I'll be recruiting and be the most hated person on the realm again. It will be a thing. Hey, you want to see something funny, by the way, Jim? I'm going to send you a picture. Where is it? One sec, guys. Why is Discord acting up? Come on, Discord. Check that image I sent to you. Of the Sulcata.
Oh yeah.
Tell me he doesn't look like he snorted.
Looks dead.
He is knocked the hell out. I just fed him blueberries, pellets, and romaine lettuce. And he went the fuck to town on it. And that's his calcium powder that looks like he did a line of coke. That's
Alright, they just recreated my fucking original Death Knight. Same name and everything.
So when are they allowing you to transfer SO characters over?
Couple days.
Okay. Yeah, so at some point I might do that neutral auction house thing and have you guys help me with that. Even if somebody else buys it, just gives me the gold.
Yeah, I just sell all my stuff on my character and then just do the same thing.
Yeah, just liquidate it basically. See if one of you guys wants to help me with that at some point in the next few days.
If it allows us to drop them on this realm.
Oh, true. I mean, it's a fresh server, so I would think so.
So after the creation of this server, it takes 3 months for them to open.
Yeah, that's why I'm sitting on my level boost.
What do you mean?
It takes 3 months before they take off the restrictions of moving characters around or using your level boost or anything like that. Fresh server can only have fresh server characters until that point.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I have a level boost. I doubt it, though.
Did you buy the big pack?
Mm-mm.
Well, then you don't have one.
Yeah.
The normal version comes with a level boost as well.
I don't think I bought any of them. I doubt it anyway.
Tender's just here for the ride.
What do you mean?
Guys, oh sorry, I didn't mean to say that to you. I meant to say it on stream. Go on. Alright guys, I'm going to put on a lore video. So, I'm going to go hang out, get some food and stuff. Sorry, I was just telling everyone I was going to put a lore video on stream, my bad. I mean
can I get an invite to guild?
And the virus RSV hitting at once, and for children particularly hard. The number of children hospitalized
age, sex,
spiking across the
location.
country. And tonight here, we're also learning about the flu for everyone. Flu cases rising earlier than usual, especially in the South, where flu seasons often get their start.
This stuff
the number of
first
hospitalized adults climbing from 1,300 just 2 weeks ago to more than 1,600 in the last week. Here's ABC's Ariel Reshef tonight.
With winter looming, tonight health
put this
officials
over
are
here,
warning
guys.
of a triple
Hold
threat,
on one
a so-called
second.
triple-demic from flu, COVID, and the virus.
And just message me on radio. Celtic?
Yeah, it's my original Death Knight.
Yeah.
Undead male. From OG Wrath.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I had up until Wrath launched, my main full-time was my Tauren warrior. His name was Beeflog. BEEFLOG.
Was that taken?
No. I doubt it. I just wanted to make lumber mill because I from back when I was a kid, I remember lumber mill just being a badass.
Yeah.
Good old badass. Alright, I think I'm gonna take the stream down for now as well and go take a break.
I used to watch his PvP videos. And that's actually, his videos is what turned me on to the band Dimmu Borgir, which is how I started delving into black metal.
Alright, I was just ending my stream.
Alright guys, I'm putting my lore stream on. Lore stream time.
Make some food.
I'll be back.
Later. A bit later.
You haven't faced them. I know their numbers and strength are difficult to comprehend, but you cannot stand against them. Not alone. Stormwind's armies were great. My warriors were trained and seasoned. But before the Horde itself, we felt like adult children. They'll sweep across the mountains, across your lands, and across you. What do you propose we do then? Archbishop Fowl spoke at just the right time, really. Tempers were starting to flare a little bit. Kings don't like being called fools and stuff, especially not in front of other kings. We need to band together, unite, fight them as one. You say this threat is coming, I won't dispute it, and you say we must all band together to end the threat. But I wonder, have you actually tried any other method to resolve the matter? Surely these orcs can be rational. Surely they have some goal in mind. Perhaps we could parley. Lothar shook his head and made no effort to hide how stupid he thought that idea was. They want this world. Our world. They'll not settle for less. We did send messengers, envoys, ambassadors. Most of them came back in pieces, if they came back at all. Kagar could see the way the kings were standing, murmuring. Seemed like they still didn't really understand the danger they all faced. So he sighed and took a step forward. However, before he could speak, another robed wizard piped up instead. Hear me. I have received reports before now of this new menace. The wizards in and around Stormwind were at first intrigued and then terrified by the orcs' presence, and they sent many letters requesting aid. I fear we did not listen as well as we might have. We appreciated their danger, but thought the orcs little more than a local nuisance. confined to that one kingdom. Seems now we were wrong. They are dangerous. Many I respect have confirmed this. We disregard the champion's voice at our own peril. If they're so dangerous, why did the Wizards of Stormwind not just deal with them? Use their magic to end the threat? Because the orcs have magic of their own. Potent magic. Most of their warlocks are weaker than our wizards, at least from what my fellows have reported. Yet they have far greater numbers and can work in unison, something my own brethren have always struggled with. Khadgar swore he heard a hint of bitterness in the Archmage's voice, and he couldn't agree more. If there was one thing every member of the Kirin Tor valued, it was their own independence. Getting even 2 wizards to work together was hard enough. More than that was beyond imagining. Our wizards did fight back, turned the tide of several battles, but the Archmage is correct. We lacked the numbers, magically and physically. Every orc spellcaster killed another rose to take its place with 2 more beside it. Lothar then frowned for the millionth time recently. Our greatest wizard, Medivh, fell to the Horde's darkness. Most of our wizards were lost as well. I don't think magic alone will turn them back. Once again, Khadgar noted that Lothar did not mention how or why Medivh had died. Probably wouldn't have helped their case much. Antonidas did direct a sharp glance towards Khadgar at the mention of the Guardian, though. Sooner or later, the Council of the Kirin Tor would demand a full explanation. They would not be satisfied with anything less than the truth, so Khadgar wasn't exactly looking forward to that conversation. I find it strange that a stranger to our shores would be so concerned with our survival. Forgive me for treading on such fresh wounds, sir, but, your own kingdom is gone. Your king dead. Your prince is little more than a boy. Your land's overrun. You've brought word of this threat to us, for which we are grateful, but you speak repeatedly of what we must do. Not entirely sure you're the best person to provide advice, really. And you say we should unite. But if we were to consider your suggestion, what could you possibly add to the assembly? I will not have my guest insulted so, Aiden. This man has brought us this news at his own personal peril. He's shown nothing but honour and compassion, despite what I imagine is immense personal grief. Perinold nodded and half bowed in a sort of silent, slightly mocking apology. Further, you are wrong to label him alone or invaluable. Prince Varian Rin is now my honoured guest, and will be so until he chooses to depart. I've pledged myself to aiding him in regaining his kingdom. More murmurs from the kings and stuff, and Khadgar knew what they were thinking. Terenas had just renounced any claims he might have made to Stormwind, and warned the other kings that Varian had his full support. All in one statement. Clever move. Clever man. So Lothar has brought others with him from their kingdom, including some soldiers. Their numbers might not be significant, but their experience in dealing with the orcs firsthand is invaluable. And finally, you are wrong to label him a stranger. Though he has never graced this continent with his presence, Lothar has strong ties to this land. He is of the Arathi bloodline, the last of their noble line. He has just as much right to speak at this council as any of us. That revelation caused quite the stir among the other kings. Even Khadgar looked at his companion with new eyes. An Arathi, the first nation on the continent, the people who had formed strong ties with the elves and fought an epic battle against trolls and ended their threat forever. Bloody hell! It's true. I descend from King Thoradin, the founder of Arathor. My family went south after the Empire's collapse, and founded a new nation there which became known as Stormwind. So you've come to claim sovereignty over us? No. My ancestors surrendered any claim to Lordaeron long ago when they chose to depart. But I still have ties to this land, which my people helped conquer and civilize. And he can still call upon ancient pacts for aid. The elves swore to support Thoradin and his line in times of need. They will still honour that commitment. That drew appreciative whispers from the gathering. Suddenly, Lothar was more than just a soldier in their eyes. He was a potential ambassador. With the ancient magic-wielding elves on their side, the lingering threat of this horde didn't seem so bad. This is a great deal to take in. Perhaps we should give ourselves time to consider all we've heard. Agreed. Food has been set out in the dining hall. I invite you all to join me. Not as kings, but as neighbours and friends. Let us not discuss this matter over our food, but rather mull it to ourselves. Then we may be able to approach it more clearly, after digesting the food and the danger that lies before us. Khadgar observed as the monarchs nodded and started to bugger off. Perinold was a wily one, that was certain. Type of guy who probably waits to see which way a crowd is walking and then runs to the front and yells, "Follow me."
I haven't been touched in years. But I get it. You think I'm too hard to play? Well, you're doing it wrong. There's an easier way. GuitarTricks.com can rekindle our relationship. With easy-to-watch videos and a clear path to success, you can learn guitar at your own pace. I get it if you want to take it slow. Guitar Tricks helps you learn any style of guitar faster and has one of the biggest libraries of organized lessons in the world and the best songs from artists like AC/DC, Johnny Cash, Ed Sheeran, The Beatles, Shawn Mendes, and more. Just choose your style, choose your path, and choose to free me from this prison of loneliness that I've been in the last decade. Click the link to sign up for a free 14-day trial and get a free bonus gift.
Doomhammer was currently having a little chat with one of his lieutenants, Rend Blackhand of the Blacktooth Grin clan, which you would imagine would be a little bit awkward considering who Rend's father was, but no, not really. However, their little chat was interrupted by a scout who came running up looking like he had some pretty important news to deliver.
Trolls! Forest trolls! A full war party by the looks of it.
Trolls? What? Are they attacking us? I thought they were smarter than ogres, not dumber. Doomhammer noted Ren's observation. The one time the war chief had encountered forest trolls, he'd been impressed, and even slightly concerned by how cunning they were. Seemed a bit moronic and out of character for them to try and attack the horde.
Not attacking. They've been captured. By humans. Where? Not far from here. How many? About 40 humans. 10 trolls, including their leader.
Doomhammer nodded and turned to Rend.
Gather your strongest warriors, and quickly. You leave at once. But be clear, Rend. This is a raiding party only. You are to rescue the trolls and bring them back here with you. Avoid being seen as much as possible, and kill any who spot you. I will not have our battle plans ruined because you were careless.
The Blacktooth Grin chieftain nodded and departed without a word, and now it was just a matter of playing the waiting game. But in the meantime, Orgrim's thoughts turned to the past. Blackhand had shocked the orcs back on their homeworld, declaring his intent to ally with the ogres. Not everyone had been happy about it, Orgrim included, but it had proven a useful partnership. Those monstrous creatures had lent considerable strength to the horde. So, upon entering the dark portal and arriving on Azeroth, Blackhand had again called for his followers to go forth and find more allies on this new strange world. Maybe there were ogres here as well or something. And after about 2 weeks of encountering nothing but humans and a few of the diminutive but mighty dwarves, Orgrim met some new peeps that fit the bill. Forest trolls. In a forest, obviously.
We are not your foes. It should be wanting, morsel. Your leader. I would speak with him on behalf of my own.
The creature laughed at that.
We no be speaking with morsels. We be eating them.
The troll then thrust its spear in a hard, swift motion that would have gutted Doomhammer had he remained still for the blow. However, Orgrim twisted, pulled his hammer, and bellowed a war cry, and the troll paused and looked absolutely terrified. And in its hesitation, Doomhammer leapt forward and smashed the creature's leg full in the knee, and then turned to the rest of the ambushing trolls.
I say again, your leader.
That gesture worked. The rest of the trolls dropped their weapons immediately, and now looked extremely willing to comply to any request the orcs might have. He'll be wanting to speak with Zul'jin. I'll be bringing him here.
We shall wait.
So, that particular troll buggered off, and the remaining trolls and the orcs started to wait. But Orgrim got bored after a few minutes, so he decided to make conversation and diffuse some of the tension.
What are you called? I am Krultan, Orgrim Doomhammer, of the Blackrock clan. What are your people? We are forest trolls, a Marni tribe.
Doomhammer nodded. Forest trolls. And they had tribes, so they were civilized then. They'd make good allies. Native to this world, so they knew its geography, its inhabitants, and its dangers. After about an hour, the troll that had left returned, as well as a few others.
You be wanting Zul'jin. Here I am.
Doomhammer looked the troll up and down and sort of assessed the guy. Nice scarf.
I am Doomhammer. And yes, I would speak with you. My leader, Blackhand, leads the orc horde. No doubt you've seen our people moving through the forest.
We be seeing you.
You be clumsier than the humans. What you be wanting with us?
You want our forest, you'd be fighting us for 'em. And you'd be losing. Doomhammer had no doubt that Zul'jin was correct in that statement. The Horde massively outnumbered them, but if all forest trolls were as sneaky as these buggers, the orcs would indeed have problems.
We don't want your forests. We want your strength. We plan to conquer this world. And we would have you beside us as allies.
Allies? Why? What would we gain?
Well, what would you want?
One of the trolls started to say something in a strange hissing language, but Zul'jin cut him off. We need nothing from you. We have our forest. None dare intrude here, save for the accursed elves, and we be handling them ourselves.
These elves, they're a race unto themselves? A mighty one?
Mighty, yeah. But we be killing them since ancient times. We need no help with them.
Why pick them off one by one, though? Why not march into their homes? Destroy them. With the Horde behind you, you could crush the elves once and for all. Hold the forest without contest.
Zul'jin appeared to consider that, and for a moment, Orgrim dared to hope that he'd agree. But the troll then shook his head. Nah, we fight the elves ourselves. We need no help, and we're not wanting the rest of the world, not anymore. Fighting others will not be giving us anything.
Ugh, I understand. My leader will be disappointed, as am I, but I respect your decision.
Still to this day, Doomhammer regretted the troll leader's decision. However, as Rend Blackhand approached, with a whole bunch of rescued trolls accompanying him, perhaps they now had an opportunity to try again. The humans were careless, assuming the only threat in the forest was the one they'd already captured. No one who Thorith lived.
Good.
Orgrim then turned to Zul'jin, and based on the troll's expression, Doomhammer could see that he remembered their encounter just as well as Orgrim did.
When I heard you'd been captured, I sent my warriors at once.
Your leader be sending you?
I am leader now.
Your Horde still be seeking to conquer the world, yeah? Doomhammer nodded. This was it. Moment of truth. We be aiding you then, as you aided us. Allies.
Allies.
Meanwhile, in chapter 5 of the book, 2 days after the Royal Brain Trust, Lothar found himself back in the throne room again for yet another Royal Brain Trust. Khadgar was again in attendance, and Lothar was glad of the lad's presence. He was the only one Lothar knew, really. Terenas was a kind enough host, but Khadgar reminded Lothar of home, even if he wasn't actually from Stormwind himself. It was difficult still to accept that home was gone. Lothar kept expecting to turn and see Lane standing right there, asking him what the bloody hell he was doing in Lordaeron. But Lane was dead. Stormwind was dead, and its champion had vowed to keep this land from following the same fate or die trying. To be honest though, it felt more like this mission was going to cost him his sanity rather than his life. Politics. What a load of old shit. He had no patience for it. It was all a game, Lane had once told him. A game of positioning and influence and manoeuvring. No one ever really won. You just kind of waved your dick around a little bit until someone with a bigger dick waved theirs. After lunch that first day, all the monarchs seemed to accept that the Horde were coming, even Perinold. But it had taken the rest of the day to convince them that unifying was the answer. Terenas, Trollbane and Proudmoore took little coaxing, but Perinold and Greymane had been a little bit more difficult. The ruler of Ulterac was pretty obviously afraid of battle, and that attitude probably extended to his subjects, Lothar thought, meaning his men would probably not be that useful anyway. Lothar was surprised by Greymane's reluctance though. That guy certainly looked like a warrior, but he'd been quick to suggest other options every time the subject turned to war, and it was only after Trollbane and Proudmoore outright accused the man of cowardice that he started to come round to the idea. On the second day, more of the same really. They'd settled on the idea of war at least, but now they had to discuss the logistics of cooperation and stuff. Which army would supply what troops? Where would they be stationed? Who was going to pay for all this? And the biggest question of all, who was going to command them? Obviously each king felt that they should be the one in charge. Terenas stated that Lordaeron was the largest of the kingdoms. Trollbane claimed to have the most actual fighting experience. Proudmoore mentioned the power of his navy. Greymane felt, due to his lands likely being the first overrun, he should be commander. And Perinold suggested brute force alone wasn't enough. The commander should be intelligent and wise, which he obviously considered himself to be. And then there were the two non-kings, Archbishop Fowl and Archmage Antonidas. Still very much rulers in their own right. Fortunately though, they weren't interested in leadership at all. They actually acted more like moderators, keeping the kings focused and stuff, so that was helpful. And now it was the third day. Lothar had no idea what, if any, progress would be made, but he did know that he was starting to get really bloody bored of all of this talking.
We're all here then. Good. Now, we've all agreed that time is of the essence, and we've all agreed upon our course of action.
The rest of the monarchs nodded, and Lothar wondered when the bloody hell they'd all agreed on their course of action. Was he missing something? Then I hereby declare the founding of the Alliance of Lordaeron. We shall stand together as one, as our ancestors did long ago in the Arathi Empire, and it is only fitting that our commander should hail from that ancient ruling stock. We, the Kings of the Alliance, do hereby appoint Lord Anduin Lothar as our supreme commander. You what, mate? Lothar stared at Tyrannus, who flashed him a wink, and then whispered some stuff so only Lothar could hear him. It was the only way, really. Each of them wanted to be in charge and were dead set against any of the others taking their place. You aren't a king, so none of them feel like anyone got any special treatment. But you're also of a noble bloodline, so they don't feel slighted by being passed over. Probably was a bit awkward for the other kings to just stand there whilst Tyrannus whispered shit to Lothar, but whatevs. I know it's a great deal to ask of you. We would not, if it weren't for our own very survival. Will you accept this charge? Didn't take long for Lothar to answer, since he didn't really have a choice anyway. I accept. I will lead the Alliance army against the Horde. Very good. Let us now each go to assemble our own troops, gear and supplies. I suggest we all meet again in 1 week to present our rosters and inventories to Lord Lothar, so that he may see what forces he has at his disposal and begin his planning. The rest of the kings nodded, and each approached the champion in turn to congratulate him on his appointment. The sentiments from Perinold and Greymane seemed a little less sincere, though. And then they all buggered off, leaving Lothar, Khadgar and the 2 non-kings in the throne room by themselves. Out of the frying pan, eh? And you let them talk you into that. Those clever bastards. They'd sell their own children if they knew it would win them more land. I particularly liked the way they just assumed you'd accept. But I guess that's what happens when you have authority over others. You forget that anyone else matters, much less has a say in anything. Khadgar then looked at the other 2 men present, and went bright red in his face cheeks. Not all authority is corrupt and self-serving, young man. There are those of us called to serve by leading, just as your friend here was. Of course, Father. Forgive me. I didn't mean to imply... I wasn't talking about you, I just... Enough, lad. I don't blame you for your outburst. Lord Lothar was indeed neatly manoeuvred into that trap. I must confess, however, I too lent my weight to that decision. You are a good man, sir. I believe you are our best choice. Thank you, Father. Lothar had never really been a religious man, but he had a great deal of respect for the Church of Light, and everything he'd seen of the Archbishop thus far had impressed him. Now, on to other matters. First, what can you tell me of Northshire? The Abbey? Did it survive?
I'm afraid not, Father. They tore it to pieces. A few of the clerics survived and are down in South Shore with the others, but the rest...
I see. I will pray for them. The Archbishop then fell silent. Obviously he'd meant he'd pray for them right now, so Khadgar and Lothar waited patiently and respectfully. Until finally, you will need lieutenants for your army, sir. I think it best if some of those come not from the kingdoms, but from the church. I have several in mind, and a new order that I feel may prove extremely valuable to the Alliance. I'll need some time to iron out the details. Shall we say 4 days? In the courtyard? Afternoon? You will not be disappointed, sir. The Archbishop then gave a little bow, and then walked away, and that just left the other non-king, the Archmage, who'd been watching them without a word this entire time.
The might and wisdom of the Kirin Tor are at your disposal, sir. I know you are acquainted with the Wizards of Stormwind, so you have some sense of our capabilities. I shall appoint one of our number to assist you and serve as our liaison. I would ask for Khadgar to fill that role, sir. He's already a trusted companion and has faced the orcs with me more than once.
Of course. The Archmage then reached out and cupped Khadgar's chin with one hand, raising his head to study his face, and Khadgar had never felt so uncomfortable.
You have suffered much. Your experience has marked you, far more than in your appearance.
I did what had to be done.
As we all must. You shall keep us apprised of the situation in the field, young Khadgar, and communicate Lord Lothar's needs and requests as quickly as possible. You shall also coordinate the efforts of any other Magi present. I trust this is within your capabilities.
Khadgar nodded.
Good. I shall expect you at Dalaran at your earliest convenience, so that we may discuss other important matters.
The gem embedded at the top of the Archmage's staff then flared, and boof, he bloody disappeared. He wants to know about Medivh.
Yep. What should I tell him? The truth. I need to know what happened.
Yeah, alright. Well, that can wait until after lunch. I swear the Horde itself could not keep me from food right now.
Yeah, you jest. Let's just hope it don't actually come to that.
4 days later, Lothar and Khadgar went to the main courtyard and waited for Archbishop Fowl to arrive, and soon enough, he did. Thank you for indulging me. I wouldn't take up your time, but I really do believe this will help. But first, I would tell you, Sir Lothar, the Church has pledged itself to Stormwind's aid. We shall gather funds to help you rebuild, once the immediate crisis has passed. Thank you, Father. That means a great deal to me, and will to Prince Varian as well. The Holy Light will fill your home once more. The Archbishop then paused for a moment. When you spoke of Northshire Abbey's destruction, I was dismayed. I wondered how the rest of my clergy could possibly survive the coming war. Clearly these orcs are a threat even to sturdy warriors like yourself, so how could a mere priest defend themselves? And as I felt these concerns, an idea appeared to me, as if brought by the Holy Light itself. What if there was a way to ensure that warriors fought for the light, and with the light, using both its gifts and their own martial prowess? Is there a way? I believe so, yes. I will establish a new branch of the church, Paladins. I've already selected a few candidates. Some knights, others priests. They will be trained, not only in war but in prayer and in healing. They'll have the ability to bless themselves and others in the holy light. The Archbishop then turned and beckoned, and 4 random blokes emerged from a nearby passage. May I present Uther, Saden Dathrahan, Tyrion Fordring, and Turalian. These will be the Knights of the Silver Hand. I shall leave you 6 to discuss matters. Thao was absolutely beaming like a proud father, but he then buggered off, just as he said he would. Some of these paladin blokes, like the young Turalian, looked a little bit overwhelmed, but Uther and Tyrion seemed more composed, and Uther went ahead and took the lead. My lord, the Archbishop told us of the upcoming battle, and of the Horde's approach. We're at your service, and at the service of the people. Use us as you see fit, sword or shield. You were a knight before. Aye, my lord, but I've been a devout follower of the church since my youth. Met Fowl back when he was merely a bishop. I was honoured when he told me of this new order, and offered me a place within it. Uther's jaw then tightened. With the coming of these foul creatures, I know we will need the light's blessing to protect our lands, and our people. Lothar nodded. He could understand why the man had turned to faith, and he had no doubt that Uther would be a powerful force on the battlefield. But still, there was something about the guy's zeal that unnerved him a little bit. He suspected the guy was a bit of a Boy Scout, focused on honour and faith and stuff. Probably wasn't likely to use less noble methods to ensure success. And that could be a bit of a problem. Lothar had learned from bitter experience. To survive against the Horde, they were going to need to use any means necessary. Lothar, Khadgar and the 4 paladins spent the next hour chatting, until finally, the paladins buggered off, and Lothar turned to his wizard companion. Well, what do you think of them? I doubt they'll be much use to us. And why's that? They're not prepared. The Horde's going to arrive in Lordaeron in what, weeks? And none of these men have seen battle, at least not as paladins. I'm sure they can fight, but if the Archbishop's expecting them to perform miracles, I'm pretty sure he's going to be disappointed. Yeah, I agree. But Val has faith in them, so perhaps we must as well. But assuming they are ready, somehow, what's your opinion of them? Uther will be dangerous for the Horde, that's for certain. I don't think he could command men other than paladins, though. His beliefs are a bit, in your face. Most soldiers wouldn't be able to endure that for too long. Saden and Tyrion as well. They were knights and warriors once, but they've since found faith. That may make them hesitate to use less noble tactics. And Turalian? The least of them in faith and thus the highest in my eyes. Didn't seem to have the same blinding zeal as the others. Lothar was impressed by Khadgar's keen eye for these things. Little bastard had basically drawn all the same conclusions as him, all on his own. Turalian did indeed seem like the most promising of the candidates. Although he'd seemed reluctant to speak at first, he eventually came out of his shell and appeared to have quite the bright, agile mind, with more appreciation for subtleties and shades than his fellows. I agree. I'll speak with Fowl. The Paladins will no doubt be valued assets. I'll take Uther as our liaison to them and any other forces the Church can supply. And I think I'll propose an additional candidate as well. Gavinrad. He was one of my knights, and a good man. He'll make a fine paladin. Well, I'll take Turalian to serve as one of my lieutenants. Good choice. Now let's just hope the Horde gives us enough time to prepare them and everything else. We'll prepare what we can, and we'll face them when we must. Not much else we can do anyway.
I just got decimated! We'll just adjust and add some link runes, and upgrade our equipment. Boom! That's more like it! Enjoy upgrading your skills and gears to dominate. Download Undecember and get in the battle!
Gul'dan was bloody furious, because things were not going according to plan.
Why have you not succeeded yet?
We're trying, Gul'dan. We've been able to animate the bodies, but not give them consciousness. At the moment, they're little more than shells. We can direct them as puppets, but their movements are sloppy and slow. They don't really pose a threat to anyone. Rakmar Sharpfang, the oldest of the surviving orc necromancers, if you don't count Gul'dan himself, was the Necrolites' unofficial leader, and as a result, he often found himself being the one who had to report the bad news to the High Warlock. So it kinda sucked to be him. But Gul'dan just stood there, glaring at the bodies strewn on the ground. Lifeless. Useless. They'd been humans once. Warriors. Slain here in the battle for Stormwind. But they could potentially be a powerful addition to the Horde. The new forces that the old Warlock had promised Doomhammer. But only if these worthless assistants pulled their fingers out their asses and stopped faffing about.
Find a way.
Gul'dan was half tempted to strike some Necrolites down right where they stood, but he stopped himself. They'd be even more useless if they were dead. However, a thought then popped into his head. Brilliant. Of course. That was the answer.
You're right, Rakmar. You're trying your best. I understand. This is a new and different thing we are attempting. It would pose a great challenge to anyone. I have no right to be angry that you have not yet succeeded. Please, return to your work. I will leave you in peace to experiment once more.
Thank you. Gul'dan could see that Rakmar was a little bit taken aback by the sudden empathy, as were the other warlocks, and he suppressed a chuckle, simply nodding to them and then buggering off. Let them think he gave a shit. Let them think whatever they like. Wouldn't matter soon anyway. Gul'dan then turned a corner and found Shuckle, ever waiting, as always. Two-headed Knob was never that far away.
The Necrolites have served their purpose. Now they have a new one, a far greater one. Gather our implements. We shall be making a sacrifice.
Sometime later, after Gul'dan and Shuckle had done a little bit of construction and sent out a call for the Necrolites to join them.
Are we summoning our fallen brethren?
Rakmar spoke softly, but Gul'dan could see he and the other Necrolites were desperately trying to figure out what this new altar was all about.
Yes. Doomhammer slaughtered the other warlocks, but their souls yet linger. We will summon them and instill them within the human bodies. They will be eager to return to this world and serve the Horde once more.
Right. That'll definitely animate them. But will it give them power? Or will they be little more than walking corpses?
Silence! We begin.
And begin they did. Gul'dan summoned his magic and felt it fill him with power. Not enough power, mind you, but that would soon change. But in the meantime, he continued channeling his energies into the altar, priming it for the transformation he was about to evoke. And the rest of the Necrolites joined in, lending their own magic to the incantation. Gul'dan couldn't stop the weird arousal growl from popping out. He was just too damned excited. He jizzed his pants, guys. It's in the book. We all know I just read them verbatim and I'm going to get sued. With the Necrolites good and distracted, it was finally time. So he moved behind Rakmar, unsheathed his dagger, and slit the poor sod's throat. And as Rakmar gasped and choked and fell and thrashed and stuff, Gul'dan stabbed him right in the chest and removed the still beating heart. And then cast a spell, binding Rakmar's spirit within it.
Do not fear, Rakmar, for this is not the end of you. On the contrary, you shall now actually succeed at your task.
Gul'dan then let out a goofy chuckle.
That's the good thing about necromancers. We never let anything go to waste.
The old warlock then glanced up and observed his surroundings. Shuckle had already killed many of the other Necrolites, and the remaining ones were kind of just shitting themselves in a corner. Too scared to either flee or fight. Typical. Even in their final moments, they were bloody worthless.
Well, have you succeeded? I have, noble Doomhammer.
Gul'dan then gestured at the bodies behind him, which Orgrim looked at and raised an eyebrow.
Fallen Stormwind soldiers. Big whoops. Did you ask me here to show me you could line up bodies neatly? Is this the extent of your power, Gul'dan? To prepare corpses for burial?
Ooh, how Gul'dan longed to wipe the smirk off this asshole's face. But now is not the time.
Of course not. Watch.
Gul'dan then nodded to Shuckle, who knelt down near the first body and placed a jeweled baton type thing in the corpse's hand. It had been quite time consuming creating those enchanted weapons, but without said weapons, this new force would be far less powerful. The corpse itself then stirred slightly before rising to its feet, its movements stiff at first but becoming more fluid by the second, and it then opened its eyes, revealing them to be a glowing red. You have succeeded then, Gul'dan. You have returned my spirit to this world. Excellent.
Welcome back, Terran Gorefiend. Yes, I have brought you back, to further serve the Horde.
The war chief then stepped forward and studied the creature.
Gorefiend, one of your warlocks from the Shadow Council. I killed him myself. We all give ourselves to the Horde. Gorefiend's soul had not departed this plane. I merely recalled it, and found it a new home. Only now his very body is imbued with sorcery. He's more powerful than ever. This then is what you give me. Walking corpses, powered by your dead acolytes.
Orgrim's face then twisted in disgust.
You asked for warriors. I provided them. They will be a match for anything the humans have and more. And although their bodies may be rotted human flesh, they are still orcs in spirit and in allegiance. And they can still wield their magic as well. Just think what they'll accomplish in battle.
Doomhammer nodded and considered those things.
Will you serve me?
War chiefs don't ask, they command, Gul'dan thought. You're weak as shit, Doomhammer. The Gorefiend considered the war chief's question for a moment, until finally, he nodded.
As Gul'dan said, I'm still an orc despite this shell. I live for the Horde. I will serve you. You killed me, but I do not hold that against you, for it has resulted in this new powerful form. I'm well pleased with the trade. Good. Good. You shall be my Death Knights, the forefront of our great Horde. Together we'll crush the humans, take their lands, and make this world safe for our people. You've done as you promised, Gul'dan. Thank you. Of course, noble war chief. Anything for our people.
Idiot, Gul'dan thought, as Doomhammer buggered off with his newly awakened best friends. Take them and go. Return to your war. Now that you're satisfied, I'll have the freedom to concentrate on my other plans. Gul'dan would play the loyal warlock a little while longer, he vowed, but not forever. Soon enough, he'd have what he needed, and then everyone else could go suck a bag of dicks and die or something. An entire week later, the war chief stood tall in front of a fortress Zul'jin had told him about, Blackrock Spire. 'Twas a massive structure that stood atop Blackrock Mountain. Doomhammer was a little bit confused as to why this place shared the same name as his clan, despite them being from separate worlds, but whatevs. Massive bloody coincidence, mate. No reason for it, don't ask questions. Below stood the orcs of every clan, waiting eagerly to hear what their war chief had to say. He'd already led them to victory once, achieved more than Black Hand ever did, really.
My people, hear me. We've taken this land and it is good, rich with life, and we can raise strong families here. Yet it is not without its defenders. The humans are skilled and fight hard to retain what was theirs.
The crowd murmured in agreement. There was no weakness in acknowledging a powerful foe, and the humans were certainly that.
We must continue our conquest. Another land, Lordaeron, lies to the north, and once we control it, our clans may claim territories, settle, craft homes. But first, we must take it from the humans, and they will not surrender it lightly.
Now the crowd was growling, showing their willingness to fight on.
I know that you're strong. I know that you're warriors and will not falter in battle. But the humans are many, and this time, they will be ready for us. But they will not be ready for our new allies.
Doomhammer then motioned behind him, and Zul'jin stepped forward.
The forest trolls are now part of the Horde and will fight alongside us. They are as mighty as an ogre, but as crafty as an orc. And they're pretty good carpenters as well. They will be our guides, our scouts, our forest warriors. Together we be fighting the humans, the elves, and anyone else who stands against us.
The crowd cheered, but Doomhammer wasn't finished.
They are not our only new allies.
The war chief again motioned behind him, and this time Terran Gorefiend stepped forward. Although he wore a mask to conceal his hideous features, it was still pretty obvious to the orcs that there was something a bit off about him. So the crowd returned to murmuring again.
We are the Death Knights. We have pledged ourselves to the Horde and to Doomhammer. We will fight as one of you, drive your enemies from this world.
Terran had requested that Doomhammer not reveal the Death Knight's true nature to the orcs, as in who they'd been before, and Doomhammer had agreed. Probably was for the best to keep that a secret for now.
The Death Knights will be our cavalry and our vanguard. They're strong and swift, and possess a dark magic that will strip away our foes' defenses. And finally, we may have another new ally. Soon.
Orgrim glanced towards Zuluhead, who just kind of shrugged. Guess they still needed more time. but the trolls and the Death Knights were enough for now. We march north, across the land and into Khazmadan. The dwarves' lands are rich with metals and fuel. We'll take what's theirs, and we'll build a mighty fleet of ships. And with those ships, we'll sail to Lordaeron. We'll make landfall to the west and march back, catching the humans from behind. And then we'll crush them. The crowd cheered yet again, so loudly that the mountain itself seemed to cheer back at them. The rocks around them, even the stone beneath their feet, started shaking. The volcano speaks. The spirits within the mountain are pleased. They grant us their blessing. Doomhammer nodded and turned back to the crowd, all of which had started chanting his name over and over again. There was a feeling of elation and pride in the air. After everything the orcs had been through up to this point, it was about time they had something to cheer about, Orgrim thought. Tell us everything. Khadgar was currently stood in the council chambers of the Violet Citadel. He wasn't too fussed about the disguises and stuff. It was a little bit dramatic, yes, but also practical. For the leaders of the wizard community were chosen in secret to avoid any bribery or blackmail, that sort of thing. But it was also pretty obvious that some of the council members sort of revelled in the mysteriousness of it all, and enjoyed the fact that any visitors to the chamber tended to leave looking ever so slightly confused by their experience. But Khadgar's appearance had also changed since the last time he was here, so it was entirely possible that some of the council members were just as bewildered by him as he was by them. So that was fun. But all that aside, Khadgar didn't particularly want to play these games. He was tired. He appreciated the council were interested in recent events, and they had a right to know, but it would be great if they could have this chat without all the posturing and performance and shit. Which is exactly why he glanced directly towards one of the wizards and said, I would be happy to recount events, Prince Kelthus, but it would be far easier were I able to see my audience properly. There was a bit of a gasp from one of the other figures, but the Elven Prince simply chuckled. You are correct, young Khadgar. I'd find it difficult to speak to such shadowy figures myself. Is this better? With the quickest of gestures, the prince dismissed his disguise completely. Much better. Thanks. Khadgar then looked towards the rest of the cloaked figures expectantly, and they all just sort of fidgeted a little bit. Lord Krasus, Lord Kel'Thuzad, may I not see your faces? At that, Antonidas laughed. He hadn't bothered wearing a disguise, since he was the one who invited Khadgar here in the first place. This matter is far too serious for such parlour tricks. He's no longer a whelp to be fooled and amazed by such slights. Unveil yourselves, my friends. Let us be to this matter before the night grows older. The other Magi obeyed with a few grumbles, and now Khadgar could see all 6 of them clearly. Although that didn't mean he recognised all of them. He knew of Antonidas, obviously. He knew of the prince, and Krasus, and Kel'Thuzad. But the pudgy man, and the woman that could only be described as handsome, he did not know. We've done as you asked. Now tell us what happened. Or what do you want to know? Everything. Very well. Khadgar then proceeded to describe all of the things that had happened since he left Dalaran 2 years prior. His strange apprenticeship with Medivh, his mentor's mood swings and weird disappearances, his first encounter with the orcs, the wizard murders, and finally, he told them about Medivh's betrayal, how he and Lothar had been forced to end the wizard's life. And then Khadgar went on to tell them about the Siege of Stormwind, Lane's death, the city's conquest, and their subsequent flight north. And the Council Magi remained quiet the entire time, right up until Khadgar had seemingly finished talking, and there was an awkward silence for a moment. You forgot to mention the Order of Tirisfal. Antonidas let out a sharp cough, but Kel'Thuzad persisted. What? Is it not relevant when discussing Medivh? It is. I apologise for my lapse, but I know little of the Order's true workings. Medivh did not name any other members, or discuss its activities with me. The handsome woman and Kel'Thuzad shared a look of frustration and disappointment with each other, and Khadgar breathed an internal sigh of relief. Good. He'd been right to opt for discretion. These folks knew nothing about the Order, and had merely hoped to trick him into revealing their secrets. I'm more concerned with Medivh himself, with what happened to him. You are certain it was Sargeras who saw within him? Absolutely. I'd already seen the Titan in a vision. So it was Medivh, or Sargeras through him, who opened a rift for the orcs. What did you say that world was called? Draenor. Khadgar shuddered a little bit. He still remembered that first vision he'd had in the tower. It had always filled him with a sort of comfort before, knowing he'd make old bones before his demise. But now that his body had been prematurely aged, could happen any moment. Could happen this afternoon. What do we know of it? This world. You mentioned the sky was red. Can you tell us anything else? I haven't really been there, but a companion, a half-orc, told me a few things. The orcs were considerably more peaceful at home. They squabbled, but they didn't fight wars. Their only real enemies were the ogres. So what happened? They were corrupted. My companion didn't know all of the details, the why and the how of it, but she said their skin changed colour, from brown to green. They began practicing different magic from what they'd known before. They turned more vicious, more violent. She talked about some ceremony in a chalice, and everyone drank some weird liquid, I don't know. But after that, they went even more blood crazy, killed any foe they encountered, and then turned on each other. And their magics leached the life from the soil itself. Just when it seemed like that might be it for the orcs, Medivh approached their chief warlock Gul'dan and offered him access to this world. They built a portal, sent a few clans through at a time, gradually increased their numbers, and now we have them approaching us at full force. Yeah. Khadgar then waited for further questions, but no one spoke, so eventually, well, if there's nothing more, noble gentleman and lady, I shall skedaddle. It's been a long day. What are your plans now? Khadgar frowned. He'd been asking himself that very question. Part of him wanted to just resume his old job as an assistant to the librarian here in Dalaran, but the other part of him hated the idea of hiding from the upcoming conflict. He'd already faced a demon, a pretty important one at that, and survived. If he could handle that, he could handle anything. Besides, friendship, respect, loyalty still mattered in this world. I'll stand by Lord Lothar. I pledge my support and he richly deserves it. After the war, assuming we survive, I don't know. You're still a subject of Dalaran. If we called you back here and assigned you necessary work, would you obey? No, I can't return to that. After the war, I'll return to my studies. Whether I do that here, or at Medivh's tower, or some other location is entirely uncertain. Another awkward silence filled the room as everybody studied everybody, until Krasis piped up. You left here a mere fledgling apprentice, but you've returned a master. You will not be ordered to do anything. We shall respect your wishes and your independence. However, we would appreciate it if you kept us up to date. So I'm free to go? Yes, you may go. Keep us informed. The sooner we know what's going on, the faster we can provide assistance. Of course. Khadgar then buggered off, but as soon as the doors shut behind him, he summoned a scrying sphere, because he had a feeling the conversation hadn't ended with his departure. And he was right. I don't know how far we can trust him. He didn't exactly seem eager to be here. Would you be, if you'd been through as much as he has? Besides, we don't need to trust him. We just need him to provide us with an introduction to Lothar and mediate between us and any others. We can at least trust him not to undermine our efforts, not to turn against us, and not to withhold any information we might need. It's not like we need anything more from him than that. That other world he spoke of, Draenor, that troubles me. If the orcs could pass through that portal, others could have too. From either side, there could be even worse creatures waiting eagerly for their chance to devastate our world. And there's nothing to stop the orcs from retreating home whenever they feel it necessary. Fighting an enemy with an impregnable home base becomes considerably more difficult. They could pop out, attack, and then disappear again. We should make finding and destroying that portal our first priority. Agreed. Destroy the portal. Glad that's settled. Anything else? The conversation then immediately turned to extremely boring crap like cleaning schedules, so Khadgar let the scrying spheres fade away. Well, that had gone a lot better than he'd expected. He thought the Kirin Tor was going to be furious with his lack of respect, but they seemed to actually be quite understanding, which was nice of them. Now, Khadgar just needed to teleport himself back to Capital City and go to bed. Hopefully he'd be awake enough to be of any use tomorrow. A week later, Lothar stood in a command tent in southern Lordaeron. Outside the tent, soldiers ran drills and stuff, and inside the tent, Lothar, the kings, and a few others stood around a table staring at a map. So a pretty stereotypical military camp, really. The discussion was the same one they'd been having for a week now. Which way was the Horde most likely to go? Where would they attack? And how would the Alliance troops prepare for it without trampling the very crops and fields they were trying to protect? Greymane was insisting for the 10th time now that the troops be stationed around his borders, when suddenly a scout burst in. Sir, you have to see this. They're here. Who's here? The elves, sir. The elves are here. The elves. Lothar took a moment to process that before glaring towards the kings, and just as he'd suspected, Terenas coughed and looked very guilty indeed. We need allies. The elves are a mighty race. I thought it best to contact them immediately, without consulting me. What if they'd sent an entire army, arrived announcing that they were in control? What if the Horde attacks, whilst we're still trying to assimilate them into our ranks? Don't conceal details like this from your military commander. Tyrannus nodded. You are correct. Of course. I should have consulted you first. It won't happen again. The fact that Tyrannus responded the way he did reminded Lothar of why he liked him so much. Most men find it difficult to accept fault, especially kings, but Tyrannus seemed to accept full responsibility. Fine. Let's go see what these elves look like then. Upon exiting the tent, the first thing Lothar saw were his own troops, and he couldn't help but feel a little bit proud and confident. Ain't nobody going to be able to stand against such a mighty force, he thought. But then he remembered the sight of the Horde washing over Stormwind, and his confidence faded a little bit. Glancing past the troops, Lothar focused on the shore. He saw Proudmoore's ships anchored there, but he also saw a cluster of unfamiliar ships. Elven destroyers. Faster than our own, and lighter. They carry less weaponry but make up for it with speed. An excellent addition to our forces, but it don't look like they've sent many. Looks like a single battle group. Perhaps more will follow. I wouldn't be their way. They'd all arrive together. A dozen ships is better than no ships, plus whatever troops they were carrying as well. We should go and greet them. And so they did. As they approached the pier, a tall golden-haired figure leapt down from the deck above, and Lothar heard at least one person behind him gasp quite audibly. The figure then drew closer, and Lothar saw that it was a woman. A rather stunning one, at that. Milady, welcome. I'm Anduin Lothar, commander of the Alliance of Lordaeron. The elven lady nodded. I'm Illyria Windrunner. I bring you greetings from Anasterian Sunstrider and the Council of Silvermoon. Thank you. Allow me to introduce the kings of the Alliance, as well as my lieutenants. Nods and greetings were then exchanged, especially from Turallion. Now, forgive my bluntness, Lady Illyria, but, is this all the aid your people can muster? I'll tell you straight, Lord Lothar. Anasterian and the others were little concerned by the reports you sent. This horde is far distant from us, and seems intent on conquering human lands, not our forests. The council members believe it would be better to leave this conflict to the younger races. And yet you're here. The missive from King Tyrannus. It informed us that you, Lord Lothar, are the last of the Arathi bloodline. Our ancestors pledged eternal support to King Thoradin, and all his kin. Anasterian could not deny that obligation, so we sent this battle group to acknowledge the debt. And what about you? I'm here of my own accord. I'm a ranger. I chose to bring my own detachment and offer our aid freely. I have a feeling this conflict is far more serious than my own rulers realize. If this horde is as vicious as you say, our forests will not remain safe for long. We must stop them. I agree. I thank your lords for their token support, but I'm far more grateful for your presence than that of your rangers. We were just discussing our next move. I'll be interested to hear your opinion. And, once your people are settled, I would ask that you send them scouting, and we may be sure our enemy is not yet upon us. We need no rest. I'll send them at once. Illyria then gestured towards the other elves, and they buggered off. They'll scout and report back. If the horde has come within 2 days' march of here, we will know of it. Excellent. Now, if you'd like to accompany us back to the tent, milady. Of course. But please, stop calling me milady. It's Illyria, nothing more. Lothar nodded and turned, and as he did, he caught a glimpse of Turallion's face and suppressed a grin. Now he knew where that gasp had come from. However, 2 days later, Lothar found he had nothing to smile about anymore, because Illyria's scouts had returned, as had Proudmoore's, and both had the same news to share. The horde had taken Khazmodan. They'd crafted ships. Those ships were now carrying them swiftly across the water, aimed at the southern coast of Lordaeron. Seemed likely they'd come ashore in the Hillsbrad region, but if the Alliance were quick enough, they could have a force there waiting as the horde arrived. Gather the troops. Leave everything non-essential. We can send people back for it later if we survive. Go! Lothar then turned to Khadgar. So it begins. I thought we'd have more time. So did I. But these orcs are impatient to conquer. That might be their downfall. At least, I hope so. What are you doing? I'm doing the war cry from The Last Airbender. I thought it would be cool. No one liked that movie. Stop embarrassing yourself. Are we ready? Ready, sir. Lothar nodded and turned away, and Turallion just kind of stood there, gulped, and worried if he'd done or said something wrong. Had Lothar wanted more detail? Was he supposed to do something now? Stop it, Turallion thought. Stop doubting yourself. Stop panicking. The only reason the commander is frowning is because we're about to go into battle. Not because of you. Ah, balls. We're about to go into battle. Turallion then forced himself not to think about these things anymore. Wasn't really helping. So he decided to check his gear one more time. Straps were good and tight. His soft and squidgy parts were well protected. Everything was fine. He was ready. Or as ready as he could be, anyway. Nervous? Very. Turallion had been raised with the typical sense of respect but also wariness towards Magi. But Khadgar was different. He was down to earth. Unlike other wizards, the guy didn't act like his shit don't stink. Don't worry. Everyone's nervous. Trick is to just work past it. You're nervous too. Scared shitless, mate. Have been every time we're in combat. But Lothar once told me, you should be scared. The man that isn't afraid gets careless. And then he gets dead. My instructor said pretty much the same. There's one thing to say it, isn't it? Another to believe it. You'll be fine. Once it starts, you'll be too busy to think about it anyway. That conversation then abruptly ended, and the men looked out across the Hillsbrad region. It was named so for its rolling foothills, and the Alliance forces were currently spread across the last line of said foothills, facing South Shore and the Great Sea beyond. The Horde ships were visible on the horizon, massive ugly vessels, made of dark metal and blackened wood, certainly looked the part. It was Lothar's plan to meet the Horde as they landed, before the Orcs had a chance to regain their land legs. Proudmoore's navy had assaulted the ships as they'd made their passage, but a number of them had made it through, so there was still going to be quite the ground battle. They're almost ashore. Best ready your men for the attack. Turallion nodded, but didn't dare speak, mainly because Illyria was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen, and he was pretty sure any words he said would come out as either complete nonsense, or he'd just outright ask her to marry him or something. However, there did seem to be a slight glint in her eyes and a half smile on her face whenever she spoke to him, meaning she very likely knew and enjoyed just how uncomfortable she made him. But ain't nobody got time for that. Turallion turned to the unit leaders and gave them the go-ahead gesture, and they in turn gave orders to their heralds, who then blew battle horns, and after a few minutes of pointless unnecessary steps, the entire Alliance force was in motion, marching down the hill towards the shore. As they drew closer, Turallion saw one of the Horde ships beach itself, and even from here, he could see the creatures pouring from it were broadly built, with muscly arms and bandy legs, brandishing hammers and axes and spears and shiz. And there were a lot of them. They've reached land. Charge! For Lordaeron! Lothar spurred his horse and took off, and Turallion kicked his own steed into a gallop. And then, the battle commenced. By the light, these monsters were ugly. Lothar and Khadgar had described them, but seeing them firsthand was something else entirely. Green skin, red eyes and tusks. Like boars, but with green skin and red eyes. And they were strong too, but fortunately they seemed to rely more upon that strength and their aggression than skill, so fighting them wasn't that bad, as long as you stayed switched on. A lull allowed Turallion to gain his bearings somewhat. Lothar had cleared a number of Orcs on his side. Uther was nearby, his own hammer crushing Orcs left and right, and he was glowing. Some of the other Alliance forces were actively cheering for the Paladin, which didn't surprise Turallion. Uther's faith was incredibly strong. However, things were not going quite as well as they seemed, because more Horde warships were approaching, with potentially thousands of Orcs ready to pour forth from them, and Turallion realised immediately that they were about to be extremely overwhelmed and outnumbered. Sir, we need to move back. At first, it seemed like Lothar was completely ignoring him, but the commander soon started barking orders. Uther, back to the others! The Paladin liaison raised his hammer and obeyed, clearing a path through the Orcs for the others to follow, and follow they did. There were a few moments where the young lieutenant thought the Orcs would catch them and stop their retreat, but Illyria and her elven rangers provided much needed cover with their bows. So soon enough, Lothar, Uther, Turallion and the other cavalry soldiers made it back to the main army. Form up! Raise spears! Link shields! Repel them! The soldiers hurried to obey. Standing separately and working individually was not going to work against the Horde. The army needed to move together, work as one unified force. and do that Spartan Roman thing with the shields and the spears and stuff. So they did that. The Horde crashed into the shield wall, and although there were a few places where the Alliance wall fell, much of it held, stopping the Orcs in their tracks. A second wave then crashed into the shield wall, collapsing a few more places, but again, it held, and the Orcs suffered more casualties from the spears sticking out of it. At this rate, as long as the wall held, victory was in sight. But Orcs are bloody crafty buggers. After the third collision, they stopped doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result, and instead, they fell back, allowing something else to step forward onto their front line. A bunch of sinister-looking hooded blokes carrying truncheons. And as they charged, many of the human soldiers that formed the shield wall suddenly fell to the ground, clutching their heads, screaming in agony, and spewing blood from their faces. By the light, abominations, they wield dark magics against us. Stand fast, soldiers. The holy light protects you. The glow then spread from Uther's hammer, shining down upon the Alliance's front line and bathing it in light. And this time, as the strange hooded monsters moved to charge again and raised their little enchanted sticks, the human soldiers did not fall or spew blood from their faces. The Paladin's blessing had worked. The Death Knights then realised that they were kind of useless now, so they buggered off, being replaced on the front lines by a bunch of ogres instead, to act as big fleshy battering rams. Perhaps their brute strength could put even more of a dent in the Alliance's shield wall. We cannot hold them for long. We need to keep them from reaching the hills. I'll do what I can. Khadgar, who had been busy fighting orc warlocks up to this point, not just standing around doing nothing, then looked up to the sky, and then there was a shattering boom, and a whole bunch of orcs went flying, burnt to a crisp. And then the wizard went ahead and did that again for a second time, and then a third time. Target the ogres! Alright, fine. This is quite taxing, you know. Khadgar managed one more lightning bolt strike directly on the ogres, before making it quite clear he had nothing left and needed to sleep. Hopefully, that would be enough. Ready the cavalry, and sound the charge. Charge? Into that, Turallion thought. What the hell. However, just before they could charge, drum beats sounded from somewhere within the horde, and the orcs began to fall back. We did it. They're retreating. But the orcs were not going back to their ships and cheesing it. Instead, they were marching east. They're headed to the hinterlands. Should we go after them? They're on the run. No. We blocked them in hell, but they're not running from us. They're going around us. Still, I guess that's something. In that case, we should go after them then, right? Before they find another place to stand. We should. But look behind you, Turallion. Turallion turned and immediately saw what Lothar was saying. Almost every human soldier was collapsing where they stood, either from wounds or from sheer fatigue. We need to regroup and resupply. We're not in any shape to pursue them. No. But we've tested their forces. We've shown our men that we can stand against the Horde. This is a good thing. Well done, lad. Necros? Necros! Zuluhead, chieftain and shaman of the Dragonmaw clan, stomped through the corridors and gave any orc that dared get in his way a right dirty look. I'm here. What? Zuluhead approached his second and gave him a right dirty look as well. How goes the weapon, Necros? Is it ready? Come and see for yourself. Necros then turned and limped off, with Zuluhead following, muttering to himself. He hated this place. Grim Batol, the dwarves had called it, with its low ceilings and its even lower door frames. But at least, as the fortress was carved into a mountain, it was sturdy and easily defended. So it was alright, he supposed. After a few more moments of walking and mumbling, the two then arrived into a vast underground chamber, and there, chained to the wall by links of dark iron, was a sight that still made Zuluhead feel a little bit uneasy. A large beast, red as blood, red as flame, a dragon. And not just any dragon either. This was Alexstrasza, the greatest of the red dragons, mother of her flight, and queen of her people. Perhaps the most powerful creature in this world. And yet, the Dragonmaw clan had somehow captured her. Well, Necros had captured her. Flashback time. The clan had been searching for a dragon for weeks. Any dragon would have done. And one day, they spied a lone male with a wounded wing flying above a forest. So they followed it, back to its lair. And the lair was kind of surrounded by red dragons, flying around like birds. So the Dragonmaw orcs watched the lair for several days, because they had no bloody idea what to do next. Until finally, Necros arrived, announcing he'd tamed the demon soul. So the orcs then very cautiously entered the lair, and to their surprise they found the Dragon Queen, Alexstrasza, hanging about with her 3 husbands. She noticed them immediately and killed 4 orcs in an instant, but Necros then stepped forward by himself and ordered Alexstrasza to follow him. And to everyone's surprise, she did, as did all of her husbands. Needless to say, the rest of the clan had started singing songs about Necros ever since. The orc that single-handedly cowed an entire dragonflight. But Necros wouldn't have even been able to do it without Zuluhead. I found that artifact. Should have been me that was able to wield it, the chieftain thought. Not my peg-legged apprentice. But the demon soul had refused to respond to Zuluhead and his shamanic magic. It only answered to Necros. But on the plus side, that meant Necros was stuck down here in these caves, while Zuluhead could continue fighting for the Horde. And Necros was fine with that arrangement as well. Ever since a human had severed his leg below the knee, he'd become quite useless in combat anyway. Zuluhead then started to step forward. So, have we... Wait. Necros then pulled the demon soul from a pouch and held the disc aloft. Come. The disc then kind of sparked, with the sparks coalescing into a shape. The shape of a bloke, powerfully built and wearing strange armour. Its eyes were balls of black fire. We will enter. The creature then burst into sparks again, and Necros turned to his chieftain and nodded. So Zuluhead resumed his advance, a little bit more cautiously this time, because he had no idea what that was all about. Have you come to gloat then, little orc? Have you not tormented me and my children enough? Not to gloat, just here to make sure all is arranged. You understand what will happen if you refuse us? That has been made abundantly clear. Alexstrasza then turned her gaze to the far corner of the chamber. A handful of pale objects lay clustered there. The remains of dragon eggs, smashed in order to ensure her compliance. You will not succeed. You have chained me, but my children will defy you and win their freedom. Not while we have this. Necros raised the demon soul, and the Dragon Queen's body arced in pain. I will kill you someday. Perhaps. But until then, you and yours will serve the Horde. The 2 orcs then left that chamber and made their way to another one that opened out along the side of the mountain, providing a view of the many other red dragons circling the fortress. Release her! Release our mother! Never. Again, Necros raised the demon soul, and the dragons in the sky kind of spazzed out a little bit. Your mother is our captive, as are her mates. They will remain so. You, all of her children, will serve us. Serve the Horde, or she will die screaming for the pain you just felt. And without her, your flight will die. For without Alexstrasza, there will be no more red dragon hatchlings. You'll be the last of your kind. The dragons cried out in anger, but the Dragonmore chieftain knew they would obey. They had no choice. Now, all they needed to do was fashion some leather straps and reins and seats and stuff, and then the Horde would own the skies. This was their secret weapon. The humans had troops and cavalry and ships, but they could not take to the air. Fire would rain down upon them, destroying them and their equipment, and there was absolutely nothing they could do about it. This was going to make the Horde invincible. There! Thane! Look there! Kurdran Wildhammer, chief Thane of the Wildhammer clan, wheeled his griffin Skyrie around and looked to where Farrand was pointing. Aha! Movement. Figures. Traipsing through the forest. Be them trolls? They were certainly the same shade of green as trolls. But no, these figures walked the ground rather than skimming the branches Tarzan style, and their footsteps were too heavy, too loud, too careless to be those bumholes from the forest that the dwarves hated ever so much. Kurdran tapped Skyrie with his heels, and the griffin cawed lightly in response, before diving down a little bit for a closer look. And as Thane caught a clear view of one of the creatures, he frowned. What the bloody hell was that? Heavily built, heavily armed. Whatever it was equipped for war. So Kurdran pulled back on the reins and Skyrie retreated a little bit, back to the others. I told you, uglies, in our forest. Aye, you're right, they are ugly, and they're intruding. There'll be a lot of them though, and they'll be hard to hit as long as they stay beneath the trees. Are we just to let them traipse across our lands then? Oh no, we'll just have to be scaring them out into the open. Come on lads, let's get back home. Don't worry, I've a few ideas. We'll soon make it clear to these greenskins they cannot just waltz through the hinterlands. You there, Paladin. Drellian glanced up to see an elf ranger approaching. He hadn't seen or heard their approach, but he was used to them sneaking up by now. Yeah, the orcs are in the hinterlands, and they're meeting up with the trolls there. Drellian noted the hint of disgust in that last part. Elves hated trolls, that much was obvious. You're certain they're allies? Not just crossing paths? Of course I'm sure. I heard them talking. They've got a pact of some sort. They're planning on attacking Airy Peak. and then moving up into Quel'Thalas. Oh, that explained why the elf was a little bit agitated. I'll let Lothar know. Don't worry, we'll stop them before they can get anywhere near your homeland. The ranger nodded, though he didn't exactly look convinced. But he then buggered off, and Turallion decided that now would be a good time to go join the others. So he did. The orcs are planning to attack Airy Peak. One of the rangers just told me. They've allied with the forest trolls as well. Lothar nodded, and then turned his focus back to the ever-present map on the table. It'll be tough, taking the fight to them in the forest. We'll be forced to leave our ballista behind. Then again, they'll not be able to marshal their forces well either. We could pick off small groups of orcs without having to worry about them sending their entire army to one location. Dwarves would make strong allies. If we help them, they may agree to help us in return. We could certainly use them and their griffins. Lothar then looked up at Turallion. Rally the troops. We're headed into the forest to save the dwarves. Wildhammers, attack! Kurdran Wildhammer blew a blast on his horn, and the Wildhammer's first ambush commenced. But instead of diving down to attack the greenskins directly, Kurdran unsheathed his Stormhammer and started striking the trees. And as he did, leaves, berries and needles rained down on the orcs below. And they didn't quite know what to make of all of this. All they knew for certain was that there was a sudden onslaught of foliage dropping down on them, and they didn't like it at all. So they cheesed it a little bit, headed towards the nearest small clearing, which was exactly what Kurdran had planned for them to do. As the first greenskin entered the clearing, he had just about enough time to look up and see a large hammer flying directly towards his face. You're too ugly to be in me forest, you bastard! The hammer made its way back to Kurdran's hand, and he loosed it again, smashing a second orc, and then a third, and the rest of his lads was striking as well. So the forest was filled with the sounds of orcs being smashed and getting really annoyed about this whole situation. The skirmish was over pretty quickly. Whatever these creatures were, they were slow, and not used to facing an airborne attack. That taught them to look up. We'll send out another team soon. Mayhap they'll learn to give Airy Peak away to birth. Get ready. They should be close by. Turallion and Khadgar nodded, as the paladin and wizard strained their eyes, trying to pierce the gloom of the trees and stuff. There. Turallion pointed, and both Lothar and Khadgar followed his gesture, and saw a flicker of movement. Too low to be a bird and too steady to be a snake, or an insect, or whatever. It was definitely something the size of a man, walking through the forest. Got him. Khadgar, let the others know. We'll keep watch in the meantime. Lothar then turned to look at Turallion directly. If they look like they're getting away, we'll just have to give them a reason to turn back this way again, eh? Yes, sir. Turallion grinned. He was ready this time. Sure, he was still nervous, but he no longer worried about freezing up or turning tail. He could do this. We've lost Tielak, Angus as well, and two more that are too winded to continue fighting. What happened? The greenskins, that's what. They were ready for us. They've learned, Thane. The ugly buggers have learned. So they ain't stupid then. Well, we'll just have to hit them before they can react. Tell the lads to come in fast and hard. They're working against gravity and we're working with it. We've got the advantage. Ironman nodded, but before he could say anything, another dwarf named Beethan burst in. Trolls! We were diving on the greenskins when a pack of forest trolls jumped us, took out Marie and Sigurdirga. Damn! So they're teamed with the trolls then. Greenskin and greenskin. Those trolls will keep us from using the trees. We need something to even the odds and fast. As if to answer that statement, a third dwarf burst in. This one called Dermid. Humans! A great mass of them. They say they've come to fight off the greenskins. They call them orcs. Ancestors be praised. If they can keep them busy enough to forget about their new tactics, we can strike them down from above again. Kurdran turned towards the door, already whistling for Skyrie. Wildhammers, let's fly. Now! Lothar spurred his mount and charged, bursting upon a pack of orcs, and they all jumped, clearly surprised, because they'd been too busy watching the skies for an attack from above. So the champion and Turallion made quick work of them. But the young paladin then heard a strange noise, and as he looked up, he saw a tall figure, taller than any orc but more narrowly built. A troll. The creature then pounced with its spear, but Turallion raised his shield and responded with a fierce blow of his own. And before the troll had any time to recover, Turallion smashed it again right in the face. And it was dead. And Turallion felt really pleased with himself, for all of about 5 seconds before he noticed a second troll, ready to throw a spear directly towards him. He didn't have time to raise his shield, or dodge, so he closed his eyes, preparing himself for the worst. But instead of immense pain followed by death, he heard a shriek and opened his eyes to see something amazing. The second troll was dead, and above it hovered a majestic creature. And mounted atop that was a little bearded muscly bloke. The dwarf saw Turallion looking and Turallion grinned back. With the dwarf's assistance, the humans would no longer have to worry about ambushes from above. They could concentrate on the orcs. This was going to be a piece of piss. A few hours later, Kurdran Wildhammer welcomed the human leaders into his home. The fighting was finally over. Greetings, laddies and lass. You're welcome indeed. We feared those beasties had us beat, but your arrival put an end to that. I'm in your debt. You lead the Wildhammers? Aye, I'm Kurdran Wildhammer, Chief Thane. Good. I'm Anduin Lothar, former Knight of Stormwind and now commander of the Alliance forces. Lothar then explained about the Horde, his city's fate, and all the other stuff. Will you join us? They say they wish to conquer all lands, and they came here on great black iron ships, and they've been through Khazmodan. We've not heard from our kin in Ironforge for weeks. This explains why. They conquered the mines, used the iron ore for their ships. Aye, we Wildhammers have had many quarrels with the Bronzebeard clan over the years. That's why we left there in the first place. But they're still our cousins. These foul creatures attacked them. Now they've attacked us. If it weren't for your timely aid. Aye, big fella. We will join you. Kurdran extended his hand to Lothar, and the champion accepted the clasp. Thank you. At least we've driven them from the hinterlands. Your home is safe. For now. What about the rest of them? Up north. What did you say? Up north? My scouts say we only saw a fraction of the Horde here. The rest turned north. You didn't know this? Lothar then cursed loudly. A feint. And we fell for it. Excuse me. My home was at risk. This was no mere ploy. No, the threat was real. But whoever commands the Horde is smart. They knew we'd stop to aid you here. And now they've got distance on us. And they're headed for Quel'Thalas. We have to warn them. We'll rally the troops and set off again. If we move fast, there's no time. You said yourself the Horde now has distance on us. We've lost days already. I'll go myself. No, you'll not go alone. Turallion, take the rest of the cavalry and half the troops. You're in charge. Khadgar, you go with him. Lothar then turned back to Kurdran, who was visibly impressed by the champion. There'll still be orcs left in the forest. I can't risk letting them get behind us as well as in front. I'll stay and make sure the forest is clean. Then we'll move forward and rejoin the others. Thank you for your aid. When my forests are once again secured, my warriors and I will accompany you north. Thank you. Well, what are you still doing here? Get moving.
I just got decimated. We'll just adjust and add some link runes and upgrade our equipment. Boom! That's more like it. Enjoy upgrading your skills and gears to dominate. Download Undecember and get in the battle.
At Full Sail, our technology programs are designed with a different approach to learning. We let students get hands-on and start creating. They're learning to code and they're developing applications. They're exploring areas like cloud computing and UX design. Our students have access to amazing tools like 3D printing, laser scanning, and the latest advances in augmented and virtual reality.
Keep them moving. We need to get through these pigs quickly. Why? What do you mean? Why what? Why are we climbing? We could have gone around these mountains instead. Why are we taking this route? Scaling these peaks will slow us down. Doomhammer grunted, and then turned to face Rend and the other chieftains. The humans think us stupid. They imagine us as dumb brutes, just as we see ogres. I encourage that image. Let them think us brainless. It only makes our conquest easier, because they underestimate us. Rend's brother, Maim, then piped up. But we are headed to Quel'Thalas, are we not? Why didn't we just sail there? Would have landed long before the humans emerged from the hinterlands. Zul'jin said the elves are expert archers. We would have been trapped on our ships whilst they rained down arrows upon us, and we would have lost thousands, entire clans, before our ships even made it to shore. But we could have marched around the mountains. Are you afraid of a challenge, Rend? Of course not. I'm up to the task. I was right behind you the entire climb, wasn't I? Oh, then you do wish to challenge. Doomhammer's change in tone caused Rend to back away slightly. Both the Blackhand brothers wished to lead the Horde. But they'd have to challenge and defeat Doomhammer in combat in order to achieve that. And they knew full well they'd lose that fight. Everybody knew it. He'd kill them even if they rushed him at the same time. Bunch of losers. But once Doomhammer realised Rend wasn't going to take the bait, and felt slightly disappointed by that, he continued.
Going around might have been faster, but our movements would have been more visible. This way we catch the elves unawares. If the humans survive their battle in the hinterlands and march around the mountains, they may well arrive at Quel'Thalas before us. And then, if the elves allow them entry, they'll all be gathered together like sitting ducks when we attack. And if not, if they're still behind us, then they'll find us already established in Quel'Thalas when they arrive. Either way, we win.
The crowd murmured, with several of them laughing and grinning, and even Rend Blackhand nodded. You are wise, War Chief. This is a good plan.
I know. Now let's move on. There are still several peaks to cover.
But before setting off, Orgrim turned to Zuluhead.
Where are they? On their way. Don't worry, they're swift. They'll reach us soon, and then the world will tremble at the sight of them.
Doomhammer nodded, and then turned to Zul'jin.
How far to Quel'Thalas?
4 days' travel at this pace,
but my people could be there sooner. No, you stay with us. Don't worry, you'll get your chance to attack the Elven homeland, but not until the Horde is right behind you.
Zul'jin pondered this for a moment, but seemed to accept it, and then finally, the Horde continued their march. 4 days later, the Horde had reached the final peak of the mountains. Beyond was the start of the Great Forest. We be going now?
Yeah, go now. Bring the fight to the elves. Spare no one.
Zul'jin grinned, and then tilted his head back to let loose a weird warble sound. And then a whole bunch of other forest trolls appeared in the small valley below. It was full of the buggers. There were far more than Doomhammer remembered Zul'jin bringing with him.
Found more. With the Bark tribe. They'd be joining us.
Alright then. Doomhammer wasn't going to argue with that. A whole bunch of additional troops that all absolutely hated elves. Yes, please. But the time for waiting and chats was over. Zul'jin howled and raced down the hill, with his followers and the new additional trolls charging into the forest as well. The forest defenders would soon rush to meet these invading assholes, which would keep them too busy to check their borders for any other threats. This was the plan. Doomhammer then signalled, and the Horde began its own march towards the forest. But rather than entering it, the orcs simply reached the first row of trees, raised their axes, and got to work, chopping and stuff. With each tree that fell, the elves would be deprived of protection. Plus, the wood they'd gather would keep the Horde's fires burning for weeks. A short time later, Doomhammer stood and observed the work progress when he noted motion in his periphery, and as he turned, he grunted to himself in annoyance, because Gul'dan was approaching, and he looked pretty excited about something.
What? Something you should see, mighty Doomhammer. Something that could aid the Horde greatly.
So, the war chief followed the warlock until they reached a big rock, carved with strange symbols.
What is that? I'm not sure exactly. A rune stone. I believe it part of a greater collection, serving as a mystic barrier. Well, not much of a barrier. Didn't stop us. No, because we use nothing more than our hands and feet and blades. These rune stones restrict the use of magic within, most likely only allowing the elves to use it. Watch.
Gul'dan waved his arms about, and nothing happened. But he then strolled 10 paces away, waved his arms about again.
This helps us how exactly? These stones contain immense power. Power that I can harness for our own purposes.
Doomhammer raised an eyebrow at Gul'dan. He knew better than to give the old prick free rein.
I can use them to create an altar of storms. By channeling the energies within, I can transform creatures, make them more powerful, more dangerous, though they may suffer some disfigurement. No orc will let you experiment on them a second time.
At that, Gul'dan smiled, almost as if that was exactly what he'd expected Orgrim to say.
I will not use it on the orcs. I'll use a creature that would barely notice any reduction to intellect. Ogres.
Doomhammer considered that. They didn't have a lot of ogres in their ranks, but the idea of making those few even stronger was very tempting indeed. It was definitely worth the risk.
Alright, build one of these altars. We'll see what it does. If it works, I'll supply you with more ogres, and any other race you wish.
You need to pick up the pace. We're moving as fast as we can. You know our men can't match your speed. Then I'll go on myself, as I should have from the start. Illyria tensed, ready to sprint off. But, no. Something in Turalian's voice stopped Illyria, and she cursed under her breath. Why couldn't she disobey him? Why was he so goddamned irresistible? Let me go. I need to warn them. Illyria's heart twisted at the thought of her sisters, and her friends, and her kin, all being caught unawares by the Horde. We will warn them. We will help them stand against the Horde. But if you go by yourself, you'll be caught and killed. And that won't do anyone any good. It had sounded as if Turalian was going to say something else. And for a moment, Illyria felt something else. In her heart. Was that joy? Whatevs. Ain't nobody got the time for that. I'm an elf. And a ranger. I can disappear into the trees. No one can find me. Not even a forest troll. Because we know they're working with the Horde. I'm better than a troll. No one would deny that. But we don't know how many of them there are out there. Between us and your home. 10 of them would more than make up for your superior skill. Illyria cursed under her breath again. The wizard Knob was right. She knew it. Just get them moving. Illyria then buggered off to scout the path ahead. She's worried. Yeah, no shit. Who can blame her? The Horde's marching on her home. She's only got half the Alliance army at her back, with me commanding it. Stop selling yourself short, Turalian. You're a good commander and a noble paladin. She's lucky to have you. Turalian smiled at his friend, grateful for the reassurance. Didn't exactly believe it, though. He was decent enough in combat, sure. But a leader? Nah. Before this war, he'd never led anything. Not even prayers. Why did Lothar choose me, and not Uther? 'Twas a question Turalian often asked himself. Uther was strong, powerful, pious. Hell, it was probably his faith that made him so. Turalian believed in the holy light, of course. Had done since he was a kid. But seeing this Horde, this terrible, monstrous darkness, it did raise a few questions. Either the holy light was not as strong as Turalian had believed, or it was not universal, as he'd been taught. He's gone quiet again. I'm fine. Just thinking about what to do next. What do you mean? Everything's going fine. Keep the men moving, make the best time we can. Hope we catch up with the Horde before they do too much damage. I know, I just wish there was a way for us to reach Quel'Thalas first. Maybe Illyria's right. Maybe I should let her go on ahead. But if anything happened to her, I'd... Turalian then glanced at Khadgar to see he was grinning. What? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. About 2 weeks later... We're almost there. Yeah, I know. This is my home, remember? I know it better than you do. Turalian sighed. It had been a long 2 weeks. Leading the army had been demanding. He'd hardly slept the entire time due to all the pressure and stress. And then there'd been Illyria, who'd literally questioned every decision the whole way. We'll reach the base of the foothills soon. Once we have, we should be able to see the borders of Quel'Thalas. Then we'll know how far the Horde has gone. Once I see the forest, I'm going on ahead. Don't try to stop me. I don't want to stop you. I want you and your rangers to find your brethren and warn them. I just didn't want you possibly running into the entire Horde on the way. But we're close enough now that if the Horde did get here first, we'll be able to distract them. That'll give you time to slip past and rally your kin. Illyria nodded, glanced up at Turalian silently, and then laid a hand on his leg. The touch itself felt like it radiated the heat of a small sun to Turalian. Then he got an erection. But one of the other rangers then appeared out of nowhere and ruined the whole moment. The end of the hills lies just ahead. I can see the troops beyond. Illyria turned and raced away, the other ranger right beside her, but they didn't get very far. Both elves were still in sight when they stopped, and Illyria let out a scream that was jam-packed full of a whole bunch of grief. And as Turalian raced to her side, he saw what had upset them so. Smoke, billowing out from several spots around the forest. The Horde had arrived before them, and they were burning Quel'Thalas. We have to stop them. We need to stop them. We will. Turalian then turned to one of his heralds, inform the unit leaders. We ride north until we're level with the orcs. Then we charge. Warn the men to gather water as best they can, and order several units to focus on putting out the fires. We don't want the forest burning down around us. The herald saluted and buggered off, and Turalian then turned to Khadgar. What about you? Can you do something about the fires? Will a thunderstorm suffice? As long as the lightning doesn't hit any more trees, yes. Illyria. Illyria! Illyria snapped out of her grief stupor and faced Turalian. Take your rangers and go. Your brethren are no doubt already fighting the Horde. Find them. Let them know we're here. We need to coordinate our attacks. Go! And so she did, as did all the other elven rangers. May the holy light protect you. They protect us all. We'll certainly need it. Quiet now. No noise. Zul'jin and his small troll army had made their way stealthily somehow through the trees of the forest of Quel'Thalas. But the Amani chieftain's sharp nose had warned him that elves were somewhere nearby, and he didn't want the elves to know they were here yet, which is why he'd hushed everybody, and they weren't charging anymore. But you could feel the anticipation in the air. This was it. The elven homeland. These bastards had plagued the trolls for far too long, ever since they'd first appeared thousands of years ago. This was all part of the Amani Empire, and then they'd showed up with their bloody magic and just taken it. Ignorant twats. And if that wasn't bad enough, the elves then allied with the humans and shattered the Amani Empire completely. Slaughtered thousands. And the Amani tribe never recovered, really. Now it was just a shadow of its former greatness. But the Horde had promised them vengeance. They would stay true to their word. Doomhammer wouldn't lie. He was honourable and stuff. And so, understandably, after everything I just said, Zul'jin and the other trolls were all really bloody excited at the moment. Zul'jin peered down through the leaves. There, a flicker of movement, cloaked in browns and greens. An elf. Another then emerged behind it, and then a third, and a fourth. It was a hunting party, and they had absolutely no idea that a small army of trolls were hanging about right above their heads, until it was too late. Zul'jin and his brethren fell down upon them, and with the element of surprise, the skirmish was over pretty quickly. The troll chief then kneeled, but only to cut an ear off an elf he'd slain, not to honour the fallen or anything. He then added the ear to a pouch round his waist. He'd make a necklace later on out of it, he thought. But for now, more elves be coming. Back to the trees. We lead them on a chase, keep them busy, and then we kill them all. Meanwhile,
is it ready?
Cho'Gall grunted and shoved, pushing the last runestone fragment along the floor into place, and then turned to the very impatient-looking Gul'dan and nodded. Good. It had taken long enough. Several hours to dig out a single runestone, shatter it, and then carry the enormous pieces here. And then it had taken several more hours to position the runestone fragments correctly, inscribe the relevant sigils and pentagrams and shiz. Obviously Gul'dan didn't lift a finger to help with any of this, and maybe speed up the entire process. That's what Cho'Gall and the other ogres were for. That was their job. But now that everything was in place, Gul'dan gestured, and Cho'Gall turned to some of the ogres that had helped with constructing all of this, and told them to now stand exactly where he was pointing, and so they did. Gul'dan then raised his arms, called forth the dark energies his demon masters had granted him back on Draenor, and soon enough, all 5 fragments of the runestone began to hum. The air itself seemed to darken around the Altar of Storms, thick with energy, and that energy then coalesced, and shot from the stones directly into the ogres. And then boof, like a flashbang went off or something. As the glow faded and dimmed, Gul'dan regained his senses, and got his first real look at the creature his altar had created. It was still an ogre, but now it had 2 heads. Back on Draenor, 2-headed ogres were incredibly rare. In fact, Cho'Gall had been the first one in quite a while. But now it seemed he wasn't alone.
What am I? You are an ogre. Perhaps an ogre mage. An ogre mage? What does that mean?
So Gul'dan explained about magi and warlocks and shaman and magic and stuff.
And I am one of these? Possibly. There is a simple test.
Gul'dan then stooped, picked up a leaf and handed it to the 2-headed creature.
Take this. Concentrate on the idea of fire, of heat, and flame.
So the ogre frowned, with both faces, as if it was concentrating really hard.
Good. Now bring that flame to life. Let it claim the leaf. Feel the heat warming your skin, almost burning your fingers.
The leaf then burst into flame, and the ogre glanced up, looking really pleased with itself.
I am an ogre mage then. Yes, you are one of us. What does that mean? One of us.
Gul'dan then explained about the Horde, the need to conquer this world, the other races that were their enemies, and both ogre heads listened quietly and intently.
You created me, so I will serve you. Your cause is my cause. Tell me what to do.
Inside, Gul'dan rejoiced. This was exactly what he was hoping would happen. By shaping the 2-headed ogre with his own magic, he'd formed a bond between them. As far as Doomhammer knew, Gul'dan was providing him with bigger, stronger warriors. But the war chief had no idea that these new warriors would be completely and utterly loyal to Gul'dan. Not the Horde, not Doomhammer, Gul'dan. Everything was going exactly according to plan. Illyria raced through the forest, with branches and twigs slapping against her face. But she didn't give a shit, because she was too busy thinking about how the outskirts of her homeland were on fire, about the safety of her people, and not for the first time, she was thinking about how she wished she'd never left home. Why had she decided to help the Alliance? Anasterian and the other council members were far older and wiser than she was. Maybe she should have just listened to them. But no, she thought. Anasterian had also believed that the Horde would never pose a threat to Quel'Thalas, and he'd definitely been wrong about that. But that didn't change the fact that if she had listened to him, she would have been here when the Horde arrived. And yes, maybe one ranger wouldn't have made the slightest bit of difference, but she wouldn't now feel as if she'd deserted her family and her people when they needed her most. Those thoughts spurred Illyria to even greater speed, and as she leapt over an entire bush into a clearing, she suddenly found herself staring down the tip of a hunting arrow aimed at her throat. However, Illyria would recognise that shiny silvery white hair anywhere. Farisa! Illyria! You're home! Are you alright? Where's Sylvanas? Are mother and father safe? They're fine. Sylvanas is with a hunting party near the riverbank. As for mother and father, they should be in Silvermoon by now. Illyria, where have you been? What's going on? There's fires all over, and some of the rangers haven't reported back. Illyria felt her stomach twist at that. If some of the rangers were missing, that could only mean that the Horde had penetrated deeper into the forest than she'd thought. We're being invaded, little sister. Illyria's ears then twitched, and she turned, sword in hand, just in time to impale a lunging troll that appeared out of nowhere. We need to move. Now. And so they did. Illyria was certain she could hear laughter above them. The creatures were following them, on the branches above, no doubt planning to drop down and kill them both. But Illyria knew these woods. She knew them better than anyone. So, she led the way, with her sister keeping pace behind her, and the two of them ran and twisted and turned and did flips and all sorts of things, until eventually, Illyria saw it. The river. And she knew the trolls were beginning to drop down directly behind them, desperate to reach the two elves before they could wade into the water and float away. Because trolls hate water, apparently. Nice chase, Pale One. But now you die. Illyria narrowly avoided the hand grasping at her hair from behind, but as she span around, ready to fight, the troll stiffened and fell to the ground, with an arrow sticking out of its neck. More arrows then flew overhead, striking the rest of the trolls, and Illyria looked back towards the river to see another familiar face. Welcome home, sister. Now what is this trouble you've brought us? Even from across the river, the figure radiated intensity, the kind that suggested that someday, in the future, she'd be focused on so much as a character that some people will start to get a little bit bored and annoyed by her. I did not bring it, Sylvanas. I had hoped to outrun it, but I do bring possible salvation. I must speak with the council. I don't know if they'll listen. Too busy worrying about these fires to consider much else right now, as am I. They will listen. I'll give them no choice. What is the meaning of this? Anasterian Sunstrider and the Council of Silvermoon had been discussing matters in low, serious voices, when Illyria just waltzed in unannounced. I am Illyria Windrunner. I've been beyond our borders and have been fighting alongside the humans in their war. But now I return to bring you grave tidings. Not just for them, but for us. The horde that the humans warned us of is real and vast and powerful. The bulk of their forces are orcs, but they have other creatures as well, including the forest trolls. That last bit got a reaction. A whole bunch of angry murmurs and mews. Trolls, you say? Let those foul creatures follow the horde. Maybe these orcs you speak of will do us a favour and take them all far away from here. You don't understand. The horde is not some distant threat anymore. The trolls have entered our forests. Already they stalk through our lands and are killing our people. Here, impossible. In answer, Illyria swung an object towards the Elven King. A severed troll's head. That one attacked me and my sister, not an hour's run from the river crossing. Several more followed us there. Their bodies still lie on the bank unless Sylvanas and her party have moved them. They're here, within our woods, killing our people, and the orcs are the ones burning the edges of the forest. Outrageous! However, this time, the king's outburst was not directed at Illyria. He had a little strop and kicked the troll's head away, and you could see in his eyes that he was absolutely fuming. They dare to invade our home? Gather our warriors. Summon the rangers. We'll drive them from our forest so sternly that they'll never dare encroach again. Illyria was pleased to see her king acting so determined, but still, she shook her head anyway. The horde is numerous beyond belief. The orcs are strong and powerful. Fortunately, I did not come alone. Meanwhile, Duralian, who had just finished killing a whole bunch of orcs, took a second to peer up at the dark, thick clouds that hung above. The rain showed no sign of letting up, but that was a good thing, because the fires were out. Khadgar had absolutely outdone himself summoning this storm. Literally. Poor bastard was absolutely exhausted now. Duralian then turned to face a new pair of orcs on his left flank, but they immediately keeled over, and Illyria appeared from behind them. You see, I got here just in time. What exactly do you do when I'm not around to save you? I manage. Did you find them? I did. And they've agreed. The warriors and rangers are mobilizing. They can be here in 10 minutes. If here is where you want them, here's as good a place as any. I'll run back and inform them. You just hold fast until they arrive. Please. We will hold. Don't worry. Another meanwhile, deep in the forest, a particular subordinate of Zul'Jin's, Turlage, peered through the foliage and grinned. He'd caught sight of his prey. The elf was moving pretty quickly for one of its kind, but Turlage dropped down and ambushed the bugger. However, the elf didn't look scared. It looked pleased. Did you think I could not hear you rustling about above? You're not welcome here, creature, and you will not be suffered to live. Very clever. But Turlage ain't scared of one little elf with one little stick. Now Turlage was a seasoned hunter and warrior. He wasn't scared. This was going to be easy peasy. So he raised himself up to his full height, leapt forward towards his foe, and died mid-air, impaled on a spear. Rest in peace, Turlage. Alderon. Nice one. I've spoken with the Alliance commander, and with Sylvanas as well. She needs all our forces along the southwest edge of the forest. Alright. Well, if Thamar and his men are nearby, I'll let them know. Are you well, Illyria? You seem flushed. I'm fine. Go. And a third, meanwhile, back with Turalian. Bloody hell, you were only gone a few minutes. Well, I'm back now. They're on their way. Turalian felt a surge of relief. Not entirely sure whether it was at the thought of reinforcements or the fact that Illyria was safe, but whatevs. However, that slight feeling of elation was immediately interrupted as Turalian noticed a dark shape looming up and getting bigger and bigger. What? What are you staring at? That. Boo! The hell is that thing? An ogre. A two-headed one. Turalian was about to thank Khadgar for pointing out the obvious things that everyone could quite clearly see for themselves, but the beast then raised his hand, and boof, fire popped out. Oh shit. It's an ogre mage. You what? A wizard. A bloody ogre wizard. Great. Not only was this the largest, strongest beast that Turalian had ever seen, but it casts magic as well. Fantastic. How the bloody hell were they going to kill this thing? However, before Turalian could ask Khadgar that question, the two-headed ogre fell flat on its face and didn't get up again. And Illyria broke the stunned silence by cheering and raising her bow high in salute. My people have arrived. They have excellent timing. Right. Tell your people to spread out along the edges of the forest. We'll go the other way and do the same. Then we'll meet in the middle, crush the horde whilst also preventing their escape. Illyria nodded and then started doing all sorts of hand gestures towards the forest. Some kind of elf hunter sign language or something. And Khadgar turned to the human unit leaders and started shouting orders as well. Sometime later, both the human and elven forces had done the thing Turalian suggested, and the fighting had now commenced. And Turalian's plan was working out better than he'd even hoped. The orcs had only braced themselves for the charging human soldiers. They'd been caught completely unawares by the elven warriors from behind, and the Alliance were actually winning, despite the fact the orcs massively outnumbered them. But Turalian then heard a loud roar, and as he turned, his stomach clenched. More two-headed ogres. A whole bunch of them. Where the bloody hell were these things even coming from? Any ideas, Khadgar? Khadgar started to reply, but Illyria interrupted him. Listen. For what? Can't hear anything except fighting. What is it? Illyria then grinned. Help from above. It don't matter how big they are. The wild hammers can bring them low. What you waiting for, lads? I've shown you how it's done. Let's make sure the rest of these giants come crashing down as well. The rest of the griffin riders in the sky saluted and got to work, launching their own storm hammers and shiz. And Kurdran waved down towards the mage, elf and commander below that he'd met back at Airy Peak. Or down there. Your Lord Lothar sent us. Just in time, looks like. The battle continued, with the Alliance forces filled with a renewed sense of vigour, thanks to the little muscly bearded reinforcements, whilst the orcs were now in full-blown panic mode. However, things were not over yet. The Horde still had another thing up their sleeve. Something shifted in the wind, and Kurdran glanced to see a dark shape gliding on the horizon. At first, he thought it was just another of his warriors, but then he realised it weren't no griffin. Was it a bird? Was it an airship? No. Dragon! One of the other Wildhammers named Merkad looked where Kurdran was pointing, and like a complete moron, he kicked his griffin, let out a fierce yell, and charged directly towards the approaching monstrosity, and then disappeared because the dragon opened its mouth and ate him. Rest in peace, Merkad. More dragons then appeared in the sky, a whole gaggle of them, the colour of flame. By the light. Pull back! Away from the forest, now! Illyria looked at Turalyon, puzzled. Turalyon knew exactly what was about to happen, but there was absolutely no time to explain. Just do it! Tell your people to fall back towards the hills. Hurry! Something in his voice convinced Illyria, so she turned and signalled to the other elven warriors, and Turalyon raced towards the first human officer he could find, and then started to cheese it himself out of the forest. There was nothing else he could do except hope his orders had reached everyone. Just as Turalyon had suspected, the dragons swooped down and opened their mouths, and from those mouths poured fire and devastation. Do something! There's nothing I can do. I wish there was. Then you do something. Use your magic. But the old mage shook his head sadly. I'm still exhausted from the storm earlier. You could see the guilt and shame in Khadgar's eyes, but it wasn't his fault. I need to get to Silvermoon. My parents are there. I need to help them. I know, and I understand. But going in there now would only spell your death. My family, my lords. Please tell me they'll be all right. They're powerful magi. They'll shield the city from harm. Even the dragons won't be able to touch them. Thank you. You're right, Turalyon. My death now would accomplish nothing. Turalyon suspected Illyria was trying to convince herself of that, but she then glared at the dragons fluttering in the sky. But there's wood. The entire Horde's wood. Especially the orcs. They brought this destruction upon us. I will see them all suffer for it. We all will. Another elf, dressed in full beautiful war gear, approached, and the expression on his face seemed just as angry and vengeful as Illyria's had become. Lorthamar Theron, one of our finest rangers. And a second elf then approached, female. And this is my sister Sylvanas Windrunner, Ranger General and Commander of our forces. Sylvanas, Lord Theron, this is Sir Turalyon of the Silver Hand, second in command of the Alliance forces. And this is Khadgar of Dalaran. Most of my warriors escaped the Inferno thanks to you. We cannot reach the flames, however, so we're trapped without, while our families are trapped within. But we cannot linger on such thoughts. We are here, and we must do what we can to save our people as quickly as possible. And that means destroying the forces threatening them. Your commander, Lord Lothar, sent word to us once before, asking for our participation in this alliance. My leaders chose not to respond beyond a token show of support. Sylvanas then glanced towards her sister, with a sort of smile on her face. Though some of our rangers took it upon themselves to lend aid to your cause. But my elders realised their error when the trolls and orcs invaded our lands. If Quel'Thalas is not safe from incursion, what is? They ordered me to assemble our warriors and march to meet you, and to render such aid as we could. We would be proud to join your alliance, Sir Turalyon. I hope that our deeds henceforth will compensate for the tardiness of our involvement. Turalyon nodded, and once again wished that Lord Lothar was here now. A champion would know how to handle this situation properly. Thank you. We welcome you and all your kin into our alliance. Together we will drive the Horde from this continent, from your lands and ours, that we may afterward live in peace and cooperation once again. Anything else Turalyon had planned to say was then interrupted by a squawk from above, and Theron reached for his sword before realising that the descending creature was not a dragon, more like a poor man's chocobo. Sorry, lad. We tried, but dragons are a bit beyond us, I'm afraid. Thank you for your efforts anyway, Kurdran, and for your aid earlier. It saved many lives. Turalyon then glanced around at everybody. Khadgar, Illyria, Sylvanas, Lorthamar Theron, and Kurdran Wildhammer. Good people. Good lieutenants. He suddenly didn't feel so alone or self-conscious anymore. Perhaps with these people by his side he could be a good leader, at least until Lothar returned anyway. We need to get our people out of here. We will return and free Quel'Thalas from the Horde, but right now we need to regroup and wait. I suspect the Horde isn't going to remain here for long. They have some other goal in mind. No idea what, but still. They'd taken the forest, driven the elves from their home, attacked Airy Peak, crushed Kazmadan. Where would they strike next? Where would he strike next if he were handling their campaign? What was the single biggest remaining threat? And then it hit him. Capital C.
We never paid any heed to the ancient prophecies. Like fools, we clung to the old hatreds. And fought as we had for generations. Until the day the sky rained fire, and the new enemy came among us. We stand now upon the brink of destruction, for the reign of chaos has come at last.
The sands of time have run out, son of Duratan. The cries of war echo upon the winds. The remnants of the past scar the land. Besieged once again by conflict. Heroes arise to challenge fate and lead their brethren to battle. As mortal armies rush blindly towards their doom, the burning shadow comes to consume us all. You must rally the Horde and lead your people to their destinies. Seek me out. We've received reports that the orcs are regrouping.
Certainly the recent attacks against the internment camps are evidence enough. Agreed. The Horde is on the move.
This is absurd. My nation will not stand by and watch as the Horde masses on our very doorstep.
The orcs are not our primary concern here. How many times must I repeat myself? King Tyrannus, you must heed my warning. This plague that has gripped the Northlands could have dire ramifications.
Wizards are just paranoid. Let's keep all this in perspective. Even if this plague does pose a threat to us, what are you proposing that we do?
It is simple. As I have said, the Kirin Tor are already prepared to place the villages under strict quarantine.
I will not institute quarantine without proof of your claims, Ambassador. The people of Lordaeron have suffered enough without becoming prisoners in their own lands.
Yet, prisoners they are, good king. What is the meaning of this? Who are you?
Humanity is in peril. The tides of darkness have come again, and the whole world is poised upon the brink of war.
Enough of this. Guards, remove this madman.
Hear me. The only hope for your people is to travel west, to the forgotten lands of Kalimdor.
Travel west? Are you mad?
Old Ambassador, I don't know who you are or what you believe, but this is not the time for rambling prophets. Our lands are beset by conflict, but it shall be we who decide how best to protect our people, not you. Now, be gone!
I failed humanity once before, and I will not do so again. If you cannot take up this cup, then I shall find another who will.
The warning has been given. Their fate is now their own.
Ah, my son.
You no longer need to sacrifice for your people. You no longer need to bear the weight of your crown. I've taken care of everything.
What is this? What are you doing, my son?
Succeeding you, Father.
This kingdom shall fall, and from the ashes shall arise a new order that will shake the very foundations of the world.
Agir, Udal, Dutaros. Agir, Udas, Betalu. Dalentaro, Ildas, Glaku. Retum Setharas Amanar, Kutamus. Belar Sumaris, Azaratha, Rakas, Kula. Belanora, Mordanos Melar, il amor no falos cadar. So predictable. I knew you would come. And I see you brought the mighty Hellscream. His blood is mine. As is your whole misbegotten race.
in your soul. But in your heart, you know we are the same. Thrall, the blood haze has lifted. The demon's fire has burnt out in my veins. I have freed myself. No, old friend. You freed us all.
The roots will heal in time, as will the entire world. The sacrifices have been made. Just as the orcs, humans, and night elves discarded their old hatreds and stood united against a common foe, so did nature herself rise up to banish the shadow forever. As for me, I came back to ensure that there would be a future, to teach the world that it no longer needed guardians. The hope for future generations has always resided in mortal hands. And now that my task is done, I will take my place amongst the legends of the past.
Betrayer.
In truth, it was I who was betrayed. Still I am hunted. Still I am hated. Now my blind eyes see what others cannot. That sometimes the hand of fate must be forced. Of doom upon all those who would oppose us.
Forget this business. Lead your men home. You lost your mind on this.
You lied to your men and betrayed the mercenaries who fought for you. What's happening to you, Arthur, son? Prince will find only death in the cold.
Release me from this prison.
4 years have passed since the mortal races banded together and stood united against the might of the Burning Legion. Though Azeroth was saved, the tenuous pact between the Horde and the Alliance has all but evaporated. The drums of war thunder once again.
The noble humans of Stormwind are a proud, tenacious race. Though the recent invasion of the demonic Burning Legion decimated their sister kingdom of Lordaeron, the defenders of Stormwind stand vigilant against any who would threaten the sanctity of their lands. Nestled in the foothills of Elwyn Forest, Stormwind City is one of the last bastions of human power in the world. Ruled by the Child King Anduin Wrynn, the people of Stormwind remain steadfast in their commitment to the Grand Alliance. Backed by their stalwart allies, the armies of Stormwind have been called away to fight the savage horde on distant battlefields. With the armies gone, the defense of Stormwind now falls to its proud citizens. You must defend the kingdom against the foul mongrels that encroach upon it, and hunt down the subversive traitors who seek to destroy it from within. Now is the time for heroes. Now humanity's greatest chapter can be told. The stoic dwarves of Ironforge spent countless generations mining treasures from deep within the earth. Hidden within their impregnable stronghold of Ironforge Mountain, they rarely ventured beyond the wintry peaks of Dulmora. Recently, however, the dwarves unearthed a series of ruins that held secrets to their ancient heritage. Driven to discover the truth about his people's fabled origins, the great king Magni Bronzebeard ordered that the dwarves shift their industry from mining to archaeology. As part of the Grand Alliance, the stalwart dwarven armies have been called away to battle the merciless horde in faraway lands. In these perilous times,
the defense of the Mountain Kingdom falls to brave dwarves like you. The spirits of the ancient kings watch over you, and the very mountains are your strength. The future of your people is in your hands. For 10,000 years, the immortal Night Elves cultivated a druidic society within the shadowed recesses of Ashenvale Forest. Yet recently, the catastrophic invasion of the Burning Legion shattered the tranquility of their ancient civilization. Led by the Archdruid Malfurion Stormrage and the priestess Tyrande Whisperwind, the mighty Night Elves rose to challenge the demonic onslaught. Though victorious, the Night Elves were forced to sacrifice their cherished immortality and watch their beloved forests burn. Seeking to regain their immortality, a number of wayward druids conspired to plant a special tree that would link their spirits to the eternal world. Despite Malfurion's warnings that nature would never bless such a selfish act, the druids planted the great tree Teldrassil off the stormy coasts of northern Kalimdor. Within the twilight boughs of the colossal tree, the wondrous city of Darnassus took root. However, the great tree was not consecrated with nature's blessing, and soon fell prey to the corruption of the Burning Legion. Now the wildlife, and even the limbs of the great tree itself, are tainted by a growing darkness. As one of the few Night Elves still left in the world, it is your sworn duty to defend Darnassus and the wild children of nature against the Legion's encroaching corruption. The eccentric, often brilliant gnomes are held as one of the most peculiar races of the world. With their obsession for developing radical new technologies and constructing marvels of mind-bending engineering, it's a wonder that any gnomes have survived to proliferate. Over the years, the gnomes have contributed ingenious weapons to aid the Grand Alliance in its fierce battles against the Horde. Thriving within the wondrous techno-city of Gnomragon, the gnomes shared the resources of the forested Dunmora peaks with their dwarven cousins. Yet recently, a barbaric menace rose up from the bowels of the earth and invaded Gnomragon. Aided by their dwarven allies, the gnomes fought a valiant battle to save their beloved city. Nevertheless, Gnomragon was irrevocably lost. The surviving gnomes fled to the safety of the dwarven stronghold of Ironforge. There they remain, devising strategies to retake their city. As a gnome of proud standing, it falls to you to answer the challenge and lead your curious people to a brighter future. Long ago, the Orcish Horde was corrupted by the Burning Legion and lured to the world of Azeroth. For generations, the Orcs made war upon the human kingdoms of Stormwind and Lordaeron. Though the Horde was ultimately defeated, a visionary young war chief named Thrall rose to lead his people in their darkest hour. Under Thrall's rule, the Orcs freed themselves from the chains of demonic corruption and embraced their shamanistic heritage. After years of wandering, the Orcs founded their own kingdom in the harsh wastelands of Durotar. Based in the warrior city of Orgrimmar, they stand ready to destroy all who would challenge their supremacy. As a proud defender of Durotar, it is your duty to crush your enemies, both seen and unseen. For the nefarious agents of the Burning Legion still wander the land. The vicious trolls that populate the numerous jungle isles of the South Seas are renowned for their cruelty and dark mysticism. Barbarous and superstitious, they carry a seething hatred for all other races. Long since exiled from its ancestral homeland in Stranglethorn Vale, the Darkspear tribe was nearly destroyed by rampaging Murlocs. Rescued by the young war chief Thrall and his Orcish warriors, the Darkspear tribe swore allegiance to the Horde. led by the cunning shadow hunter Vol'jin. The Dark Spears now make their home in Durotar, along with their orcish allies. As one of the only surviving Dark Spears, it falls to you to reclaim the glory of your tribe. Bound to the iron will of the tyrant Lich King, the vast undead armies of the Scourge seek to eradicate all life on Azeroth. Led by the Banshee Sylvanas Windrunner, a group of renegades broke away from the Scourge and freed themselves of the Lich King's domination. Known by some as the Forsaken, this group fights a constant battle, not only to retain its freedom from the Scourge, but also to slaughter those who would hunt them as monsters. With Sylvanas as their Banshee Queen, the Forsaken have built a dark stronghold beneath the ruins of Lordaeron's former capital city. This hidden Undercity forms a sprawling labyrinth that stretches beneath the haunted woods of the Tirisfal Glades. Though the very land is cursed, the zealous humans of the Scarlet Crusade still cling to their scattered holdings, obsessed with eradicating the undead and retaking their homeland. Convinced that the primitive races of the Horde can help them achieve victory over their enemies, the Forsaken have entered an alliance of convenience. Harboring no true loyalty for their new allies, they will go to any lengths to ensure their dark plans come to fruition. As one of the Forsaken, you must massacre any who pose a threat to the new order, human, undead, or otherwise. Once a nomadic people, the Tauren roamed the endless plains of the Barrens, hunting the mighty Kodo. Scattered across the land, the wandering tribes were united only by their common hatred for their sworn enemy, the marauding Centaur. Seeking aid against the Centaur, the great chieftain Cairn Bloodhoof befriended the savage Orcs who had recently journeyed to Kalimdor. With the Orcs' help, Cairn and his tribe were able to drive back the Centaur and claim the grasslands of Mulgore for their own. Upon the windswept mesa of Thunder Bluff, Cairn built a refuge for his people. Over time, the scattered tribes united under a single banner. Though the noble Tauren are peaceful in nature, the rites of the Great Hunt are venerated as the heart of their spiritual culture. As a tribesman of Mulgore, you must test your skills in the wild and prove yourself in the Great Hunt.
I was cast out by my comrades, exiled, forced to wander the frozen wastes. But I was not alone, not entirely. The voice, now my only companion, guided me to my destination. Strange, nightmarish creatures awaited me at the entrance. I felt my blood run cold as Icecrown itself. Inside, I bore witness to horrific acts, demonstrations of power that could be mine for the asking. Terrified, I ran, but did not get far. All too soon, my choice was made. Too late did I realize that such power does not come without a price. Pay a far greater toll, for I have returned.
For years, tensions between the Alliance and the Horde have mounted
as worldwide conflicts threaten to plunge the two factions into all-out war. Now, the Alliance has begun to tighten the noose, and whoever controls the towers in Eastern Plaguelands controls the tide of battle. The battle has just begun.
Imprisoned for 10,000 years. Banished from my own homeland. And now you dare enter my realm. You are not prepared. Prepared!
1 month ago, a terrible explosion tore open the skies above northern Kalimdor. At that moment, the great ship Exodar plummeted from the heavens and crashed upon the world of Azeroth. Having fled the ravaged world of Outland, the noble Draenei used the dimension-traveling Exodar to reach safe haven. Inspired by tales of the heroic alliance that stood against the might of the Burning Legion, the Draenei have come to enlist aid in retaking their shattered homeland. Dedicated to preserving life and upholding the tenets of the Holy Light, the Draenei hope to gather a new coalition of warriors to battle the Burning Legion and put a halt to its horrific burning crusade. Armed only with courage and their unshakable faith in the light, the Draenei look forward to finding the Alliance and ushering them towards the destiny that awaits beyond the skies of Azeroth. Now, the fate of two worlds rests in your hands. For nearly 7,000 years, the High Elves cultivated a shining, magical kingdom, hidden deep within the forests of northern Lordaeron. But 5 years ago, the undead Scourge invaded Quel'Thalas and drove the elves to the brink of extinction. Led by the evil Death Knight Arthas, the Scourge destroyed the mystical Sunwell, thereby severing the elves from the source of their arcane power. Though the scars of that conflict are evident, the remaining elves have banded together and retaken much of their homeland. Calling themselves Blood Elves, these grim survivors are committed to regaining the vast powers they once commanded. Inspired by the leadership of their beloved prince, Kael'thas Sunstrider, the Blood Elves now seek new sources of arcane magic and the means of defending their land against the undying horrors of the Scourge. As one of the few surviving Blood Elves, you must master your thirst for magic and help shape the destiny of your people.
I remember the temple as it used to be, a place of worship. I prayed within its chambers and meditated among its gardens. I was happy then, at peace. I remember too the day the orcs came. The day marked by cries of war and torrents of blood. When terrified women and children huddled in darkened corners. I led many to safety, but many more paid the ultimate price. That day, my beloved sanctuary became the Black Temple. There, the orc warlocks practiced a twisted magic that corrupted the land and nearly destroyed us all.
Do not do this, Gul'dan. Bear witness to the undeniable power of our Dark Master. He will destroy us all.
Even after the Horde's reckless sorcery tore the planet apart, my people were unable to find a lasting sanctuary. I remember the armies of demons that swept down on us like a plague. During these dark times, the one called Megtheridon made the temple his home. Then came Illidan, the one they called Betrayer, the enemy of my enemy.
Megtheridon lures scores of hapless demons through them daily.
Then we must seal them permanently.
We helped him seal the portals of Outland and cut off the Legion's reinforcements. We fought with renewed strength, and together we reclaimed our sacred ground. I think part of me knew, even then, that the Black Temple had only traded one evil master for another. I prefer to remember the temple as it used to be, not the abomination it has become. My soul bears the burden of my misjudgment, but I have been patient. I have been waiting,
And when the time is right, the betrayer will become the betrayed.
This was our land. Troll land. We, Amani, was here before anyone. The elves and their alliance came to drive us out. But we never give up. We never forget. The elves took my eye. I cut off my own arm to escape them. And now, they fight alongside the Horde? I spit on the Horde! I hate you. I hate you all. But I got a surprise for you now. So come on in. Diamani never give up. We never forget. We never die. This is our land. You wanna stay. You stay here forever. We gonna bury you here.
A sacred fount of untold power. It saturated every fiber of our being. In the warmth of its glow, we thrived. Until the shadow of death fell upon us. The Sunwell's destruction, did we realize how dependent we'd become upon its magic. How much we needed to feed. In the wake of our devastation, I named our people Cinderai, Blood Elves. My people turned to me for answers. I promised them a cure. Strangely, we found deliverance in the demon Illidan. Illidan offered new sources of arcane power, and so I joined him in Outland, pledging to return one day to lead our people to glory. But Illidan's agenda was short-sighted. I grew impatient. In secret, I began harvesting what energies I could. I had a brief taste of true power. Before it was taken from me. But all is not lost. The Sunwell's essence endured, kept hidden by those who sought to protect it. Now, I have returned with the knowledge that sacrifices must be made before we can reclaim our birthright. I have forged a new alliance. Soon, the blessed rays of the Sunwell will shine once again and usher into this world the one who will deliver us all.
My son, the day you were born, the very forests of Lordaeron whispered the name Arthas. Child, I watched with pride as you grew into a weapon of righteousness. Remember, our line has always ruled with wisdom and strength. And I know you will show restraint when exercising your great power. Truest victory, my son, is stirring the hearts of your people. I tell you this, for when my days have come to an end, you shall be king. A hero, that's what you once were. You stood boldly against the shadow and purchased another dawn for the world with your life. But the evil you fought is not so easily banished. The victory you claimed, not so easily held. For now, the specter of death looms above the world yet again, and it has found new champions to bring about its final reign. Knights of darkness, wielding runes of death and destruction, bound by the will of the Lich King. This is the hour of their ascension. This is the hour of your dark rebirth.
Forward! Take the lead! For Lordaeron! For the Alliance! Back, you mindless wretches! Fight on, brothers!
Rise up, sons of the Horde! Blood and glory await us! Montalgar! For the Horde!
I was wondering if you'd show up.
I couldn't let the Alliance have all the fun today.
Arthas! The blood of your father, of your people, demands justice! Come forth, coward, and answer for your crimes!
You speak of justice, of cowardice. I will show you the justice of the grave, and the true meaning of fear.
Enough talk! Let it be finished!
You will pay for all the lives you've stolen, traitor!
Boldly stated, but there is nothing you can...
What? Did you think we had forgotten? Did you think we had forgiven? Behold now the terrible vengeance of the Forsaken!
Sylvanas.
Death to the Scourge! And death to the living! Now, all can see. This is the hour of the Forsaken.
We're finished. No escape for any of us.
could we have missed this until now? King Varian, thank you for coming on such short notice.
What's this all about, Ronan?
I've called you here to ask for your help. While our efforts against the Lich King press on, Bran here has brought us frightening news of the horrors beneath Ulduar, and of its dark prisoner.
Prisoner? Huh. With its binding shattered, its influence unchecked, it's gonna come after us, and we're gonna be the prisoners.
You can see now what we're up against. If this evil is not stopped, then the armies of the Death God will march on our doorstep.
You'll have to excuse me.
Well, what do you propose we do?
Thrall, what are you doing here so soon?
The summons sounded dire, Jaina. What's happened?
Bran Bronzebeard's forces assaulted the gates of Ulduar. They battled the Iron Lords and their cursed minions. He won't stop talking about this presence he felt, permeating the great halls, stirring in their minds, chilling their blood. He said, the horror that the Titans imprisoned so long ago, Yogg Saron has awakened.
I want to see this dwarf, Garrosh, to see the fear in his eyes. Then we'll know if he's telling the truth.
No, wait!
We are going to need all the help we can get if we are...
Thrall!
What are they doing here?
Let me explain.
I thought I smelled the stench of Alliance pigs. Control yourself.
You want my blood? Come then, dog.
He's mine.
Stop it! We have all lost!
A great deal in this conflict. But we stand to lose everything if we do not stop fighting and work together!
A true war chief would never partner with cowards.
At the Wrathgate, the Horde's partnership killed more of our men than the Scourge. I'm done with your Horde. May this Death God take you all.
You disappoint me, Garrosh.
The old god is laughing, toying with us.
Who will be our hope?
Who will stand and face Yogg Saron?
Sergeant Crusaders! The hour of justice has come!
Can you feel it, my son? Closing in all around you. The light's justice has been awakened. The sins of the past have finally caught up to you. You will be called to account for all the atrocities you've committed. The unspeakable horrors you've let loose upon this world. And the dark, ancient powers you've enslaved. Though my soul was one of the first to be devoured by your evil, there are thousands more bound within this blade, and they cry out for release. Look now to your defenses, my son, for the champions of justice gather at your gates.
Father, is it over?
At long last. No king rules forever, my son.
I see. Only darkness before me.
Without its master's command, the restless scourge will become an even greater threat to this world. Control must be maintained. There must always be a Lich King.
The weight of such a burden. It must be mine, for there is no other.
Tyrion! You hold a grim destiny in your hands, brother. But it is not your own.
Bolvar! By all that is holy.
The dragon's flame sealed my fate. The world of the living can no longer comfort me. Place the crown upon my head, Tyrion. Forevermore, I will be the jailer of the damned.
No, old friend. I cannot.
Do it, Tyrion! You and these brave heroes have your own destinies to fulfill.
This last act of service is mine.
You will not be forgotten, brother.
I must be forgotten, Tyrion. If the world is to live free from the tyranny of fear, they must never know what was done here today. Tell them only that the Lich King is dead, and that Bolvar Dragon died with him. Now, go. Leave this place, and never return. My hatred burns through the cavernous deeps. The world heaves with my torment. Its wretched kingdoms quake beneath my rage. But at last, the whole of Azeroth will break. And all will burn beneath the shadow of my wings.
Emboldened by the return of their heroic king, Varian Wrynn, the proud humans of Stormwind led the Alliance to victory in its war against the dreaded Lich King. While successful, the campaign in Northrend proved costly, and the humans now seek to bolster their strategic holdings throughout the world. Under Varian's daring leadership, humanity now braces itself for a renewed conflict with its perennial enemy, the Horde. Yet, as the great cataclysm rips across the world, familiar threats have once again arisen closer to home. It now falls to you to defend the kingdom and uphold the honor of humanity. Great change has come to the enduring halls of Ironforge. Obsessed with the workings of the Titans, the dwarves retrieved their creator's mystical tablets from the fabled city of Ulduar. Activating one such tablet, King Magni Bronzebeard fell prey to a terrible curse that fused his statue-like form into the diamond heart of Ironforge itself. To compound this tragedy, Magni's estranged daughter Moira arrived, claiming her father's throne for herself and for her infant Dark Iron son. To avert civil war, the dwarves created the Council of Three Hammers, an uneasy coalition that would share power equally amongst the clans. Now, with political upheaval rising within the kingdom, and the great cataclysm ravaging the surrounding lands, the future of Ironforge falls to brave dwarves like you. After years of imprisonment within the Emerald Nightmare, Archdruid Malfurion Stormrage has finally returned to the mortal world. Reunited with his love, Tyrande Whisperwind, Malfurion endeavors now to heal the corrupted world tree Teldrassil and rejuvenate the spirit of the Night Elf people. Yet as the great cataclysm shakes the boughs of their colossal tree, the Night Elves brace themselves against the coming storm. As war and destruction close in from all sides, it falls to Night Elves like you to stand strong and protect the enduring legacy of your people. Given the recent political upheaval in Ironforge, the gnomes have suddenly found themselves unwelcomed guests within the city. Leveraging their ingenious technologies and unquenchable spirit for adventure, the gnomes have begun to reevaluate their role within Cosmodan. Under the inventive leadership of High Tinker Gelbin Mechatork, the gnomes now plan a daring campaign against the barbarous Trogs to retake their former capital of Gnomregon. With the odds stacked against them, the gnomes are counting on brave heroes such as you to stand and be counted. Your people's greatest hour draws near. Empowered by the holy light and the undying strength of their convictions, the Draenei led the charge against the demonic Burning Legion in Outland. Now, with the Legion's defeat, they have completed the desperate mission that first brought them to Azeroth. Though some Draenei were sent back to Outland to revitalize their former civilization, the majority have vowed to remain and uphold their sacred commitment to the Alliance. Driven by a powerful vision, the immortal prophet Velen believes that a great war between the darkness and the light is fast approaching, and that Azeroth will be its principal battleground. As one of Velen's chosen, you must stand bravely before the Shadow and ensure that your people are ready for the war to come. The Great Cataclysm has shattered more than just the world. War Chief Thrall, arguably the most powerful living shaman, has left his people behind so that he might stop the cataclysm at its source. Yet, in his absence, the Orc champion Garrosh Hellscream has become the Horde's new war chief. Though popular amongst the Orcs for his victories against the Lich King, Garrosh's reckless leadership has begun to cause a rift between himself and the other leaders of the Horde. With Durotar's natural resources nearly depleted, Garrosh seeks to take whatever his people need to survive, regardless of who stands in his way. A dangerous new era for the Horde has dawned, and it falls to brave orcs like you to uphold the will of the new war chief and assure the dominance of your people. Exiled years ago from their lands in Stranglethorn Vale, the dark-speared trolls attempted to make a new life for themselves amongst the disparate races of the Horde. Under the leadership of the noble war chief Thrall, Vol'jin and his savage trolls had at last found the honor and purpose they had been searching for. But now, under the rule of the headstrong Garrosh Hellscream, the trolls fear that the Horde could tear itself apart. Vol'jin knows that whatever threats loom ahead, whether they be from within the Horde or from without, it is cunning trolls like you who will fight to preserve the honor of the Horde. Though Lady Sylvanas and her Forsaken finally took vengeance upon their hated enemy, the Lich King, their dark crusade in Northrend proved costly. Betrayed by Grand Apothecary Putrus at the Battle of Wrathgate, the Forsaken's devious plague of death was unleashed upon both the Alliance and the Horde to calamitous effect. Unbeknownst to Sylvanas, Putrus and his demonic ally, Veramathras, had taken control of the Undercity. As a result, the Forsaken were wrongly blamed for the traitor's atrocities. Though the Undercity was eventually retaken, Sylvanas and her followers still bear the weight of Putra's sins. Mistrusted by the other members of the Horde, the Forsaken must now prove their loyalty to the cause and redeem themselves from their supposed treachery. To this end, Sylvanas has bolstered her defenses within the Tirisfal Glades and readied her undead forces for any contingency. As one of the Forsaken, you must use your cunning and viciousness to slay any who would pose a threat to Sylvanas' rule, be they human, undead, or otherwise. Great tragedy has rocked the Tauren tribes and shaken their once stalwart devotion to the Horde. A disagreement between the new Orc war chief, Garrosh Hellscream, and the beloved Tauren chieftain, Cairn Bloodhoof, led to a duel that ended in Cairn's death. With his loss, the vile matriarch Magatha Grimtotem launched a murderous attack, attempting to seize control of Thunder Bluff for herself. However, Cairn's brave son, Bane Bloodhoof, successfully repelled the attack and banished the surviving Grimtotem to the farthest reaches of the land. Under Bane's hopeful leadership, the Tauren people now seek to heal their wounds and restore the balance between the various factions of the Horde. To this end, a new generation of Tauren Sunwalkers has arisen to lead their people into the light of a new dawn and the promise of rebirth. As a proud tribesman of Mulgore, you must uphold the honor of your people and safeguard the lands of your ancestors. The past few years have seen unprecedented changes within the eternal land of Quel'Thalas. The Blood Elves, following the will of their crazed leader Kael'thas Sunstrider, channeled dangerous, chaotic magics to transform their sacred Sunwell into a gateway of unspeakable evil. While Kael'thas and his demonic masters were eventually defeated, a different kind of transformation occurred within the Sunwell itself, as a dying Naru sacrificed its life essence to reignite the Sunwell into a fount of holy energy. Now, the Blood Elf regent Lorthamar Theron sees a new hope on the horizon for his people. Over time, the Sunwell's light could cure the Blood Elves of their cursed state, but many still cling to the arcane powers they've procured and are hesitant to relinquish them. As one of the remaining Blood Elves, you must fight to protect Quel'Thalas and help redeem the soul of your ancient people. Led by their indomitable king, Genn Greymane, the proud citizens of Gilneas once stood with the Alliance against the vile, orcish horde that sought to conquer all of Lordaeron. Gilneas survived, but in the chaotic years following the Second War, the mighty kingdom drew ever inward. Distrustful of their former allies, the Gilneans erected a mighty wall at the borders of their land, closing off their nation and their hearts from an ever-darkening world. Now, many years later, as the seemingly unstoppable undead scourge marches across Lordaeron, human civilization once again teeters on the brink of destruction. As war and terror close in all around them, the citizens of Gilneas are faced with one terrible truth. Their mighty wall cannot hold back the dead for much longer. And worse, rumors of a new threat have arisen within the kingdom's borders, of feral nightmare creatures that walk upright as men, but hunt and howl as wolves.
Look at what you've become. Those cursed beasts. They've left you nothing more than just another wretched mongrel. Do you even remember what you did to your friends? Your kind, haunting the wilds unchecked. until we found you. They've kept you alive because they still believe you can be saved. To which I must ask, is there even a shred of humanity left within you? Perhaps we will find out soon enough.
The wily, cunning goblins of Kazan have lived in relative peace for generations. Though some of their race sided with the marauding orcs during the Second War, most goblins have remained neutral throughout the various conflicts between the Alliance and Horde. Ruled over by corrupt yet highly affluent trade princes, the goblins created a virtual paradise for themselves throughout the islands of the South Seas. Their ingenious feats of engineering and vast trade fleets helped make their island capital of Kazan one of the great technological wonders of the world. But now, as the elements themselves rise up in anger across the world, the goblins' mechanical paradise will be put to the test. For very soon, fate will force them to choose sides in a conflict that will shape the very history of the world.
This is all your fault. We were supposed to have these stupid slaves to Kalimdor days ago. I'm not taking the fall for this one. You're the one who got us lost. What does it matter? Gallywix is gonna have both our heads. Shh! Did you hear that?
Captain, who are they?
It doesn't matter. Our orders are to capture the Horde target at all costs. No witnesses.
Abandoned ship! Make for the escape pod! Let us out! Don't leave us down here! Please! Don't leave us! Come back!
Our kind faces extinction. Trolls once ruled the mightiest empire this world has ever seen. Yet look at you now. Zuldrak has already fallen to the Scourge. Its gods consumed as death descended on its people. Zul'Farrak, once the shining jewel of Tanaris, is now nothing but a wasteland. Divided, you are weak. But we, Zandalari, can offer you a future undreamed of. Jindo, the Gurubashi, would you see the greatness of Zul'Garub restored? Join us, and the Zandalari will make it so. Dakara of the Amani, summon your followers to Zul-Aman. Together, we will make Zul'Jin's murderers weep for mercy. Brothers, hear us now! We Zandalari have returned to reclaim the former glory of our people. To see trolls retake the lands that are rightfully ours. And to crush any foolish enough to stand in our way. From the wreckage of the Cataclysm, the Troll Empire will rise again! Vol'jin of the Dark Spear, you would turn your back on your own people?
The Horde is my people. If it be war you bring, then I stand against you.
So be it, Dark Spear. But against the powers we'll soon unleash, none shall stand for long.
You've been at this for days, Goel.
The elements remain silent, Agra. How can I help them if they won't speak to me?
You must rest. Everyone has their limits.
Look around you. This world is dying. I can't have limits.
When will you see that you cannot carry this burden alone?
Great spirits, please, speak to me. Show me what I must do.
Little shaman, and the Fire Lord has answered. You and your kind thought that the fires of doom had been quenched. But I will show you the truth. And all that you hold dear exist only to burn. The end comes, son of Duratan. The final hour of twilight. And there is nothing you can do to stop it.
Goel! I heard you call out. What's happened?
Fire, Agra. It's coming for us. Unstoppable. Unending rage.
Take heart, Goel. The end is not upon us yet.
Whatever comes, I know we will face it. Together. can feel the elements awakening, rejoicing. The cataclysm is over.
The champions who fought at our side assured the survival of our world. But now, we must see it with mortal eyes. We dragon aspects have fulfilled our great purpose, and our ancient power is expended. But though our day draws to an end, life endures, and new generations will be born. Today's victory belongs to all who stood against the shadow. You are Azeroth's true guardians, and the future of this world is in your hands. For the dawning of the Age of Mortals has begun.
I was born in the Badlands in the days following the Cataclysm. A black dragon by blood. Perhaps the last of my kind. My egg was stolen from my mother by the Red Dragonflight. Once they had what they needed, my mother was murdered. They experimented on my egg. They tried to sever my connection with the other black dragons, so that I would be pure. They were more successful than they had bargained for. When my father found out about this travesty, he was displeased. Perhaps you have heard of my father. His name is Deathwing. My story would have ended there, with the death of the Red Dragon who created me. But she was tricky, that one. She was burned alive, with a decoy in her hands. My egg was spirited away to the Red Dragonflight. There, I was held captive for a time. This is Ravenhold Manor. Shortly before I was born, the assassins of Ravenhold stole my egg from the Red Dragonflight. The story of my deliverance hinges on a most unusual rogue. Suffice it to say, he was a thief of global renown. This individual came to my attention when the Red Dragonflight sent him to infiltrate Ravenhold Manor and retrieve my egg. No doubt our hero expected to snatch up an egg and steal away into the night. But instead, he found something unexpected. Me. That's right, mortal. The prize you seek no longer sleeps within a shell. Here I am, in the flesh. I'm not some trophy for a red dragon's mantelpiece, and I'm never going back. Don't look so surprised. We dragons are conscious, even within our shells. As I grew, I could hear the plotting and scheming. I was to be born a prisoner. But I'm one of a kind. A black dragon, raised free from the taint of my father's corruption. And that's how I intend to stay. Free. Somehow, you managed to elude all of my guards. You slipped in here like a ghost. That makes you valuable to me. Let's talk.
Your Highness, we caught this beast snooping around the caves just outside the compound. I'm not afraid of you! Wait, who are you?
You don't recognize your former prisoner?
Shall we execute him, my prince?
No. I want him to deliver a message to the Red Dragonflight. Tell them that I am free of my father's madness, and I will be free of them as well. I am to be left alone. This will be my first and only warning.
But Deathwing's minions may have you killed.
Deathwing's minions should be afraid of me. Get him out of here! And Farad?
Yes, sir.
Break his legs. Now then, my new friend, we have much to talk about. As you know, black dragons frequently disguise themselves as humanoids in order to tamper with mortal affairs. While the house of my mad father collapses around him, the few remaining black dragons have gone into hiding. But I can still sense them. My cowardly brothers and sisters will cause untold suffering if we allow them to stay in the shadows. Moreover, they are a threat to me. That is where you come in. Help us to slay them all, and I will reward you handsomely.
Your first target is here, in the ruins of Gilneas. I've lost some of my best men already. Let's see if you can fare any better.
As the only pure, untainted member of the Black Dragon Flight, I took it upon myself to see that all my corrupted brothers and sisters were destroyed. I sent my new friend into the heart of Gilneas City to destroy Hiram Creed, a black dragon who had corrupted the locals with his own draconic blood. None of Ravenholt's assassins had been able to penetrate into the city, but this one, as silent as a shadow, he moved. With surgical precision, he took his target down. I was very impressed. My companion Farad was not so enamored of my new favorite assassin.
A lucky blow against an unprepared opponent.
I rewarded our hero with a nasty set of matching daggers, and the promise of even more power if he could return to me with some spell reagents acquired from Deathwing's minions. To my surprise, he returned, some weeks later, scarred by battle against my father's minions, but eager for another assignment. The gems you collected will be able to augment the power of the weapons I gave you, but I require another ingredient. It will come from your next target.
We've just located her here, in the caverns beneath Karazhan. Fearful for her life, she is researching arcane secrets buried beneath the Foundation.
Her name is Nalis, and until recently she stood at Wormrest Temple as the representative of the Black Dragon Flight. Now, she's on the run.
She surrounded herself with a small army of deranged dragon cultists. They may not be right in the head, but they're well armed and dangerous.
I hope to see you back from this mission alive. But if I do not, I want to say I've enjoyed seeing you work. You're a credit to your race. Good luck. Confident of my new ally's ability, I sent him after one of the most powerful black dragons I knew to be in hiding, Nalis. Getting to her required running through a gauntlet of minions within the catacombs beneath Karazhan. And, of course, Nalis herself did not go down without a fight. I was pleasantly surprised at our hero's victory, but Farad was again unimpressed.
She allowed herself to be defeated. The others will not be so weak.
The black blood of Nalis allowed me to upgrade the vicious twin daggers of my new favorite assassin. He was going to need even more power, however, and for that reason, I sent him back into the fray to collect more resources. Some weeks passed, but he returned, fresh from battle, and prepared at last for my hardest assignment.
Don't trust this one, Your Highness. No one is that good.
I sent him to kill my father, Deathwing himself. Don't underestimate my father. Even if you were to crush his body, the core of his madness and rage will still struggle to destroy you. He will not be defeated until he is utterly annihilated. I wish I could help, but my father is the one dragon I fear. Best of luck, Rogue. Whatever the outcome, you are truly a champion. To be honest, I expected never to hear from my favorite rogue again. The fight to destroy my father spanned the globe for a few terrible hours. The fate of the world hinged on the actions of a handful of mortals brave enough to go toe-to-toe with the Worldbreaker. My rogue friend returned triumphant to collect his final reward. But he was in for a surprise. Your eyes do not deceive you. The treacherous Red Dragonflight sought to kill me off. I hope now you see the truth about them. Champion, you have your reward. But there is one final dragon we need to slay.
My prince, we should leave this place in case they come back to finish the job.
Farad, I was just talking about you. The final Black Dragon. The one who's been more hidden than any of them.
Your Highness, I have never tried to conceal what I am from you.
Yes, you rescued me while I was still within my egg, and I owe you my life. But you are a black dragon, and you share the corruption of all my brothers and sisters.
That is not true.
Do you deny it? The dark visions? The voices in your head?
No, no, I am in control of the voices. They're here to help me.
And what are they telling you now, Farad? What do your dark masters whisper?
Kill. They want me to kill you now. Oh, why did you have to go and anger them? You have proven too difficult to control!
I will never be controlled! The Red Dragonflight has no idea what they unleashed when they experimented on my egg. Hero, strike now! Use your newfound power to finish him! It is done, friend. To my knowledge, I am the only black dragon who remains. A new age for mortals has dawned, and heroes like you are among the vanguard. I must go now. Disappear. Perhaps we will meet again. I hope we find ourselves on the same side. With the last of the Black Dragonflight destroyed, my destiny was in my own hands. I left the assassins of Ravenholt behind to seek my destiny elsewhere. There are rumors of a new land beyond the mists of the sea. Perhaps I will see you there.
Is to ask why the leaves fall. It is in their nature. Perhaps there is a better question.
Why do we fight? To protect home and family. To preserve balance and bring harmony. For my kind, the true question is, what is worth fighting for?
So... it was a bear?
In a hat!
10,000 years ago, all the continents of Azeroth were as one. And it is said that all the rivers in the world flowed to one magical place. This was the ancient Empire of Pandaria, nestled in the most fertile of river valleys at the far end of the world. Behold, the last emperor on the day of his coronation. His name was Shuckle. Young Shuckle was born to be emperor and wanted for nothing. The wealth of the great Pandaren Empire was his to command. All Pandaren emperors begin their reign by consulting with the great Jinyu elders. It was said that the Jinyu could talk to the rivers, that they could hear whispers of the future in the rippling waves. The great water speaker closed his eyes and listened to the rivers. He listened for the Emperor's long life and prosperous realm, but he heard something else entirely. The wise old Jinyu saw a faraway land, a kingdom of elves grown bold in their arrogance. He saw a pit of fire, a great maw opening upon countless horrors. Numberless demons were about to pour forth onto Azeroth, rending the land, corrupting all they touched. Even if the demons were defeated, the world would be forever broken, the continents forever shattered. Emperor Shuckle watched in disbelief as the Jinyu water speaker reeled from the terror of his vision. "What did you see?" Shuckle asked. "Long life? Prosperous realm?" But the future held neither for the last emperor of the Pandaren. No, young Shuckle could not rest on the riches of his empire. If he was to save his land and his people, he would be called to do something great. He would embark on an epic journey. He would sacrifice all that he was. This is his story. The horrible vision of the Sundering weighed heavily on Emperor Shuckle. Cold and alone, he ascended Mount Everest, seeking wisdom from the Jade Serpent. "What troubles you, young Emperor?" the Spirit of Wisdom asked. Shuckle replied, "Countless demons will soon pour over Azeroth. What must I do to save my kingdom?" The Jade Serpent answered, "Seek out the heart of Pandaria, for the answer lies within." "But how can I find it?" the Emperor protested. "Your emotions cloud you," said the serpent. "Free yourself of these burdens. Let the land be your teacher." But the Emperor did not understand. He sulked back to his home in the Jade Forest. As he traveled, he commiserated with his old friend, the Monkey King. "I was to have a long life. A prosperous realm," the Emperor cried. "I cannot do this." "Relax," said the Monkey King. "We are in this together." As he spoke, the four winds began to howl. A great gust blew the Monkey King away. The Monkey King laughed and called out above the roaring storm, "Sorry, you can't fight fate." The Emperor cried out for his friend. "No, wait! I cannot do this alone!" And in that moment, all of Shuckle's uncertainty was manifest in a terrible dark energy, a Shah of doubt. The more the Emperor struggled, the more he weakened. The Shah would surely overtake him. Then, Xiao Hao remembered the wisdom of the Jade Serpent, and he looked to the land for answers. Nearby, the bamboo of the Jade Forest was also threatened. The reeds that stood rigid against the gale broke under its force. But the reeds that bent with the wind endured the storm and prospered in the rain. Xiao Hao realized the lesson of the reed, and when he turned his back to the Shah, suddenly, all his doubts vanished. He knew he could be more than just Emperor. The four winds carried the laughing Monkey King over the valley and through the wilds. The Emperor's faith led him onward to save his friend and to stop the terrible sundering the Water Speaker had foreseen. Emperor Xiao Hao, free of doubt, pursued his friend, the Monkey King. With the wind at his back, Xiao Hao ran. But in his haste, the Emperor stumbled into the dense and untamed swamps of the Krasarang Wilds. No! The Emperor cried out. He fought to free himself, but only sank further. The more the Emperor worried, the deeper he sank. His worries had taken form, the Shah of Despair. Xiao Hao cried out, "Help!" Far above, the majestic red crane of hope soared. "Why do you struggle so?" the crane asked. "I have lost my friend, my kingdom," Xiao Hao cried. "It is hopeless." "Your friend is not lost," the crane replied. "You are." Again, Xiao Hao looked to Pandaria for the answer. He saw the great tree growing in the middle of the swamp. The branches reached for the heavens, but its roots stretched deep into the earth. Xiao Hao's feet found purchase. With hope in his heart, the Emperor reached upward, and the grip of despair loosened. "I must never forget who I am," he said. "I am the Emperor, and I will save this land." Xiao Hao could hear the Monkey King's laughter on the wind, but it came from the west, beyond the serpent's spine wall. This was the land of the Mantid, mortal enemy of all Pandaren. "I cannot do this," Xiao Hao decided. Trembling, the Emperor turned to leave. "Where are you going?" asked a voice. "I'm afraid to go on," said the Emperor. Looking into the wastes, he saw a great black ox. "Just follow your feet," the black ox said. "They will know the way." Xiao Hao descended the wall and crept through the strange realm. To the Emperor, it was a waking nightmare. But his feet led the way. Soon, he heard a dreadful sound. Three vile Mantid warriors argued how they would split up and devour their prize, the Monkey King. Xiao Hao was paralyzed with terror. The insidious Shah of Fear held him in place. the voice of the ox came to Xiao Hao, saying, "You must not let your fear control you, my emperor. You must control your fear." Xiao Hao looked once again to the land for answers. The great Kaipari trees of the town-long steppes were legendary for their sap. In one bead of amber, Xiao Hao found his answer. "I will not be paralyzed by fear," the Emperor proclaimed. Xiao Hao hurled his weight against the nearest tree, and giant globs of sap rained down from above. And now it was the Mantid who were held fast as they struggled against the sap. The Emperor had saved his friend. As they fled, the Monkey King was overwhelmed by doubt. "Emperor, we cannot do this alone," he cried. "You should create an army to crush the Mantid once and for all." Free of his doubts and master of his fears, the Emperor was more confident than ever. "No," said Xiao Hao. "The storm that burns the sky comes for the Mantid as well. We need an army to crush a legion." The last Emperor of Pandaria faced a terrible fortune. A burning legion set to tear the world asunder. He had cast away his doubt, despair, and fear. Now, confidence brimming, he would build an army. High atop the peaks of Kunlai Summit, the 100 greatest warriors of Pandaria perfected their arts under the watchful eye of the White Tiger, the spirit of strength. "I need an army," Xiao Hao announced. "I have come for my warriors." But the White Tiger recognized a great darkness within the brash Emperor. "Why do you fight?" the Tiger asked. Xiao Hao bristled. "To destroy demon hordes, to crush those who oppose me." "No, that is no reason to fight," the Tiger said. "You are indeed fearless, but still, you are burdened." The Emperor scoffed, so the White Tiger issued a challenge. "Take this staff, and if you can touch any one of my warriors, they are yours to command." Spurred on by the howls of the Monkey King, the Emperor spun about, thrusting and swinging the staff. But the warriors easily dodged his every blow. Furious, Xiao Hao roared. The sum of all his rage, the Shah of anger burst forth. The Emperor fumed and broke the staff over his knee. Violence and hatred erupted. "You see now why you are not ready to lead?" the White Tiger proclaimed. "Your anger does not empower you. It makes you weak." Defenseless, Xiao Hao faced the darkness he had created. As one, the Shah struck out. But as the smoke cleared, the Emperor stood, unharmed. The shape of a mighty warrior lay broken at his feet. A warrior who had paid the ultimate price to save his emperor. Xiao Hao's heart swelled as he knelt humbly before the white tiger. My rage exacted a heavy toll, the Emperor said. A single sacrifice has shown me the power of fellowship, of love, of peace. The white tiger nodded. Again, I ask, why do you fight? For home and family, Xiao Hao replied. For the people, I protect. For them, I would give my final breath. Thank you, White Tiger. Relieved at last of all his burdens, the Emperor rose. Come, Monkey King. We must go to the heart of Pandaria before all is lost. As the Emperor and his friends set out, the skies grew black. For the time of the sundering had come. And so Xiao Hao came to the heart of the land, the sacred veil within the center of his empire. Purged of all his burdens, the Emperor radiated enlightenment. Inside the veil, his people huddled for shelter. They knew that the end of the world had come, and they cried out for the Emperor to save them. People of Pandaria, Xiao Hao declared, stay calm, focus your minds, and together we will make it through this. But his people did not understand. As Xiao Hao gazed upon their faces, he saw the burdens that he had overcome. He recognized doubt and despair. He saw his people frozen in fear or trembling with anger. And he knew that they had little time to learn what he had learned. My people need time, the Emperor realized. And in that moment, the Emperor recalled the lesson of the Jade Serpent. Seek out the heart of Pandaria, for the answer lies within. As Xiao Hao reflected on his journey, he looked to the land and saw a single blossom in the wind. No matter the burdens I faced, he thought, the land provided guidance. But the truest answers always came from within. And then it became clear. I was to have a long life and a prosperous realm. But I am more than just Emperor. I now know what I must do. For I am the heart of Pandaria. People of Pandaria, Xiao Hao proclaimed, you are not yet ready to face the storm that comes for you. And I cannot stop it. But you will weather this storm and many more. For I will give you the time to learn the lessons that I have learned. And then, the last Emperor of Pandaria sacrificed all that he was, and all that he would be, and gave his final breath to become one with the land. A dense mist surrounded and protected his empire. And while the rest of the world broke apart in the fury of the Sundering, Pandaria set itself free. Hidden by the Emperor's breath, it drifted out to sea like a blossom on the wind. The trees in the Vale have never stopped blossoming. And in time, we Pandaren learned to live as our Emperor lived. His lessons endure in the temples of his land. And from the snowy peaks of Kunlai Summit, he watches over us. And it is said that if we listen very closely, he speaks to us still through the mists. These are the Emperor's gifts to us. And this is Pandaria. You are a Pandaren, born and raised on the mysterious Wandering Isle, while many of your fellow Pandaren prefer a tranquil life. The lure of adventure burns in your blood. Recently, the Wandering Isle has begun erratically weaving about the world's oceans, and your island home is spiraling toward disaster. As one of the most promising of students at Master Shang's monastery, you may just be the salvation for your people. But first, you must complete your training.
Asa.
He is dying.
His wounds can be healed.
I hope you can forgive yourself for what you have done to him.
I am pleased to report that the battle at sea goes well, War Chief. Our forces report decisive victories off the coasts of Tanaris and Tol Barad.
Alliance blood spills. This pleases me, General.
There's more. I received word that our southern fleet engaged an Alliance envoy. We chased the royal flagship until it ran aground.
Aground? Where?
Apparently, they found a massive, uncharted landmass, shrouded by dense mists.
And you let the Alliance get there first! Redirect the invasion fleet. General, you and your best veterans will pave our way. Storm the shore, and paint this new continent red!
We've made a thorough inspection of the wreckage, Your Majesty. There is no sign of Admiral Taylor or his ship.
200 ships at my disposal, yet the one carrying my son goes missing. What of their last message? Show me whatever you have.
We have been drawn off course. Horde air fleet. Any casualties? Shipwrecked on an uncharted isle. But the White Pawn is accounted for. Repeat, the White Pawn is safe.
Anduin.
Surprise attack! Requesting immediate... If anyone's received...
Sir, the 7th Fleet has already been dispatched, but it could take weeks before it...
There's no time to waste. We'll send a small elite force to secure this new land and bring back my son.
We've been flying in this mist for hours, General. The crew grows uneasy.
Back to your post, soldier. We'll find this land, or die trying.
Land ho!
Alliance ship! Port side! Attack!
The flagship's last reported position was below. Can you see anything?
Fog. Nothing but dense fog. Wait. Land! Starboard! I see ships!
Those are Horde vessels. General quarters, get our birds in the air. Clear the decks. Stations, people. Let's go to war.
A message must lie within. What fate did the Emperor foresee? Hills of gold, in dark and mournful times of old, did once a hopeless horror hold. When from her sacred veil did spring, with storm and flash, a monstrous thing, his name, Lei Shen, the Thunder King. His thunder boomed across the land, and none who dared and fought could stand against the Iron Tyrant's hands. A palace grand, a walled domain, such mighty works born of his reign, built by slaves, their hearts in chains. But seasons change and tyrants die, his fury spent in times gone by. The thunder slept beneath Gunlai.
Secure the remains, brothers.
By Zandalari hands, he has been taken. By Zandalari voice, he has awakened. Heroes, sound the drums. The Thunder King comes. The Thunder King comes.
It thirsts. Bring it to the pools.
Enough! You have run rampant for far too long, Hellscream. But that stops now.
Step aside, Pandaren. You confront a force beyond reckoning.
Your father dabbled in powers beyond reckoning. Where is he now? Beside the Tauren, trolls, and others. You are nothing like them!
They are no longer part of my horde!
We never paid any heed to the ancient prophecies. Like fools, we clung to the old hatreds. And fought as we had for generations. the sky rained fire, and the new enemy came among us. We stand now upon the brink of destruction, for the reign of chaos has come at last.
The sands of time have run out, son of Duratan. The cries of war echo upon the winds. The remnants of the past scar the land. Besieged once again by conflict. Heroes arise to challenge fate and lead their brethren to battle. As mortal armies rush blindly towards their doom, the burning shadow comes to consume us all. Rally the Horde and lead your people to their destinies. Seek me out.
We've received reports that the Orcs are regrouping. Certainly the recent attacks against the internment camps are evidence enough.
Agreed. The Horde is on the move.
This is absurd. My nation will not stand by and watch as the Horde masses on our very doorstep.
The Orcs are not our primary concern here. How many times must I repeat myself? King Terinus, you must heed my warning. This plague that has gripped the Northlands could have dire ramifications.
Wizards are just being paranoid. Let's keep all this in perspective. Even if this plague does pose a threat to us, what are you proposing that we do?
It is simple. As I have said, the Kirin Tor are already prepared to place the villages under strict quarantine.
I will not institute quarantine without proof of your claims, Ambassador. The people of Lordaeron have suffered enough without becoming prisoners in their own lands.
Yet, prisoners they are, good king.
What is the meaning of this? Who are you?
Humanity is in peril. The tides of darkness have come again, and the whole world is poised upon the brink of war.
Enough of this. Guards, remove this madman.
Hear me. The only hope for your people is to travel west, to the forgotten lands of Kalimdor.
Are you mad?
Old Ambassador, I don't know who you are or what you believe, but this is not the time for rambling prophets. Our lands are beset by conflict, but it shall be we who decide how best to protect our people, not you. Now, be gone!
I failed humanity once before, and I will not do so again. If you cannot take up this cup, then I shall find another who will.
The warning has been given. Their fate is now their own.
Ah, my son.
You no longer need to sacrifice for your people. You no longer need to bear the weight of your crown. I've taken care of everything. Succeeding you, Father.
This kingdom shall fall, and from the ashes shall arise a new order.
that will shake the very foundations of the world.
Agir Udal Nutarus. Agir Udas Betalu. Dalentaro Ildas Glaku. Rithum Sethara Samanar Kutamus. Belar Sumaris Azaratha Rakas Ilkula. Belanora, Mordanos Melar, il amor no falos cadar.
So predictable. I knew you would come. And I see you brought the mighty Hellscream. His blood is mine. As is your whole misbegotten race. The boy believed you could be saved, but he didn't know what burns within your soul. Within your heart, you know we are the same.
blood haze has lifted. The demon's fire has burnt out in my veins. I have freed myself.
No, old friend. You freed us all.
The roots will heal in time, as will the entire world. The sacrifices have been made. Just as the orcs, humans, and night elves discarded their old hatreds and stood united against a common foe, so did nature herself rise up to banish the shadow forever. As for me, I came back to ensure that there would be a future, to teach the world that it no longer needed guardians. The hope for future generations has always resided in mortal hands. And now that my task is done, I will take my place amongst the legends of the past.
In truth, it was I who was betrayed. Still I am hunted. Still I am hated. Now my blind eyes see what others cannot. Sometimes the hand of fate must be forced.
oppose us.
Forget this business. Lead your men home. You lost your mind, Arthas. I must consider this an act of You lied to your men and betrayed the mercenaries who fought for you. What's happening to you, Arthas? Young prince will find only death in the cold.
Release me from this prison.
Four years have passed since the mortal races banded together and stood united against the might of the Burning Legion. Though Azeroth was saved, the tenuous pact between the Horde and the Alliance has all but evaporated. The drums of war thunder once again.
noble humans of Stormwind are a proud, tenacious race. Though the recent invasion of the demonic Burning Legion decimated their sister kingdom of Lordaeron, the defenders of Stormwind stand vigilant against any who would threaten the sanctity of their lands. Nestled in the foothills of Elwyn Forest, Stormwind City is one of the last bastions of human power in the world. Ruled by the Child King Anduin Wrynn, the people of Stormwind remain steadfast in their commitment to the Grand Alliance. Backed by their stalwart allies, the armies of Stormwind have been called away to fight the savage horde on distant battlefields. With the armies gone, the defense of Stormwind now falls to its proud citizens. You must defend the kingdom against the foul mongrels that encroach upon it, and hunt down the subversive traitors who seek to destroy it from within. Now is the time for heroes. Now humanity's greatest chapter can be told. The stoic dwarves of Ironforge spent countless generations mining treasures from deep within the earth. Hidden within their impregnable stronghold of Ironforge Mountain, they rarely ventured beyond the wintry peaks of Dulmora. Recently, however, the dwarves unearthed a series of ruins that held secrets to their ancient heritage. Driven to discover the truth about his people's fabled origins, the great king Magni Bronzebeard ordered that the dwarves shift their industry from mining to archaeology. As part of the Grand Alliance, the stalwart dwarven armies have been called away to battle the merciless horde in faraway lands. In these perilous times, the defense of the Mountain Kingdom falls to brave dwarves like you. The spirits of the ancient kings watch over you, and the very mountains are your strength. The future of your people is in your hands. For 10,000 years, the immortal Night Elves cultivated a druidic society within the shadowed recesses of Ashenvale Forest. Yet recently, the catastrophic invasion of the Burning Legion shattered the tranquility of their ancient civilization. Led by the Archdruid Malfurion Stormrage and the priestess Tyrande Whisperwind, the mighty Night Elves rose to challenge the demonic onslaught. Though victorious, the Night Elves were forced to sacrifice their cherished immortality and watch their beloved forests burn. Seeking to regain their immortality, a number of wayward druids conspired to plant a special tree that would link their spirits to the eternal world. Despite Malfurion's warnings that nature would never bless such a selfish act, the druids planted the great tree Teldrassil off the stormy coasts of northern Kalimdor. Within the twilight boughs of the colossal tree, the wondrous city of Darnassus took root. However, the great tree was not consecrated with nature's blessing, and soon fell prey to the corruption of the Burning Legion. Now the wildlife, and even the limbs of the great tree itself, are tainted by a growing darkness. As one of the few Night Elves still left in the world, it is your sworn duty to defend Darnassus and the wild children of nature against the Legion's encroaching corruption. The eccentric, often brilliant gnomes are held as one of the most peculiar races of the world. With their obsession for developing radical new technologies and constructing marvels of mind-bending engineering, it's a wonder that any gnomes have survived to proliferate. Over the years, the gnomes have contributed ingenious weapons to aid the Grand Alliance in its fierce battles against the Horde. Thriving within the wondrous techno-city of Gnomragon, the gnomes shared the resources of the forested Dulmora peaks with their dwarven cousins. Yet recently, a barbaric menace rose up from the bowels of the earth and invaded Gnomragon. Aided by their dwarven allies, the gnomes fought a valiant battle to save their beloved city. Nevertheless, Gnomragon was irrevocably lost. The surviving gnomes fled to the safety of the dwarven stronghold of Ironforge. There they remain, devising strategies to retake their city. As a gnome of proud standing, It falls to you to answer the challenge and lead your curious people to a brighter future. Long ago, the Orcish horde was corrupted by the Burning Legion and lured to the world of Azeroth. For generations, the Orcs made war upon the human kingdoms of Stormwind and Lordaeron. Though the horde was ultimately defeated, a visionary young war chief named Thrall rose to lead his people in their darkest hour. Under Thrall's rule, the Orcs freed themselves from the chains of demonic corruption and embraced their shamanistic heritage. After years of wandering, the Orcs founded their own kingdom in the harsh wastelands of Durotar. Based in the warrior city of Orgrimmar, they stand ready to destroy all who would challenge their supremacy. As a proud defender of Durotar, it is your duty to crush your enemies, both seen and unseen. For the nefarious agents of the Burning Legion still wander the land. The vicious trolls that populate the numerous jungle isles of the South Seas are renowned for their cruelty and dark mysticism. Barbarous and superstitious, they carry a seething hatred for all other races. Long since exiled from its ancestral homeland in Stranglethorn Vale, the Darkspear tribe was nearly destroyed by rampaging Murlocs. Rescued by the young war chief Thrall and his Orcish warriors, the Darkspear tribe swore allegiance to the Horde. Led by the cunning shadow hunter Vol'jin, the Darkspears now make their home in Durotar, along with their Orcish allies. As one of the only surviving Darkspears, it falls to you to reclaim the glory of your tribe. Bound to the iron will of the tyrant Lich King, the vast undead armies of the Scourge seek to eradicate all life on Azeroth. Led by the Banshee Sylvanas Windrunner, a group of renegades broke away from the Scourge and freed themselves of the Lich King's domination. Known by some as the Forsaken, this group fights a constant battle, not only to retain its freedom from the Scourge, but also to slaughter those who would hunt them as monsters. With Sylvanas as their Banshee Queen, the Forsaken have built a dark stronghold beneath the ruins of Lordaeron's former capital city. This hidden Undercity forms a sprawling labyrinth that stretches beneath the haunted woods of the Tirisfal Glades. Though the very land is cursed, the zealous humans of the Scarlet Crusade still cling to their scattered holdings, obsessed with eradicating the undead and retaking their homeland. Convinced that the primitive races of the Horde can help them achieve victory over their enemies, the Forsaken have entered an alliance of convenience. Harboring no true loyalty for their new allies, they will go to any lengths to ensure their dark plans come to fruition. As one of the Forsaken, you must massacre any who pose a threat to the New Order, human, undead, or otherwise. Once a nomadic people, the Tauren roamed the endless plains of the Barrens, hunting the mighty Kodo. Scattered across the land, the wandering tribes were united only by their common hatred for their sworn enemy, the marauding Centaur. Seeking aid against the Centaur, the great chieftain Cairn Bloodhoof befriended the savage Orcs who had recently journeyed to Kalimdor. With the Orcs' help, Cairn and his tribe were able to drive back the Centaur and claim the grasslands of Mulgore for their own. Upon the windswept mesa of Thunder Bluff, Cairn built a refuge for his people. Over time, the scattered tribes united under a single banner. Though the noble Tauren are peaceful in nature, the rites of the Great Hunt are venerated as the heart of their spiritual culture. As a tribesman of Mulgore, you must test your skills in the wild and prove yourself in the great hunt.
I was cast out by my comrades, exiled, forced to wander the frozen wastes. But I was not alone. Not entirely. The voice, now my only companion, guided me to my destination. Strange, nightmarish creatures awaited me at the entrance. I felt my blood run cold as Icecrown itself. Inside, I bore witness to horrific acts, demonstrations of power that could be mine for the asking. Terrified, I ran, but did not get far. All too soon, my choice was made. Too late did I realize that such power does not come without a price. Pay a far greater toll, for I have returned.
For years, tensions between the Alliance and the Horde have mounted as worldwide conflicts threaten to plunge the two factions into all-out war. Now, the Alliance has begun to tighten the noose, and whoever controls the towers in Eastern Plaguelands controls the tide of battle. The battle has just begun.
Imprisoned for 10,000 years. Banished from my own homeland. And now you dare enter my realm. You are not prepared. not prepared!
1 month ago, a terrible explosion tore open the skies above northern Kalimdor. At that moment, the great ship Exodar plummeted from the heavens and crashed upon the world of Azeroth. Having fled the ravaged world of Outland, the noble Draenei used the dimension-traveling Exodar to reach safe haven. Inspired by tales of the heroic alliance that stood against the might of the Burning Legion, the Draenei have come to enlist aid in retaking their shattered homeland. Dedicated to preserving life and upholding the tenets of the Holy Light, the Draenei hope to gather a new coalition of warriors to battle the Burning Legion and put a halt to its horrific burning crusade. Armed only with courage and their unshakable faith in the light, the Draenei look forward to finding the Alliance and ushering them towards the destiny that awaits beyond the skies of Azeroth. Now, the fate of 2 worlds rests in your hands. For nearly 7,000 years, the High Elves cultivated a shining, magical kingdom, hidden deep within the forests of northern Lordaeron. But 5 years ago, the undead Scourge invaded Quel'Thalas and drove the elves to the brink of extinction. Led by the evil Death Knight Arthas, the Scourge destroyed the mystical Sunwell, thereby severing the elves from the source of their arcane power. Though the scars of that conflict are evident, the remaining elves have banded together and retaken much of their homeland. Calling themselves Blood Elves, these grim survivors are committed to regaining the vast powers they once commanded. Inspired by the leadership of their beloved prince, Kael'thas Sunstrider, the Blood Elves now seek new sources of arcane magic and the means of defending their land against the undying horrors of the Scourge. As one of the few surviving Blood Elves, you must master your thirst for magic and help shape the destiny of your people.
I remember the temple as it used to be, a place of worship. I prayed within its chambers and meditated among its gardens. I was happy then, at peace. I remember too the day the orcs came. A day marked by cries of war and torrents of blood. When terrified women and children huddled in darkened corners. I led many to safety, but many more paid the ultimate price. That day, my beloved sanctuary became the Black Temple. There, the orc warlocks practiced a twisted magic that corrupted the land and nearly destroyed us all.
Do not do this, Gul'dan. Bear witness to the undeniable power of our Dark Master. He will destroy us all.
Even after the Horde's reckless sorcery tore the planet apart, my people were unable to find a lasting sanctuary. I remember the armies of demons that swept down on us like a plague. During these dark times, the one called Megtheridon made the temple his home. Then came Illidan, the one they called the Betrayer, the enemy of my enemy.
Megtheridon lures scores of hapless demons through them daily.
Then we must seal them permanently.
We helped him seal the portals of Outland and cut off the Legion's reinforcements. We fought with renewed strength, and together we reclaimed our sacred ground. I think part of me knew, even then, that the Black Temple had only traded one evil master for another. I prefer to remember the temple as it used to be, not the abomination it has become. My soul bears the burden of my misjudgment, but I have been patient. I have been waiting, and when the time is right, the betrayer will become the betrayed.
This was our land. Troll land. We, Amani, was here before anyone. The elves and their alliance came to drive us out. But we never give up. We never forget. The elves took my eye. I cut off my own arm to escape them. And now, they fight alongside the Horde? I spit on the Horde! I hate you. I hate you all. But I got a surprise for you now. So come on in. Diamani never give up. We never forget. We never die. This is our land. You wanna stay? You stay here forever. We gonna bury you here.
A sacred fount of untold power. It saturated every fiber of our being. In the warmth of its glow, we thrived. Until the shadow of death fell upon us. The Sunwell's destruction, did we realize how dependent we'd become upon its magic. How much we needed to feed. In the wake of our devastation, I named our people Cinderai, Blood Elves. My people turned to me for answers. I promised them a cure. Strangely, we found deliverance in the demon Illidan. Illidan offered new sources of arcane power, and so I joined him in Outland, pledging to return one day to lead our people to glory. But Illidan's agenda was short-sighted. I grew impatient. In secret, I began harvesting what energies I could. I had a brief taste of true power. All is not lost. The Sunwell's essence endured, kept hidden by those who sought to protect it. Now, I have returned with the knowledge that sacrifices must be made before we can reclaim our birthright. I have forged a new alliance. Soon, the blessed rays of the Sunwell will shine once again and usher into this world the one who will deliver us all.
My son, the day you were born, the very forests of Lordaeron whispered the name Arthas. Child, I watched with pride as you grew into a weapon of righteousness. Remember, our line has always ruled with wisdom and strength. And I know you will show restraint when exercising your great power. Truest victory, my son, is stirring the hearts of your people. I tell you this, for when my days have come to an end, you shall be king. A hero, that's what you once were. You stood boldly against the shadow and purchased another dawn for the world with your life. But the evil you fought is not so easily banished. The victory you claimed, not so easily held. For now, the specter of death looms above the world yet again, and it has found new champions to bring about its final reign. Knights of darkness, wielding runes of death and destruction, bound by the will of the Lich King. This is the hour of their ascension. This is the hour of your dark rebirth.
Over! Take the lead! For Lordaeron! For the Alliance!
mindless wretches! Fight on, brothers!
Rise up, sons of the Horde! Blood and glory await us! Luntarlgar! For the Horde!
I was wondering if you'd show up.
I couldn't let the Alliance have all the fun today. Nyah!
Arthas! The blood of your father, of your people, demands justice! Come forth, coward, and answer for your crimes!
You speak of justice, of cowardice. I will show you the justice of the grave, and the true meaning of fear.
Enough talk! Let it be finished!
You will pay for all the lives you've stolen, traitor!
Boldly stated, but there is nothing you can...
What? Did you think we had forgotten? Did you think we had forgiven? Behold now, the terrible vengeance of the Forsaken!
Sylvanas.
Death to the Scourge! And death to the living! Now, all can see. This is the hour of the Forsaken.
We're finished. No escape for any of us.
could we have missed this until now? Ah, King Varian, thank you for coming on such short notice.
What's this all about, Ronan?
I've called you here to ask for your help. While our efforts against the Lich King press on, Bran here has brought us frightening news of the horrors beneath Ulduar, and of its dark prisoner.
Prisoner? Huh. With its binding shattered, its influence unchecked, it's gonna come after us, and we're gonna be the prisoners.
You can see now what we're up against. If this evil is not stopped, then the armies of the Death God will march on our doorstep.
You'll have to excuse me.
Well, what do you propose we do?
Thrall, what are you doing here so soon?
The summons sounded dire, Jaina. What's happened?
Bran Bronzebeard's forces assaulted the gates of Ulduar. They battled the Iron Lords and their cursed minions. He won't stop talking about this presence he felt, permeating the great halls, stirring in their minds, chilling their blood. He said, the horror that the Titans imprisoned so long ago, Yogg Saron has awakened.
I want to see this dwarf, Garrosh, to see the fear in his eyes. Then we'll know if he's telling the truth.
No, wait!
We are going to need all the help we can get if we are...
Thrall!
What are they doing here?
Let me explain.
I thought I smelled the stench of Alliance pigs. Control yourself.
You want my blood? Come then, dog.
He's mine.
Stop it! We have all lost!
A great deal in this conflict. But we stand to lose everything if we do not stop fighting and work together!
A true war chief would never partner with cowards.
At the Wrathgate, the Horde's partnership killed more of our men than the Scourge. I'm done with your Horde. May this Death God take you all.
You disappoint me, Garrosh.
The old god is laughing, toying with us.
Who will be our hope?
Who will stand and face Yogg Saron?
Argent Crusaders! The hour of justice has come!
Can you feel it, my son? Closing in all around you. The light's justice has been awakened. The sins of the past have finally caught up to you. You will be called to account for all the atrocities you committed. The unspeakable horrors you've let loose upon this world. And the dark, ancient powers you've enslaved. One of the first to be devoured by your evil. There are thousands more bound within this blade, and they cry out for release. Look now to your defenses, my son, for the champions of justice gather at your gates.
Father, is it over?
At long last. No king rules forever, my son.
I see. Only darkness before me.
Without its master's command, the restless scourge will become an even greater threat to this world. Control must be maintained. There must always be a Lich King.
The weight of such a burden. It must be mine, for there is no other.
Tyrion! You hold a grim destiny in your hands, brother. But it is not your own.
Volva! By all that is holy.
The dragon's flame. Seal my fate. The world of the living can no longer comfort me. Place the crown upon my head, Tyrion. Forevermore, I will be the jailer of the damned.
No, old friend. I cannot.
Do it, Tyrion! You and these brave heroes have your own destinies to fulfill. This last act of service is mine.
You will not be forgotten, brother.
I must be forgotten, Tyrion. If the world is to live free from the tyranny of fear, they must never know what was done here today. Tell them only that the Lich King is dead, and that Bolvar Dragon died with him. Now, go. Leave this place, and never return. Pain. Agony. My hatred burns through the cavernous deeps. Torment. Its wretched kingdoms quake beneath my rage. Azeroth will break. And all will burn beneath the shadow of my wings.
Emboldened by the return of their heroic king, Varian Wrynn, the proud humans of Stormwind led the Alliance to victory in its war against the dreaded Lich King. While successful, the campaign in Northrend proved costly, and the humans now seek to bolster their strategic holdings throughout the world. Under Varian's daring leadership, humanity now braces itself for a renewed conflict with its perennial enemy, the Horde. Yet, as the great cataclysm rips across the world, familiar threats have once again arisen closer to home. It now falls to you to defend the kingdom and uphold the honor of humanity. Great change has come to the enduring halls of Ironforge. Obsessed with the workings of the Titans, the dwarves retrieved their creator's mystical tablets from the fabled city of Ulduar. Activating one such tablet, King Magni Bronzebeard fell prey to a terrible curse that fused his statue-like form into the diamond heart of Ironforge itself. To compound this tragedy, Magni's estranged daughter Moira arrived, claiming her father's throne for herself and for her infant Dark Iron son. To avert civil war, the dwarves created the Council of Three Hammers, an uneasy coalition that would share power equally amongst the clans. Now, with political upheaval rising within the kingdom, and the great cataclysm ravaging the surrounding lands, the future of Ironforge falls to brave dwarves like you. After years of imprisonment within the Emerald Nightmare, Archdruid Malfurion Stormrage has finally returned to the mortal world. Reunited with his love, Tyrande Whisperwind, Malfurion endeavors now to heal the corrupted world tree Teldrassil and rejuvenate the spirit of the Night Elf people. Yet as the great cataclysm shakes the boughs of their colossal tree, the Night Elves brace themselves against the coming storm. As war and destruction close in from all sides, it falls to Night Elves like you to stand strong and protect the enduring legacy of your people. Given the recent political upheaval in Ironforge, the gnomes have suddenly found themselves unwelcomed guests within the city. Leveraging their ingenious technologies and unquenchable spirit for adventure, the gnomes have begun to reevaluate their role within Cosmodan. Under the inventive leadership of High Tinker Gelbin Mechatork, the gnomes now plan a daring campaign against the barbarous Trogs to retake their former capital of Gnomregon. With the odds stacked against them, the gnomes are counting on brave heroes such as you to stand and be counted. Your people's greatest hour draws near. Empowered by the holy light and the undying strength of their convictions, the Draenei led the charge against the demonic Burning Legion in Outland. Now, with the Legion's defeat, they have completed the desperate mission that first brought them to Azeroth. Though some Draenei were sent back to Outland to revitalize their former civilization, the majority have vowed to remain and uphold their sacred commitment to the Alliance. Driven by a powerful vision, the immortal prophet Velen believes that a great war between the darkness and the light is fast approaching, and that Azeroth will be its principal battleground. As one of Velen's chosen, you must stand bravely before the Shadow and ensure that your people are ready for the war to come. The Great Cataclysm has shattered more than just the world. War Chief Thrall, arguably the most powerful living shaman, has left his people behind so that he might stop the cataclysm at its source. Yet, in his absence, the Orc champion Garrosh Hellscream has become the Horde's new war chief. Though popular amongst the Orcs for his victories against the Lich King, Garrosh's reckless leadership has begun to cause a rift between himself and the other leaders of the Horde. With Durotar's natural resources nearly depleted, Garrosh seeks to take whatever his people need to survive, regardless of who stands in his way. A dangerous new era for the Horde has dawned, and it falls to brave Orcs like you to uphold the will of the new war chief and assure the dominance of your people. Exiled years ago from their lands in Stranglethorn Vale, the Dark-Speared Trolls attempted to make a new life for themselves amongst the disparate races of the Horde. Under the leadership of the noble war chief Thrall, Vol'jin and his savage trolls had at last found the honor and purpose they had been searching for. But now, under the rule of the headstrong Garrosh Hellscream, the trolls fear that the Horde could tear itself apart. Vol'jin knows that whatever threats loom ahead, whether they be from within the Horde or from without, it is cunning trolls like you who will fight to preserve the honor of the Horde. Though Lady Sylvanas and her Forsaken finally took vengeance upon their hated enemy, the Lich King, their dark crusade in Northrend proved costly. Betrayed by Grand Apothecary Putrus at the Battle of Wrathgate, the Forsaken's devious plague of death was unleashed upon both the Alliance and the Horde to calamitous effect. Unbeknownst to Sylvanas, Putrus and his demonic ally, Veramathras, had taken control of the Undercity. As a result, the Forsaken were wrongly blamed for the traitor's atrocities. Though the Undercity was eventually retaken, Sylvanas and her followers still bear the weight of Putra's sins. Mistrusted by the other members of the Horde, the Forsaken must now prove their loyalty to the cause and redeem themselves from their supposed treachery. To this end, Sylvanas has bolstered her defenses within the Tirisfal Glades and readied her undead forces for any contingency. As one of the Forsaken, you must use your cunning and viciousness to slay any who would pose a threat to Sylvanas' rule, be they human, undead, or otherwise. Great tragedy has rocked the Tauren tribes and shaken their once stalwart devotion to the Horde. A disagreement between the new Orc war chief, Garrosh Hellscream, and the beloved Tauren chieftain, Cairn Bloodhoof, led to a duel that ended in Cairn's death. With his loss, the vile matriarch Magatha Grimtotem launched a murderous attack, attempting to seize control of Thunder Bluff for herself. However, Cairn's brave son, Bane Bloodhoof, successfully repelled the attack and banished the surviving Grimtotem to the farthest reaches of the land. Under Bane's hopeful leadership, the Tauren people now seek to heal their wounds and restore the balance between the various factions of the Horde. To this end, a new generation of Tauren Sunwalkers has arisen to lead their people into the light of a new dawn and the promise of rebirth. As a proud tribesman of Mulgore, you must uphold the honor of your people and safeguard the lands of your ancestors. The past few years have seen unprecedented changes within the eternal land of Quel'Thalas. The Blood Elves, following the will of their crazed leader Kael'thas Sunstrider, channeled dangerous, chaotic magics to transform their sacred Sunwell into a gateway of unspeakable evil. While Kael'thas and his demonic masters were eventually defeated, a different kind of transformation occurred within the Sunwell itself, as a dying Naru sacrificed its life essence to reignite the Sunwell into a fount of holy energy. Now, the Blood Elf Regent Lorthamar Theron sees a new hope on the horizon for his people. Over time, the Sunwell's light could cure the Blood Elves of their cursed state. But many still cling to the arcane powers they've procured and are hesitant to relinquish them. As one of the remaining Blood Elves, you must fight to protect Quel'Thalas and help redeem the soul of your ancient people. Led by their indomitable king, Genn Greymane, the proud citizens of Gilneas once stood with the Alliance against the vile, orcish horde that sought to conquer all of Lordaeron. Gilneas survived, but in the chaotic years following the Second War, the mighty kingdom drew ever inward. Distrustful of their former allies, the Gilneans erected a mighty wall at the borders of their land, closing off their nation and their hearts from an ever-darkening world. Now, many years later, as the seemingly unstoppable undead scourge marches across Lordaeron, human civilization once again teeters on the brink of destruction. As war and terror close in all around them, the citizens of Gilneas are faced with one terrible truth. Their mighty wall cannot hold back the dead for much longer. And worse, rumors of a new threat have arisen within the kingdom's borders, of feral nightmare creatures that walk upright as men, but hunt and howl as wolves.
Look at what you've become. Those cursed beasts. They've left you nothing more than just another wretched mongrel. Do you even remember what you did to your friends? Your kind, haunting the wilds unchecked. until we found you. They've kept you alive because they still believe you can be saved. To which I must ask, is there even a shred of humanity left within you? Perhaps we will find out soon enough.
The wily, cunning goblins of Kazan have lived in relative peace for generations. Though some of their race sided with the marauding orcs during the Second War, most goblins have remained neutral throughout the various conflicts between the Alliance and Horde. Ruled over by corrupt yet highly affluent trade princes, the goblins created a virtual paradise for themselves throughout the islands of the South Seas. Their ingenious feats of engineering and vast trade fleets helped make their island capital of Kazan one of the great technological wonders of the world. But now, as the elements themselves rise up in anger across the world, the goblins' mechanical paradise will be put to the test. For very soon, fate will force them to choose sides in a conflict that will shape the very history of the world.
Get down in the hole, you worthless This is all your fault. We were supposed to have these stupid slaves to Kalimdor days ago. I'm not taking the fall for this one. You're the one who got us lost. What does it matter? Gallywix is gonna have both our heads. Shh. Did you hear that?
Captain, who are they?
It doesn't matter. Our orders are to capture the Horde target at all costs. No witnesses.
Abandon ship! Make for the escape pod! Let us out! Don't leave us down here! Please! Don't leave us! Come back!
Our kind faces extinction. Trolls once ruled the mightiest empire this world has ever seen. Yet look at you now. Zuldrak has already fallen to the Scourge. Its gods consumed as death descended on its people. Zul'Farrak, once the shining jewel of Tanaris, is now nothing but a wasteland. Divided, you are weak. But we, Zandalari, can offer you a future undreamed of. Jinto, the Gurubashi, would you see the greatness of Zul'Garub restored? Join us, and the Zandalari will make it so. Dakara of the Amani, summon your followers to Zul-Aman. Together, we will make Zul'Jin's murderers weep for mercy. Brothers, hear us now! We Zandalari have returned to reclaim the former glory of our people. To see trolls retake the lands that are rightfully ours. And to crush any foolish enough to stand in our way. From the wreckage of the Cataclysm, the Troll Empire will rise again! Vol'jin of the Dark Spear, you would turn your back on your own people?
The Horde is my people. If it be war you bring, then I stand against you.
So be it, Dark Spear. But against the powers we'll soon unleash, none shall stand for long.
You've been at this for days, Goel.
The elements remain silent, Agra. How can I help them if they won't speak to me?
You must rest. Everyone has their limits.
Look around you. This world is dying. I can't have limits.
When will you see that you cannot carry this burden alone?
Great spirits, please, speak to me. Show me what I must do.
Little shaman, and the Fire Lord has answered. You and your kind thought that the fires of doom had been quenched. But I will show you the truth. That you hold dear exist only to burn. The end comes, son of Duratan. The final hour of twilight. And there is nothing you can do to stop it.
I heard you call out. What's happened?
Fire, Agra. It's coming for us. Unstoppable. Unending rage.
Take heart, Goel. The end is not upon us yet.
Whatever comes, I know we will face it. Together.
I can feel the elements awakening, rejoicing. The cataclysm is over.
The champions who fought at our side assured the survival of our world. But now, we must see it with mortal eyes. We dragon aspects have fulfilled our great purpose, and our ancient power is expended. But though our day draws to an end, life endures, and new generations will be born. Today's victory belongs to all who stood against the shadow. You are Azeroth's true guardians, and the future of this world is in your hands. For the dawning of the Age of Mortals has begun.
I was born in the Badlands in the days following the Cataclysm. A black dragon by blood. Perhaps the last of my kind. My egg was stolen from my mother by the Red Dragonflight. Once they had what they needed, my mother was murdered. They experimented on my egg. They tried to sever my connection with the other black dragons, so that I would be pure. They were more successful than they had bargained for. When my father found out about this travesty, he was displeased. Perhaps you have heard of my father. His name is Deathwing. My story would have ended there, with the death of the Red Dragon who created me. But she was tricky, that one. She was burned alive, with a decoy in her hands. My egg was spirited away to the Red Dragonflight. There, I was held captive, for a time. This is Ravenhold Manor. Shortly before I was born, the assassins of Ravenhold stole my egg from the Red Dragonflight. The story of my deliverance hinges on a most unusual rogue. Suffice it to say, he was a thief of global renown. This individual came to my attention when the Red Dragonflight sent him to infiltrate Ravenhold Manor and retrieve my egg. No doubt our hero expected to snatch up an egg and steal away into the night. But instead, he found something unexpected. Me. That's right, mortal. The prize you seek no longer sleeps within a shell. Here I am, in the flesh. I'm not some trophy for a red dragon's mantelpiece, and I'm never going back. Don't look so surprised. We dragons are conscious, even within our shells. As I grew, I could hear the plotting and scheming. I was to be born a prisoner. But I'm one of a kind. A black dragon, raised free from the taint of my father's corruption. And that's how I intend to stay. Free. Somehow, you managed to elude all of my guards. You slipped in here like a ghost. That makes you valuable to me. Let's talk.
Your Highness, we caught this beast snooping around the caves just outside the compound.
I'm not afraid of you! Wait, who are you?
You don't recognize your former prisoner?
Shall we execute him, my prince?
No. I want him to deliver a message to the Red Dragonflight. Tell them that I am free of my father's madness, and I will be free of them as well. I am to be left alone. This will be my first and only warning.
But Deathwing's minions may have you killed.
Deathwing's minions should be afraid of me. Get him out of here! And Farad?
Yes, sir.
Break his legs. Now then, my new friend, we have much to talk about. As you know, black dragons frequently disguise themselves as humanoids in order to tamper with mortal affairs. While the house of my mad father collapses around him, the few remaining black dragons have gone into hiding. But I can still sense them. My cowardly brothers and sisters will cause untold suffering if we allow them to stay in the shadows. Moreover, they are a threat to me. That is where you come in. Help us to slay them all, and I will reward you handsomely.
Your first target is here, in the ruins of Gilneas. I've lost some of my best men already. Let's see if you can fare any better.
As the only pure, untainted member of the Black Dragon Flight, I took it upon myself to see that all my corrupted brothers and sisters were destroyed. I sent my new friend into the heart of Gilneas City to destroy Hiram Creed, a black dragon who had corrupted the locals with his own draconic blood. None of Ravenholt's assassins had been able to penetrate into the city, but this one, as silent as a shadow, he moved. With surgical precision, he took his target down. I was very impressed. My companion Farad was not so enamored of my new favorite assassin.
A lucky blow against an unprepared opponent.
I rewarded our hero with a nasty set of matching daggers, and the promise of even more power if he could return to me with some spell reagents acquired from Deathwing's minions. To my surprise, he returned, some weeks later, scarred by battle against my father's minions, but eager for another assignment. The gems you collected will be able to augment the power of the weapons I gave you, but I require another ingredient. It will come from your next target.
We've just located her here, in the caverns beneath Karazhan. Fearful for her life, she is researching arcane secrets buried beneath the Foundation.
Her name is Nallis, and until recently she stood at Wormrest Temple as the representative of the Black Dragon Flight. Now, she's on the run.
She surrounded herself with a small army of deranged dragon cultists. They may not be right in the head, but they're well armed and dangerous.
I hope to see you back from this mission alive. But if I do not, I want to say I've enjoyed seeing you work. You're a credit to your race. Good luck. Confident of my new ally's ability, I sent him after one of the most powerful black dragons I knew to be in hiding, Nallis. Getting to her required running through a gauntlet of minions within the catacombs beneath Karazhan. And, of course, Nallis herself did not go down without a fight. I was pleasantly surprised at our hero's victory, but Farad was again unimpressed.
She allowed herself to be defeated. The others will not be so weak.
The black blood of Nallis allowed me to upgrade the vicious twin daggers of my new favorite assassin. He was going to need even more power, however, and for that reason, I sent him back into the fray to collect more resources. Some weeks passed, but he returned, fresh from battle, and prepared at last for my hardest assignment.
Don't trust this one, Your Highness. No one is that good.
I sent him to kill my father, Deathwing himself. Don't underestimate my father. Even if you were to crush his body, the core of his madness and rage will still struggle to destroy you. He will not be defeated until he is utterly annihilated. I wish I could help, but my father is the one dragon I fear. Best of luck, Rogue. Whatever the outcome, you are truly a champion. To be honest, I expected never to hear from my favorite rogue again. The fight to destroy my father spanned the globe for a few terrible hours. The fate of the world hinged on the actions of a handful of mortals brave enough to go toe-to-toe with the Worldbreaker. My rogue friend returned triumphant to collect his final reward. But he was in for a surprise. Your eyes do not deceive you. The treacherous Red Dragonflight sought to kill me off. I hope now you see the truth about them. Champion, you have your reward. But there is one final dragon we need to slay.
My prince, we should leave this place in case they come back to finish the job.
Farad, I was just talking about you. The final Black Dragon. The one who's been more hidden than any of them.
Your Highness, I have never tried to conceal what I am from you.
Yes, you rescued me while I was still within my egg, and I owe you my life. But you are a black dragon, and you share the corruption of all my brothers and sisters.
That is not true.
Do you deny it? The dark visions? The voices in your head?
No, no, I am in control of the voices. They're here to help me.
And what are they telling you now, Farad? What do your dark masters whisper?
Kill. They want me to kill you now. Oh, why did you have to go and anger them? You have proven too difficult to control!
I will never be controlled! The Red Dragonflight has no idea what they unleashed when they experimented on my egg. Hero, strike now! Use your newfound power to finish him! It is done, friend. To my knowledge, I am the only black dragon who remains. A new age for mortals has dawned, and heroes like you are among the vanguard. I must go now. Disappear. Perhaps we will meet again. I hope we find ourselves on the same side. With the last of the Black Dragonflight destroyed, my destiny was in my own hands. I left the assassins of Ravenholt behind to seek my destiny elsewhere. There are rumors of a new land beyond the mists of the sea. Perhaps I will see you there.
Is to ask why the leaves fall. It is in their nature. Perhaps
there is a better question.
Why do we fight? To protect home and family. To preserve balance and bring harmony. For my kind, the true question is, what is worth fighting for?
So... it was a bear?
In a hat!
10,000 years ago, all the continents of Azeroth were as one. And it is said that all the rivers in the world flowed to one magical place. This was the ancient empire of Pandaria, nestled in the most fertile of river valleys at the far end of the world. Behold, the last emperor on the day of his coronation. His name was Shuckle. Young Shuckle was born to be emperor and wanted for nothing. The wealth of the great Pandaren Empire was his to command. All Pandaren emperors begin their reign by consulting with the great Jinyu elders. It was said that the Jinyu could talk to the rivers, that they could hear whispers of the future in the rippling waves. The great water speaker closed his eyes and listened to the rivers. He listened for the Emperor's long life and prosperous realm, but he heard something else entirely. The wise old Jinyu saw a faraway land, a kingdom of elves grown bold in their arrogance. He saw a pit of fire, a great maw opening upon countless horrors. Numberless demons were about to pour forth onto Azeroth, rending the land, corrupting all they touched. Even if the demons were defeated, the world would be forever broken, the continents forever shattered. Emperor Shuckle watched in disbelief as the Jinyu water speaker reeled from the terror of his vision. "What did you see?" Shuckle asked. "Long life? Prosperous realm?" But the future held neither for the last emperor of the Pandaren. No, young Shuckle could not rest on the riches of his empire. If he was to save his land and his people, he would be called to do something great. He would embark on an epic journey. He would sacrifice all that he was. This is his story. The horrible vision of the Sundering weighed heavily on Emperor Shuckle. Cold and alone, he ascended Mount Everest, seeking wisdom from the Jade Serpent. "What troubles you, young Emperor?" the Spirit of Wisdom asked. Shuckle replied, "Countless demons will soon pour over Azeroth. What must I do to save my kingdom?" The Jade Serpent answered, "Seek out the heart of Pandaria, for the answer lies within." "But how can I find it?" the Emperor protested. "Your emotions cloud you," said the serpent. "Free yourself of these burdens. Let the land be your teacher." But the Emperor did not understand. He sulked back to his home in the Jade Forest. As he traveled, he commiserated with his old friend, the Monkey King. "I was to have a long life, a prosperous realm," the Emperor cried. "I cannot do this." "Relax," said the Monkey King. "We are in this together." As he spoke, the four winds began to howl. A great gust blew the Monkey King away. The Monkey King laughed and called out above the growing storm, "Sorry, you can't fight fate." The Emperor cried out for his friend. "No, wait! I cannot do this alone." And in that moment, all of Shuckle's uncertainty was manifest in a terrible dark energy, a shower of doubt. The more the Emperor struggled, the more he weakened. The Shah would surely overtake him. Then, Xiao Hao remembered the wisdom of the Jade Serpent, and he looked to the land for answers. Nearby, the bamboo of the Jade Forest was also threatened. The reeds that stood rigid against the gale broke under its force. But the reeds that bent with the wind endured the storm and prospered in the rain. Xiao Hao realized the lesson of the reed, and when he turned his back to the Shah, suddenly, all his doubts vanished. He knew he could be more than just Emperor. The four winds carried the Laughing Monkey King over the valley and through the wilds. The Emperor's faith led him onward to save his friend and to stop the terrible sundering the Water Speaker had foreseen. Emperor Xiao Hao, free of doubt, pursued his friend, the Monkey King. With the wind at his back, Xiao Hao ran. But in his haste, the Emperor stumbled into the dense and untamed swamps of the Krasarang Wilds. No! The Emperor cried out. He fought to free himself, but only sank further. The more the Emperor worried, the deeper he sank. His worries had taken form, the Shah of Despair. Xiao Hao cried out, "Help!" Far above, the majestic red crane of hope soared. "Why do you struggle so?" the crane asked. "I have lost my friend, my kingdom," Xiao Hao cried. "It is hopeless." "Your friend is not lost," the crane replied. "You are." Again, Xiao Hao looked to Pandaria for the answer. He saw the great tree growing in the middle of the swamp. The branches reached for the heavens. But its roots stretched deep into the earth. Xiao Hao's feet found purchase. With hope in his heart, the Emperor reached upward, and the grip of despair loosened. "I must never forget who I am," he said. "I am the Emperor, and I will save this land." Xiao Hao could hear the Monkey King's laughter on the wind, but it came from the west, beyond the Serpent's Spine wall. This was the land of the Mantid, mortal enemy of all Pandaren. "I cannot do this," Xiao Hao decided. Trembling, the Emperor turned to leave. "Where are you going?" asked a voice. "I'm afraid to go on," said the Emperor. Looking into the wastes, he saw a great black ox. "Just follow your feet," the black ox said. "They will know the way." Xiao Hao descended the wall and crept through the strange realm. To the Emperor, it was a waking nightmare. But his feet led the way. Soon, he heard a dreadful sound. Three vile Mantid warriors argued how they would split up and devour their prize, the Monkey King. Xiao Hao was paralyzed with terror. The insidious Shah of Fear held him in place. voice of the ox came to Xiao Hao, saying, "You must not let your fear control you, my emperor. You must control your fear." Xiao Hao looked once again to the land for answers. The great Kaipari trees of the town-long steppes were legendary for their sap. In one bead of amber, Xiao Hao found his answer. "I will not be paralyzed by fear," the Emperor proclaimed. Xiao Hao hurled his weight against the nearest tree, and giant globs of sap rained down from above. And now it was the Mantid who were held fast as they struggled against the sap. The Emperor had saved his friend. As they fled, the Monkey King was overwhelmed by doubt. "Emperor, we cannot do this alone," he cried. "You should create an army to crush the Mantid once and for all." Free of his doubts and master of his fears, the Emperor was more confident than ever. "No," said Xiao Hao. "The storm that burns the sky comes for the Mantid as well. We need an army to crush a legion." The last Emperor of Pandaria faced a terrible fortune. A burning legion set to tear the world asunder. He had cast away his doubt, despair, and fear. Now, confidence brimming, he would build an army. High atop the peaks of Kunlai Summit, the 100 greatest warriors of Pandaria perfected their arts under the watchful eye of the White Tiger, the spirit of strength. "I need an army," Xiao Hao announced. "I have come for my warriors." But the White Tiger recognized the great darkness within the brash Emperor. "Why do you fight?" the tiger asked. Xiao Hao bristled. "To destroy demon hordes, to crush those who oppose me." "No, that is no reason to fight," the tiger said. "You are indeed fearless, but still, you are burdened." The Emperor scoffed, so the White Tiger issued a challenge. "Take this staff, and if you can touch any one of my warriors, they are yours to command." Spurred on by the howls of the Monkey King, the Emperor spun about, thrusting and swinging the staff. But the warriors easily dodged his every blow. Furious, Xiao Hao roared. The sum of all his rage, the Shah of anger burst forth. The Emperor fumed and broke the staff over his knee. Violence and hatred erupted. "You see now why you are not ready to lead?" the White Tiger proclaimed. "Your anger does not empower you. It makes you weak." Defenseless, Xiao Hao faced the darkness he had created. As one, the Shah struck out. But as the smoke cleared, the Emperor stood, unharmed. The shape of a mighty warrior lay broken at his feet. A warrior who had paid the ultimate price to save his emperor. Xiao Hao's heart swelled as he knelt humbly before the white tiger. My rage exacted a heavy toll, the Emperor said. A single sacrifice has shown me the power of fellowship, of love, of peace. The white tiger nodded. Again, I ask, why do you fight? For home and family, Xiao Hao replied. For the people I protect. For them, I would give my final breath. Thank you, White Tiger. Relieved at last of all his burdens, the Emperor rose. Come, Monkey King. We must go to the heart of Pandaria before all is lost. As the Emperor and his friends set out, the skies grew black. For the time of the sundering had come. And so Xiao Hao came to the heart of the land, the sacred veil within the center of his empire. Purged of all his burdens, the Emperor radiated enlightenment. Inside the veil, his people huddled for shelter. They knew that the end of the world had come, and they cried out for the Emperor to save them. People of Pandaria, Xiao Hao declared, stay calm, focus your minds, and together we will make it through this. But his people did not understand. As Xiao Hao gazed upon their faces, he saw the burdens that he had overcome. He recognized doubt and despair. He saw his people frozen in fear or trembling with anger. And he knew that they had little time to learn what he had learned. My people need time, the Emperor realized. And in that moment, the Emperor recalled the lesson of the Jade Serpent. Seek out the heart of Pandaria, for the answer lies within. As Xiao Hao reflected on his journey, he looked to the land and saw a single blossom in the wind. No matter the burdens I faced, he thought, the land provided guidance. But the truest answers always came from within. And then it became clear. I was to have a long life and a prosperous realm. But I am more than just Emperor. I now know what I must do. For I am the heart of Pandaria. People of Pandaria, Xiao Hao proclaimed, you are not yet ready to face the storm that comes for you. And I cannot stop it. But you will weather this storm, and many more. For I will give you the time to learn the lessons that I have learned. And then, the last Emperor of Pandaria sacrificed all that he was, and all that he would be, and gave his final breath to become one with the land. A dense mist surrounded and protected his empire. And while the rest of the world broke apart in the fury of the Sundering, Pandaria set itself free. Hidden by the Emperor's breath, it drifted out to sea like a blossom on the wind. The trees in the Vale have never stopped blossoming. And in time, we Pandaren learned to live as our Emperor lived. His lessons endure in the temples of his land. And from the snowy peaks of Kunlai Summit, he watches over us. And it is said that if we listen very closely, he speaks to us still through the mists. These are the Emperor's gifts to us. And this is Pandaria. You are a Pandaren, born and raised on the mysterious Wandering Isle. While many of your fellow Pandaren prefer a tranquil life, the lure of adventure burns in your blood. Recently, the Wandering Isle has begun erratically weaving about the world's oceans, and your island home is spiraling toward disaster. As one of the most promising of students at Master Shang's monastery, you may just be the salvation for your people. But first, you must complete your training.
He is dying.
His wounds can be healed.
I hope you can forgive yourself for what you have done to him.
I am pleased to report that the battle at sea goes well, War Chief. Our forces report decisive victories off the coasts of Daenerys and Tol Barad.
Alliance blood spills. This pleases me, General.
There's more. I received word that our southern fleet engaged an Alliance envoy. We chased the royal flagship until it ran aground.
Aground? Where?
Apparently, they found a massive, uncharted landmass, shrouded by dense mists.
And you let the Alliance get there first! Redirect the invasion fleet! General, you and your best veterans will pave our way. Storm the shore, and paint this new continent red!
We've made a thorough inspection of the wreckage, Your Majesty.
There is no sign of Admiral Taylor or his ship.
200 ships at my disposal, yet the one carrying my son goes missing. What of their last message? Show me whatever you have.
We have been drawn off course. Horde air fleet. Many casualties. Shipwrecked on an uncharted isle. But the White Pawn is accounted for. Repeat, the White Pawn is safe.
Anduin.
Surprise attack! Requesting immediate... If anyone's received...
Sir, the 7th Fleet has already been dispatched, but it could take weeks before it...
There's no time to waste. We'll send a small elite force to secure this new land and bring back my son.
We've been flying in this mist for hours, General. The crew grows uneasy.
Back to your post, soldier.
We'll find this land, or die trying.
Land ho!
Alliance ship! Port side! Anchor!
The flagship's last reported position was below. Can you see anything?
Fog. Nothing but dense fog. Wait. Land! Starboard! I see ships!
Those are Horde vessels. General quarters, get our birds in the air. Clear the decks, stations, people. Let's go to war.
A message must lie within. What fate did the Emperor foresee? Pandaria, her hills of gold, in dark and mournful times of old, did once a hopeless horror hold. When from her sacred veil did spring, with storm and flash, a monstrous thing, his name, Lei Shen, the Thunder King.
His thunder boomed across the land, and none who dared and fought could stand against the Iron Tyrant's hands. A palace grand, a walled domain, such mighty works born of his reign, built by slaves, their hearts in chains. But seasons change and tyrants die, his fury spent in times gone by. The thunder slept beneath Kunlai.
Secure the remains, brothers.
By Zandalari hands, he has been taken. By Zandalari voice, he has awakened. Heroes, sound the drums. The Thunder King comes. The Thunder King comes.
It thirsts. Bring it to the pools.
Enough! You have run rampant for far too long, Hellscream. But that stops now.
Step aside, Pandaren. You confront a force beyond reckoning.
Your father dabbled in powers beyond reckoning. Where is he now? Beside the Tauren, trolls, and others. You are nothing like them!
They are no longer part of my horde!
The world will hear of this. They will come for you.
Yes, I'm counting on it. The armies of the world will come for me. And within my fortress, they will face all the terrible creatures I have wrought. The boundless power I have mastered. And one by one, they will fall at my feet. Anyone who would rise against my new horde will be impaled upon the spires of Orgrimmar! You, Pandaren, tried to bury your hate and your anger. But such power cannot be contained. It must be unleashed!
A time will come when you will answer for your crimes.
I answer to no one!
Challenge me will burn in the fires of my hatred.
You disappoint me, Garrosh. You are not worthy of your father's legacy.
His punishment is not for you alone to decide.
I won't let you take him.
We have all suffered from his atrocities. My people, more than any other. Let him stand trial in Pandaria. There, we will mete out justice for all. The Horde needs its true war chief, now more than ever.
Yes, but it was you that held the Horde together during this madness. It was you that protected our honor. From this day forward, Vol'jin, if you lead, I will follow.
I am not worthy. But I will give my all for the Horde.
Ugh, look at them. Already they plot against us. Seize this moment, Varian. Dismantle the Horde.
Guardsmen!
Father, what are you doing? What a king must do.
I will speak to your war chief.
I speak for the Horde.
Very well. The Horde has committed heinous crimes, Vol'jin. But some among you fought against Garrosh's tyranny. For that, I am willing to end this bloodshed. But know this. If your Horde fails to uphold honor as Garrosh did, we will end you.
Dear Emperor, it is done. The darkness that you once struggled against has been purged from Pandaria forever. But the cost, such a terrible cost.
Do not despair the damage that was done here. You triumphed over the darkness I had locked away. You have shown Pandaria the power of a true hero. But the question still remains, why do we fight? I trust you have learned to fight out of fear or anger is to fight a war that never ends. Face your fears, calm your hatreds. Find peace within yourself, so that you will share it with the world around you.
Thank you, Emperor.
It is the lifeblood of this world. We are its children. Soon, its masters. Ours is a legacy of conquest. A rising tide of blood and iron that will wash over this world and all others. Our bond is iron. Our will unbreakable. Who will stand against us?
Drink, Hellstream. Claim your destiny. You will all be conquerors.
And what, Gul'dan, must we give in return?
Everything.
Reject this gift. And did you bring these mongrels here? Just to watch you die? was not our destiny. Times change. We will never be slaves! But we will be conquerors.
King Varian, the hour grows late. You must sign the declaration of war.
I was just a child when my father rushed to confront this same evil. He didn't understand these warlords at all. That mistake cost him his life, and brought this kingdom to ruin.
You are not your father.
I know. But how can I succeed where he failed?
You can start by trusting my counsel. I have faced them before.
On Draenor, you were there all those years ago.
Yes. Believe me, they are not invincible.
Then tell me of them, Murad. Tell me everything.
Very well. Kargath had no clan. He was raised a slave. The ogre's cruelty was intolerable. So he sought a way out. The arena. 100 orc lives was the price for freedom. Fight. Kill. Salute. Kargath was unstoppable, and the day of his final fight had come. One last kill, and it was over. Lives. Kargath had earned his reward, like every champion before him. Buried beneath the arena, the promise of freedom, nothing but a lie. Geth would be chained no longer.
Take your vengeance.
Bound by vengeance, their name would be spoken in fear. This was the birth of the Shattered Hand. I understand your hesitation, my king. This mission will take great resolve. There will be lives lost.
There are always lives lost. But marching our forces blindly into Drano
poses unthinkable danger. Yes, but you must have the fortitude to face whatever awaits us on the other side. I assure you, our enemy's will is unwavering. Let me tell you of their leader. A warlord whose defiance in the face of death became legend.
Groma, mighty warrior, brought to heel at last. You are weak. Say it. Is that all? To think you once struck fear into my people.
Gromash had begun leading raids deeper and deeper into Ogre lands. He and his clan, the Warsong, were insatiable and relentless. It was only a matter of time until the Ogres retaliated. Among the victims of their retribution was Gromash's mate, Golka.
I am done. Give me the warrior's death I deserve.
No, you will not be broken. A true Warsong spits in the face of death.
Don't you see? It's too late. End it.
So many of my warriors bent like reeds. And now you are a wolf with no teeth. All of you. Look at you. The days have not been kind. Say the word, and I will kill you quickly. I admire your spirit, but I will break it.
Gromash knew the Ogres could not have gotten far. He called upon his forces to hunt them down. But for many of the Warsong, the cost had already been too high.
Bury your weak. I will show you what it means to be Warsong.
Once again, Gromash struck deep into Ogre land. This time, however, the Ogre warlord and his armies were waiting.
Your warriors. They begged for death. Your lands are mine. Your body is broken. You have nothing left. Say the word, and I will end your suffering. Yes.
He was certain that Gromash had given up, was ready to die. The body, after all, had grown so weak, had become so thin.
Say it. Say the word, and it's over. This wolf still has teeth.
From that day forward, the war song rallied to the banner of Gromash Hellscream. The warlord with the iron will. You cannot hesitate, my king. The Iron Horde must be stopped.
You speak only of their savagery. But surely they are not all monsters.
There was one. Durotan. His clan prided itself on suppressing rage, for they knew that those who succumb to the beast within become their own greatest enemy. The clan was named for its kinship with the snow-white frostwolves. Together, they hunted the mighty Clefthoof. Every winter, the Clefthoof would migrate, and the clan would follow. But one year, when Durotan was very young...
Mother, they're leaving. You've got to wake up.
His mother Gaia had been bitten by a drift lurker. Those who suffered its bite fell into a deep sleep, and few had ever awakened.
We can do no more for her! If we don't go, the entire clan starves! Or worse, the guard will be hungry!
You want them to feed on our mother? Father wouldn't leave her, Gunnar. And neither will I.
Father would know we can't carry our dead with us. She's not dead! Calm yourself, brother! You know what your anger can lead to. While the others are gone, I speak for the clan! We leave! Now!
I'm... not... going!
Days passed. Durotan remembered the lessons his mother had taught him, and with the aid of Gaia's old wolf Stormfang, they survived.
Mother, winter is setting in. You have to wake up. Wake up.
Orc and beast alike feared the Garn. Great black wolves. Among the most vicious and cunning predators on Duran. Durotan and Stormfang killed the lone wolf. But But Durotan knew that the Garn hunted in packs, and with the setting of the sun, they would attack. He prepared to make his final stand.
Mother, they're coming for us. You have to wake up.
Outnumbered and surrounded, Durotan fought. He fought not just the Garn, but the rising tide of rage within him. Durotan was driven to the brink, and in the heat of battle, bloodlust claimed him. Anything that moved, he killed.
Is it you? Durotan. Durotan.
Mother. What?
I can see that you shed blood to protect me. But I would rather have died than know my son had become a beast.
Durotan wore Stormfang's fur until the end of his days. A constant reminder of the old wolf's courage and loyalty. But a reminder also that even the most noble of orcs may fall prey to the savagery within.
Taking the fight to our enemy may be the only option left to stop history from repeating. This very city was nearly burned to the ground by the same warlords we face.
Don't lecture me, Murad. I was there. I lived it. The only thing that got my people through those dark days was their faith in the light.
Faith is a powerful weapon.
So I'm told. The Alliance has the light from which to draw its strength. What steels this iron horde in its darkest hours?
One clan, the Bleeding Hollow, finds truth in the surety of their deaths. They are led by an orc named Kilrog. Kilrog's clan once ruled over the jungles. Until the Arakoa came. To survive, the clan went into hiding, living each day consumed by fear. Their chieftain even forbade them to stray beyond the borders of their forest refuge. For years, disease had eaten away at the once mighty warrior's flesh. And as he faded, so too did the clan's hope for the future.
Father. One day the stream will dry up. Then we will find a way to carry on. Like this. Look at us. We were never meant to live this way. Jumping every time the wind blows. Every chieftain must make hard choices for the good of the clan. Is this the death you saw then?
No. This is not the death I saw. But perhaps it is time you finally saw your own. Go. Face your destiny.
Kilrog was bound by the legacy of his father, and ruled by ancient tradition. Those who would one day become chieftain performed the most sacred of rituals. They would sacrifice an eye for a vision of their own death. Sometimes, the vision would show much more. Kilrog saw his clan not as they were, but as they could be. Crushing their enemies in a tide of savage bloodlust. And Kilrog was one of them. His determination unwavering. Even when death finally came for him, he did not fear what he saw. He welcomed it.
So, tell me of your vision, my son.
I saw our clan strong and proud, victorious against our enemies. A glorious vision of the future.
Why then do you seem so troubled?
Because you were not a part of it. You were right. Every chieftain must make hard choices for the good of the clan.
At last. This is the death I saw.
Know their leaders. You know what forged them into the monstrosities they have become. Put your seal on that order, and I will be the first to answer the call.
Why are you so eager for this fight, Murad? For a paladin, you seem as bloodthirsty as the enemy.
It is not blood I seek. When you look at me, what do you see?
I see a paragon, a champion of the light.
What you cannot see is the burden I carry each day. I was there during the assault on Shattrath City. Our beloved dwelling of light, under siege by a relentless army of demon-corrupted orcs. I witnessed countless acts of brutality, unspeakable horrors from atop the wall.
Take the last group of refugees to safety! Go! Now!
Yes, Exarch. I did as I was commanded. I gathered the refugees, led them away from battle. And then I saw him. It was my charge to see the refugees to safety, yet the horrors I had witnessed, the suffering, despite all my vows, vengeance burned in my heart. Take the path through the tunnel. I'll rejoin you when I can.
We have no weapons.
The path is safe. The light will be with you. Now go! Avenge the countless Draenei who had perished! I struck out to find the refugees. My heart fell. The path had not been safe. The light that I promised would be with them had forsaken them instead. Just as I had. I know I may not return. But if there is even the barest chance of preventing the atrocities I witnessed from happening again, then I offer myself gladly.
We are all haunted by the past, Murad. Few of us ever get the opportunity to change it. Summon our champions! Make ready for war! Azeroth needs its heroes now, more than ever.
This is our chance! Storm the portal!
Do not delay, mortal. I can feel the life essence of your bodies fading. There will be time for regret later. We will meet again.
Look! Look what dragged itself through my jungle. Fresh meat. You have entered my arena, strangers. You will either leave it as victors or as corpses. Now, kill your 100 or die trying. I am pleased. I could watch you rats fight for hours.
Sorry,
But we don't have that kind of time. Everyone, with me!
Worthless. Your scurrying is at an end, rats.
Not so fast, Ner'zhul.
Yes, step closer. I will bury you alive for the glory of the Iron Horde!
Get us out of here!
Sending these orcs to the
What good are a handful of slaves against a Black Rock war machine? Black Rocks, crush them!
See if I can get this thing going. Khadgar, buy me some time!
We will do what we can, Thalen. Hero, keep these orcs off of us!
Tank coming over the rise! Look out!
They're bringing up explosives! Destroy those cunts before they get close! That's it! I've got her running! Let's finish this!
Are you so eager to meet death? Look then upon the countless faces of your demise. Rise up, Iron Horde! Bring your war chief their heads. Come at me, Hellscream!
Don't be a fool, Gana. Run! We will fight another day.
Look out! Keep moving! I see the ships ahead!
Where now? Head for the ships at the end of the road! This way! Go! Go! Go!
There is no place to run, outsiders! This is my world! We will find you!
Ignore his threats. We will go to Shuckle for reinforcements. This time, the Draenei will triumph! Let's get underway then. We will need to build a stronghold if we hope to end the Iron Horde threat. And we're going to need help from the natives. To Shadow Moon!
Through your selfless actions, you have earned the respect of my people. They have granted you this foothold, confident that you will lead the Alliance to victory. Commander.
time has come for the next step of my plan. Terranor, infiltrate the Arcanine and take control of Arcandor. Lead them dry. It will be done, Lord Gul'dan. Shuckle, we'll finish your Frostfire business together. I'm sending you to Nagrand to subjugate the Naru in the Shuckle. I will crush it. The veil on the key. All I require is its limitless power. Razum, you stay here. I have other plans. What is that? What are you looking at? It's all fun and games until...
Commander, what's wrong?
Khadgar, someone's here.
Assassin! Coward!
Gul'dan sends his best. I knew it. You should have stayed back at the garrison, Archmage.
Nonsense. I had that handled cool as a cucumber.
The Dark Star falls now upon you. The Iron Horde will prevail. And all that stand against us will die.
You have inspired me, Commander. I've seen you and your armies win many hard-fought battles across Draenor. We now face our greatest challenge as we attempt to unite against the Iron Horde.
deeds have earned you this Frostwolf land. It is from here that you will lead the Horde to victory, Commander. Furious little Orcling. In your blind rage, you rush to face my ogres alone. I'll drown you in the blood of your little army! Oh, they will end you, little lone wolf. I have seen you and your armies win many hard-fought battles across Draenor. We now face our greatest challenge as we attempt to unite against the Iron Horde. You are my vanguard. These shores are ours! Leave no enemy alive! Iron will, iron blood. Go forth to victory! Not long ago, we were orcs of many clans, quibbling over scraps in a world that was ours for the taking. Now, as one clan, no enemy can hope to stand against the Iron Horde! We will crush their bones beneath our boots. We will burn their cities to ash. The Iron Tide washes over them!
It's over. No one could have survived that.
This vessel is set to blow. We should get to safety.
Bring the cannon around. We'll send both of these ships to the bottom of the sea.